Right, mate, thank you.
Thank you. A very good morning and welcome to Queen's Park in Chesterfield for day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match with Lancashire. 15 wickets fell on the first day. Lancashire bowled out for 161, Derbyshire 197 for 5 as they resume with Wayne Mountain on 25, Brooke Guest on 8. I'll do it properly today. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. We've got Scott Reed from BBC Radio Lancashire, Radio Manchester, and Freddie Cardy, who's sort of homeless really, but he'll be joining us a little bit later. He's a familiar voice to Radio Derby listeners, slightly too familiar, if anything, but he's volunteered, which is good of him, because that's how the BBC works. He's volunteered to do a little bit. We lost 3 overs and 1 ball last night, and we don't get them back because we lost them after 6 o'clock.
You were good with that one. You were right on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I never doubted you as ever, but you were right on that.
But yeah, no, we have had that before, and I've gone in and said, why are we not playing 104 overs? Well, we lost those 8 overs at 6:10. Oh, did we? Excellent. Are you looking for a blue pen?
I am.
Have you got that blue? There's a blue pen there. Come on, hand it over.
Someone's robbed, I believe.
Is it that?
I might have a spare.
Is it that one?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, well, you have that. Freddie tried to steal that.
Look,
it was on the floor down there.
I've got 2. Does he want one back?
Do you want one back, Fred? He's got another one.
Okay.
He's a student. He gets them a discount. Currently, on the boundary's edge, the Lancashire team, well, the vast majority of them, waiting to go on. And one of the Derbyshire batters, Brooke Guest, is ready. Wayne Madsen isn't quite ready yet. I'm sure he is ready, but he isn't out on the boundary's edge. And some of the members have rather brilliantly decided that it's far better to sit this side of the barrier to our left than their side of the barrier. So they just decided that they'll sit there. Why not? Just sit there, boys and girls. Boys and girls. Yeah, so there we are.
All good.
Absolutely all good.
I went across for a coffee to get a coffee from over there, and I bumped into a couple of Lancashire supporters who are having a breakfast butty and a cup of coffee. They're just driven down this morning. They were listening to the coverage yesterday.
Oh dear. So they won't know. They had to ask you what was happening.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, what on earth happened yesterday?
What on earth happened yesterday? But they weren't planning to come, and
really.
They saw the pictures on the stream and they listened to what we're saying and they thought, let's have a day out. So they've come down to have a day out, which I thought was quite nice.
That's a beautiful place to watch
It
cricket.
is, isn't it? Yeah, I think, so we've sold it. We've done a little bit for the Chesterfield Tourist Board.
Oh, that's good. That's good. There's Puffin Billy, first time today.
Excellent.
And we can see him. There's not many people on it, so now might be a good time if you're listening in the ground or you're just arriving at the ground and listening in. Puffin Billy is working, travelling around the lake at the far end of the ground. Here come the umpires, Ben Peverell and Neil Pratt. I'm going to keep a close eye on Neil. He's slightly taller, Neil. And he's... now then. One of them, Ben Peverell, has got a walkie-talkie in the back of his trousers.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, but I might be able to tell them apart. They look very similar. They're both very similar build. Speaking of which, there's David Griffin and his large camera sitting in the front of us. I'll be shouting him to sit down fairly shortly if he doesn't.
Yeah, 50 good spot there, isn't it?
I'm just going to check this.
You check that.
No, we're on. Good. You can get in touch with us in the usual way, Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and in all the other usual ways. What happens? I think he's got 1 ball left of his over, see? Yeah, I think he has. Is that right?
He has, yeah.
1 ball. So 1 ball of George Balderson, and then we can get on with the rest of the day.
Let's get this out of the way.
Yeah, come on, George. Just chuck one down. 2 for 64. He's bowled nicely, actually. I think Derbyshire probably bowled better than Lancashire yesterday. I think that the general consensus is that they did. My news bulletin's already started.
Chop your ear, Fletch.
Yeah, so I'll just describe this George Balderson delivery. He's bowling to Wayne Madsen, who clips it into the leg side, and there is no run. And now we'll do that very clever thing where we seamlessly swap microphones. I don't think anybody noticed. I think we got away with it. Maddie on news today. BBC Radio Derby. It's good news. Oh. Let me stopwatch.
To bowl
Which I
for the
will
late end,
clearly
James
need.
Anderson.
Just talking about the heat wave across Europe. James Anderson bowling from the Lake end. He's only got the one slip by the look of it. That's Harry Singh. Keaton Jennings is at gully. Derbyshire lead by 36 at 197 for 5. Brooke Guest to face his first ball of the day. He's on his way in now past the umpire, and Guest gets the first runs of the day. A couple of them, I think, which means that the lead now goes up to 38, and Brooke Guest moves on to 10. 199 for 5. Lead of any type will be good. Here we go. Another beautiful day here, Maddie, and James Anderson is bowling from the Lake end. Derbyshire have already added another couple of runs to their overnight score. They're now on 199 for 5 with Wayne Madsen on 25 and Brooke Guest on 10. That means they have a healthy lead, 38 runs. As it stands, any kind of lead on this pitch is going to be good. 199 for 5, Derbyshire. Do James Anderson's next delivery. They've got too many sets of headphones. Here comes Anderson to bowl to Guest, and he's slightly leading edgish up towards mid-off, and there's no run. There we go. We can rest easy for another hour. I might bring Freddie in before the hour's up, and then I can just do an unencumbered update, or Scott, either way. 199 for 5. Here's Anderson. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who just pushes this out into the offside. It's fielded there by Paul Coughlin, who's at cover. There's a man down at, on the long leg boundary, way to our left, a man on the square leg boundary. And we've got a backward point on the boundary as well. Everybody else is within 30 yards really of the bat. One slip, gully, cover, mid off, and a mid on and a mid wicket. There's Anderson bowls, and Guest plays that up towards mid on. A solitary applauder next to us in the Lancashire section of the pavilion. Another healthy crowd, not quite as big as yesterday. Never is on day 2 for some reason, no matter what day the game starts. It always seems to be slightly smaller, the crowd, on day 2. Close to 2,000 here yesterday, which is terrific. As Anderson bowls to Guest, he pushes this out into the offside. In comes Coughlin, all energetic and hurling the ball to the wicketkeeper, Joe Moores, and the over comes to an end. 199 for 5, a lead of 38.
Yeah, I guess you're hoping that. Hoping obviously it's a good day and they can take some wickets. But in terms of yesterday, obviously Derbyshire in front clearly, but I think maybe just those couple of wickets towards the back end just kind of dragged Lancashire back in it a little bit.
Well, these two are going to be careful now, haven't they? There's Anuj Dal to come, and he is a decent bat. Then it's Ben Aitchison, who can bat, as we know, but is a bowler. And then it's Mohammed Abbas and Rory Hayden.
Here is George Balderson. He's over the wicket. It's left by Madsen through to the keeper. Yeah, the Martin Anderson wicket especially, wasn't it? Just towards the back end of yesterday, and he was actually off the part-time bowler too. He was off George Bohannon, which was a real bonus for Lancashire. So that wicket of Anderson has had such a strong season for Derbyshire. That was a real bonus for Lancashire to get before the close of play last night. Balderson in again. Half an appeal for the LB as he gets forward and maybe inside edge onto the pad. He deflects out towards the leg side. There's no run. 199 for 5. See, 15 wickets falling on the first day. Certainly was a tricky kind of few hours in the morning session. I spoke to Will Porterfield, who's the assistant coach with Lancashire yesterday. I wasn't quite sure who to ask for, to be honest with you. As Balderson's in, it's pushed into the offside by Madsen. They think of a single, they decide against it. And unfortunately for Will, he was just packing his gear up in front of me. Will, fancy a chat for a few minutes, would you? So yeah, he said, look, he was pretty tricky in that morning session, you know. And I kind of drew. He did, yeah. And I said, well, it's a bit concerning that it kind of parallels to last week, out for 87 in the first innings, Lancashire last week in Blackpool. So well, I think it was a bit different yesterday. Balderson's into Madsen. That's run away through backward point for a single. That brings up the 200 for Derbyshire. So 200 for 5. Leading by 39 runs. So yeah, he felt there was a difference between. Well, in the end, Lancashire got to 160, and last week in their first innings they're 87 all out. But he did feel it was different to last week, and that the conditions were much trickier yesterday than they were, for example, in Lancashire's first innings in Blackpool last week.
I thought Derbyshire bowled really well as well, wicket to wicket, and bringing all dismissals into play.
Driven to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, they've out-bowled and they've out-battered Lancashire so far, haven't they, in the match? Pretty much. Yeah,
Derbyshire supporters will be wary that the team has been in this kind of position before this season on a number of occasions in the County Championship and in the T20, to be honest. So there'll be no back slapping amongst the Derbyshire supporters just yet.
No, we'll keep that to one side. Balderson in and defended by Brooke Guest, who was overstepped. Oh, dude, he's struggling with this, isn't he, George Balderson? He's got a few no balls yesterday.
It was 10 yesterday.
It's his 6 as well for Balderson.
Yeah, it's too many. He's running downhill, which it's not much of a hill, but there is a slope. It can be a bit tricky down a slope.
Balls again, that's clipped off the front pad by Brooke Guest out towards the leg side. Gathered by Mitchell Stanley, who's out in the deep. Single for Brooke Guest. Is that the end of the over? It is. Up with 203 for 5. At the end of it.
Billy Stanley, you'll know who he is, obviously. The listeners will as well. He came to Derbyshire, I think it was in 2020. So it was a difficult time for an overseas player to come across anyway, because we were still the COVID restrictions. Derbyshire went down to Chelmsford, where he made his debut, and it was also his final game for Derbyshire in the same match. And he bowled down the slight slope at Chelmsford and could not get it right. The number of no balls he bowled was horrendous. As Anderson is in, that's driven by Guest but not timed, out to Coghlan at cover. And then he swapped to going up the slope and was perfectly fine. He subsequently suffered a stress fracture of his back while he was batting, and hopped on a plane, and that was the last we saw him. So very few of us actually saw Billy Stanley play for Derbyshire. I was one of the privileged few. But it's only a gentle slope at Chelmsford as well, but just that slope can force the bowler just to overstep. Up the slope, as Anderson is bowling now, is often a little easier. As that one strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out. That looked quite good. Was there an inside edge? But it looked good. There's no standing around with hands on hips as if to say, well, that was absolutely out, but it looked good. From this angle, we're at third man. He didn't seem to go anywhere on the crease. That was the issue. Luke's on the roaming camera at the moment in front of the scoreboard, getting some fresh air after his exertions last night. He almost got to the end of his 4th pint, as this next delivery is a leading edge, pushed up to mid-off, not entirely where Brooke Guest intended. A very convivial evening in the gymnasium last night with the power drinks. Although the refuelling at the end of the evening was slightly disappointing, I have to say. I'm not going to name names for obvious reasons, but
Not a fan?
slightly underwhelming. As Anderson is in, that one is driven, and this time he's managed to get it to the left of Paul Coghlan, so Mitch Stanley will come in off the wide third man, deep point boundary to do the fielding, and they go through for a couple of runs. Brooke Guest moves on to 13, 205, 4-5. Nothing on the message front yet, as this next one is defended by Guest. Back towards Anderson. He goes past him, but had very few revolutions on the ball. Josh Bohannon actually had to come from mid-off to pick the ball up. So poorly was that one timed.
So it's Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
It is, yeah. Everyone welcome. Well, most people. Here is Anderson, bowls to Guest. Pushes this out to Coghlan again. He's been a busy boy at cover, Paul Coghlan. And then he takes some sweat off the small of his back to polish the ball, and whilst doing so he actually drops the ball, so it is now 54 overs old, this one. New ball a little distance off. Derbyshire 205 for 5 with 13 to Brooke Guest and 26 to Wayne Madsen. Phoebe's back after nicking off early yesterday.
Early dart yesterday.
Yeah, had an early dart yesterday, but she's back. She's on the rich tea biscuits. That tells you a lot, I think. I don't know what it tells you, really. Dry biscuits can be a little bit tough.
There are, I mean, a rich tea's a decent choice as long as you've got something to dunk it in.
Yes, quite. Nothing to. There's no dunking.
There's no dunking there, is there?
No dunking.
No. I don't mind a rich tea. It's a solid choice, but yeah, it does need. I think it needs a bit of liquid help.
Yeah.
Just to take the edge off the dryness.
We all need liquid help.
Mitchell Stanley replacing George Balderson. And Madsen plays it up towards Bohannon at mid-off for no run. 205 for 5. Lead by 44.
It's not quite as sunny as it was first thing yesterday. It's still quite warm. I reckon it's going to get up to 23, 24 degrees at some point, I think. Which is perfectly pleasant, isn't it, with a nice breeze.
Very nice. It's quite pleasant watching day, isn't it, I guess, for supporters in the ground. It's wide and carved away by Wayne Madsen. That'll be Michael Jones out by the boundary in front of the ice cream van. He's been... Oh, it's a different ice cream van today.
Is it?
That is not the same ice cream. It was kind of the ice cream van yesterday was had a pink
Okay.
kind of shade to the van. I'm pretty sure that's a different van today. It's more an orange.
It is. Well,
colour.
it's
Definitely orange. Isn't it? It was pink yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Let's just had a lick of paint overnight. 206 for 5 as Jones throws it in from the point boundary. Stanley comes over the wicket to Brooke Guest. It's pushed up towards cover where Balderson fields.
It's the back end of the week that starts to get what I would describe as slightly unpleasant on Tuesday and Wednesday round here.
Okay.
I don't know about further north. 31.
Oh, that's hot, isn't it? Yeah,
And
that's
then
hot.
29 both on Thursday and Friday.
Right.
Derbyshire certainly don't play again until next Sunday
Right.
after this game here against Yorkshire, the T20.
Stanley into Guest. That's run out to point where Jones fields again. Single. 207 for 5. The Lanky boys are back in action on Friday. Friday
are
night.
they?
Yeah. Leicestershire in the T20.
OT?
No, at their place.
Oh, at Leicester, okay.
I think we're commentating outside, I think we've been turfed out of the commentary boxes.
Yes, the DJ is in the second cut. Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
we were fortunate that when Derbyshire went there, because it was a game on TV, there was no DJ, so we actually were in the box, but I think we'd probably be better off outside the box when it's warm.
Stanley to Madsen, that's left.
You know, people who don't know Grace Road, the commentary position is on top of the players' pavilion. So there's a fair few steps.
There is a fair few steps, yeah.
But they're like 3 little greenhouses.
Yeah. It'd be quite toasty in there, won't it, on Friday night if it's 20 odd degrees?
I think so. The problem is if there's a slight breeze and you have the door open and the window open, it acts like a wind tunnel as well, so you can keep cool, but it can get a bit noisy.
207 for 5, Mitchell Stanley, pavilion end, balls. And Madsen on the front foot, just gently leaning forward and with a slightly open face at the bat. Guides it away to deep backward point for a single. He keeps the strike as well. That's the end of Mitch Stanley's opening over of the morning. It's gone for 3. So the lead moves on to 47 and the score is 208 for 5. They won their last T20 game, which they had to win. Which is that, I think you mentioned it yesterday, that innings that Livingston played at Durham. It was a stunning knock, which won them the match, and it's kind of just about keeping them in the competition.
2 and 4. That's what Derbyshire are.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
2 and 4. Mickey Arthur suggested they'd have to go at least 4 and 2 in the last 6.
Yeah.
If they're going to qualify. And I just get the feeling, I've said it on T20 commentaries, that the 2 best third place teams will come from the other 2 groups, I think.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to finish top 2 to qualify from the north. It would appear at this stage.
Looks that way, doesn't it? With the way the other groups are. It's weird playing teams from the other groups.
James Anderson begins a new over, bowling to Wayne Madsen, pushed up to mid-off. It distorts things, doesn't it? You can't quite work out, because obviously Derbyshire have already played one down at Chelmsford, and their second out of group matches at home to Somerset, who obviously the holders, but not having the greatest of seasons in the T20 this year, but they're still a pretty good side. And you can't really say, well, if they beat them, and them, then they'll overtake them, because that isn't the case.
No, it's odd that, isn't it?
Yeah. Listen to Madsen, who drives it up to mid-off.
I mean, I'm not against the idea of it. I mean, just because there's a degree of it freshening it up a little bit, and I quite like that. And Lancashire played Surrey in a T20 game. Lancashire not played Surrey ever in a T20 group match. Obviously, they played them once in a quarter-final 20 years ago. So that's quite nice. You got a couple of games against different sides, but it does feel a bit odd.
And listen, wide of the off stump, left alone by Madsen. Of course, the whole point of this is to reduce the number of games and the travelling and all the rest of it. And I am convinced, with no evidence to back it up, which is the best way to be convinced, I always think, that they'll do away with the out-of-group matches, and then all of a sudden we'll be down to 10 games, which is what they want, really.
Yeah. I mean, Lancashire played Surrey and trying to cut down on travel time. They had to have 2 nights.
Yeah.
Away from home for that.
Anderson balls to Madsen, who does drive it nicely this time out towards the wide long off boundary for 4. That's a glorious shot. The ball bounces up off a rope and straight into a gentleman's hands. That was going to throw it back. That's not bad. Better than some we saw yesterday. That was a glorious shot from Madsen. He moves on to 32 now, 212 for 5. Lead over 50 now, 51. I reckon if they can get a 3-figure lead, it will be healthy.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Although the pitch today doesn't appear to have done, I know it's an older ball as well, 55 overs old now, but it doesn't appear to be doing an awful lot, does it?
Not as much as
interesting to see the new ball. If they get to the, unfortunately for Lancashire, Derbyshire will be a long way in front by it if they do get to the new ball, but if the new ball has the effect that you want it to. I've just been waiting for James Anderson to sort either his socks or his knee covering or something. He had his right leg rolled up and joined the Masons. Ball to Madsen, who chops down on that one, has to as well. Gave the impression that it kept a bit low, so perhaps it was only the light roller that was used this morning, I noticed, which is good. But I'm sure that Lancashire will get the heavy roller out there before their second innings gets underway, whenever that might be.
To keep a little low, that.
Did it? Yeah. He wanted to give the impression that it had. I love it when batters do that.
But he did,
Once they get in front, they're going, "Oh, on this pitch, you can't bat on it. It's impossible to bat on it."
It was a bit low, that, yeah.
And balls to Manson, and that one just bounces a little bit higher, possibly, than expected. And the over comes to an end at 212 for 5. 32 to Madsen, 14 to Brooke Guest as Ben Smith, the batting coach, and Martin Anderson walked past in front of us for some reason.
Having a stroll.
Ben was in our hotel last night, checked in just in front of us.
The heavy roller, you get 2 uses of that, is that right?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. It might be 3,
Oh, right, okay.
but it's too many, however many it is.
Would you just get away with it all?
I'd do away with it, yeah.
Completely?
Pitch is to pitch, and
Yeah.
I know they mow it every day. I'm not sure I'd do that either, but over 4 days, if you've got the heavy roller on it 4 times, if it's 4 times, I mean, it can kill a pitch completely. Because by its very definition, it's quite heavy.
Is that how it works?
I think that's why it's called that.
Mitchell Stanley for Lancashire from the pavilion end. Brooke Guest drives beautifully away for 4. It was over pitched really from Stanley. And it Guest driving nicely through the offside for 4. Moves on to 18. Scored to 216 for 5.
Little Stevens just popped past. With some instructions for somebody. Phoebe, I think, largely. Just seen a magnificent jacket. As income. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Sorry.
Sorry, it's down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
There's the salmon pink jacket over there by the scoreboard. That's a beautiful jacket.
That's lovely,
I
yeah.
like that.
With a nice little trilby hat as well.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
Some interesting shirts on the show yesterday. Always quite nice to see. How is the VIP today? Is it quite busy? Or is it
It's not as busy as yesterday, I don't think. Much like the ground. I mean, there's a healthy crowd in, but it's not as big as yesterday's. Never is on day 2, no matter what day of the week day 2 is. It always tails off, and today could be like the 2 people you spoke to, a couple of people you spoke to earlier came here for the day, but it could be a fascinating day's cricket.
Stanley balls to Guest, and that's defended. There's no run. You kind of think over the forecast is good. Over the weekend, right in the town centre, easy ground to get to, lovely place to go. But it's odd how that happens. It kind of tails off, doesn't it? Even though you try and schedule games to go across a weekend. Maybe build up as the day goes on.
Yes, it might.
Healthy enough, though, isn't it?
People may have been out last night.
Well,
I've
possibly.
been lying.
Yeah.
I didn't get it till 7:30.
Stanley ball that's clipped away off the hip by Brooke Guest, I think. No, didn't get a bat on that. It's gone for 4 leg byes. Down towards the fine leg boundary. It has Marcus Harris leaning rather delicately over the advertising board there. He's reaching for the ball, but he's found it. Score moves to 220 for 5.
We've actually got more advertising boards at the ground. No idea. For this game than I've seen in recent matches here at Chesterfield. There was a time when they played here quite a lot that the whole ground was surrounded by boards, but just the main ones now, the festival sponsor, the ground sponsor from Derby, shirt sponsor, and of course the competition sponsor, and I still don't know what they do.
Well, according to that, they protect pensions.
Yes, but I don't understand what that means. I thought they were protected anyway.
220 for 5. They do a great job. In comes Stanley balls. It's wide of off stump and left by Guest. And taken by Joe Moores.
I know he's picked up 2 wickets, Mitch Stanley, but he's been a bit wayward on it. He's quick. I don't know if we can get away from that. He's very quick. Just needs to be slightly more accurate. He's clearly a very good prospect.
Lead by 59, Derbyshire. 220 for 5. Stanley's striding in again. Nicely worked through the leg side by Brooke Guest. Coughlin's out there quickly. Scoops the ball up. That's good from Coughlin. Coming round from behind square on the leg side to kind of mid-wicket and in one pick up and throw. Restricting Derbyshire to just a single. 221 for 5 at the end of the over. And now 60 runs in front.
First drink of the day has been taken on to the... it seems a bit early for the first drink of the day, really, but Tom Hartley, I think.
It is.
Yeah. And now, after Tom Hartley takes the first drink, I think he was there, went on to say, do you fancy standing up, Joe? Because the helmet's now been run out by Tom Bailey. And Joe Moores is going to stand up to the stumps to James Anderson. Yeah, good luck, son. 17, you say?
17,
So
yeah.
not born when Anderson began his career.
Absolutely not.
Brilliant. Or indeed Wayne Madsen. And he is standing up now as Anderson comes into bowl to Brooke Guest, who clips this into the leg side of his hip, just down to deep backward square leg for a single.
I've not spoken to Moores yet, mainly because he's 17. So
Well, I don't think we're allowed to.
We're not allowed to, yeah.
No, I couldn't speak to Harry Moore when he was at Somerset a couple of years ago because he was only 16.
Yeah.
I had to get permission off his parents.
Yeah, I could imagine, yeah. But I remember speaking to George Bell a few years ago, and George Bell made his Lancashire debut. He was early 20s, and his debut game as wicket-keeper was keeping wicket to Jimmy Anderson. I spoke to him after the game, and it was...
Anderson bowls to Madsen, who clips that pretty much in the same area that the previous ball went. And he picks up a single as well. Out to Michael Jones out there, 223 for 5.
George Bell saying it was quite a prospect, the idea of him to make your debut, keeping
Quite
wicket.
intimidating, you'd have
And
thought.
Jimmy's at the top of his mark.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to drop a chance. He did very well, very nice on his debut. I think he got runs in a very low-scoring game. It was a bit of a crazy match at Essex when George Bell made his debut. Really low-scoring match. I think he got like a 30, which might have been the top scorer in the innings or in the match maybe as well. But yeah, it must be some prospect that, isn't it, for Joe Moores?
Oh.
Keeping to Jimmy Anderson.
And standing up, but only when Brooke Guest is on strike, as he is now, and Guest leaves that alone. The Derbyshire keeper leaves it alone for the Lancashire keeper to take.
I thought, look, I'd know nothing about wicket-keeping, but watching them, both Moores and Brooke Guest yesterday, I thought they kept really well because both were standing up to some very quick bowling. And the ball was certainly, from when Guest was keeping wicket, the ball was nibbling around all over the place. We mentioned Moores' age, and he spent most of it here standing up behind the stumps. I think they've both done really well.
Absolutely. As Anderson bowls, it's pushed out into the offside. Coughlin races in to do the fielding. 223 for 5. I assumed it was him. Joe Moores walked past last night. He doesn't look 17. He looks even younger than that, doesn't he? I mean, he really is.
He does,
I don't want to use
yeah.
the phrase baby-faced, but he's a very young 17 to look at. Crouches down now as Anderson bowls. Guest plays it to Jennings out gully. And there's no run. So yeah, fair play to him.
Like, quite a bit of stuff written about wicket keeping this morning from our written journalists following England, especially with James Rew. I was reading a piece from George DeBell about it this morning.
Didn't he,
I think,
yesterday?
well, apparently, yeah. I think DeBell's point was about maybe just picking someone who is a proper wicket keeper.
Wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Interesting. Anderson bowls clipped into the leg side by Guest. Well, of course, they decided against that when they dropped Folkes, didn't they, really?
Yeah.
223 for 5 at the end of the over. And then, of course, Folkes bowled this season and pulled his side.
Oh, I saw that, yeah. That's nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah, so Jamie Smith took over from him for Surrey, which is, he doesn't keep wicket for Surrey, certainly in red ball cricket. And, Folkes was out with a side strain because he bowled in a game that was petering out. I think it might have been the Notts game.
That's right, yeah.
At the Oval. And I imagine regrets it now.
I bet he does, yeah.
Could the owner of a white Audi.
Oh,
Registration.
it's always an Audi.
66YSA.
It's not yours, is it?
Return to your car.
223 for 5.
I'm in the works, I can never remember what the number plate is, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not an Audi.
It's not an Audi. So I know that. It's wide, but it's not an Audi. It's Stanley in and balls. Left by Madsen and through to the keeper.
I'll give Freddie a go in a minute.
Why not? Do you want me to disappear or you disappear? You're in charge.
Either way. Oh, no, don't put that on me. I'm not really good at that. I don't like that.
Shall I finish this over then?
Yeah.
And then step aside.
Then you can come back after you've done your update.
After the meal update. Okay.
Yeah,
It's top producing from you, is that?
thank you. Decisive.
Yeah, I thought you're really committed to how it should work. 223 for 5.
So it wasn't.
Stanley comes over the wicket and bowls. It's pulled by Madsen. It's in front of square on the leg side. He comes back for 2. Madsen moves on to 37.
No, I think it's gone up.
Okay, 35, thank you. 225 for 5. They're very quick. Scoreboard operations.
Sometimes.
Yes. Yes. Keeper drops back.
David Griffin was telling the man who's doing the scoreboard the Ramprakash story that we mentioned yesterday.
Stanley to Madsen, who plays inside the line, and through to the keeper. Oh, this is the one where he was on 99.
It was 100 on the board. It was the old manual board. This is an electronic one now at Chesterfield. The old manual board, yeah. And it put 100 on, but the crowd clapped. But Ramprakash, as Griff tells it, didn't celebrate because he knew he wasn't on 100, and then he was out. And as he's walking off the field, the scoreboard clicked back down to 99. So he was out for 99 here at Chesterfield.
Oh dear. He does have a little bit of a flow to that. There's Madsen. Stanley's bowling just a little short and wide. That's kind of a double blow, that, isn't it? You think, I'm out, but at least I've got to 100. But
the amazing thing was he knew he wasn't.
Okay.
He knew he wasn't, which is why he didn't raise his bat when the 100 was put up on the board. It's just the crowd that reacted.
Okay. Not sure if that's much comfort or not. But
No, no, not at all. I wouldn't have thought.
225 for 5, lead of 64. Chilton Stanley comes right on over and bowls. That's turned away into the onside. Anderson's quickly onto that at mid-on. Pick up and shine at the stumps. Trying to run his counterpart out, Derbyshire captain, but they have got through for a single. 36 to Madsen now, 226 for 5. So a lead of 65 runs. Brings Brooke Guest and strike for the final ball of the over. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point. Keeper in a slip. Bangs a short ball in. And Guest ignores it. So half an hour or thereabouts through the course of this second day. 226 for 5, lead of 65. Catch it about half an hour.
Absolutely. Scott Reed, everybody. BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. Griff's on the move with his chair. We're going to hear from Freddie Cardy for the first time. The announcement of the Audi, I'm now informed, it might have been Nigel's in the who's working in the press box. Apparently left his car door open. He was working busily on his car this morning. He had a warning light come on for a deflating tyre. So he was fixing that when I arrived. It won't have cheered him up that he had to go all the way up to the car park. Freddie's here, look. You all right, mate?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Anderson from the Lake end bowls to Madsen, who plays it straight back to him, and then Anderson just kicks it. The ball, that is, to mid-wicket. The lone clapper strikes again. So not on camera duty today.
No, day off today. I do recall a car incident
where it was actually the tannoy was given the announcement to make, and it was his own car. He had to go and move, and I had to take over the tannoy for one substitution, which was very exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah, member of the written press.
It's Anderson. Madsen drives, doesn't really time it again. And there's no run up to mid-off. I was at Salford covering a rugby league match, and my car number plate was read out over the tunnel, and I was in the middle of a commentary match, commentating on it. So I sort of beckoned a steward over. I've never met this, but I gave him my keys and said, "Can you move the car that they just stood out just because it's mine? I can't leave." Fortunately, he brought the keys back. The umpire is. Have they been tossed the ball? I think they've been tossed the ball, and they're going to have a look at the ball between them, Ben Peveril and Neil Pratt.
Jimmy Anderson
for the socials there.
So no socials. Certainly not.
Unbelievably busy. Yeah, and the ball's going to be tossed back to Jimmy Anderson. I think he knew because he was ready. Yeah, he's showing it to mid-on, who I can tell you is Marcus Harris. There is somebody I haven't seen yet. He must be out on a boundary somewhere. Oh, it's at mid-wicket. Madsen pushes this next delivery, which is short of a length, out into the offside. They go through for an agreed single, 227 for 5, and the 50 partnership comes up between Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest. Another 50 partnership. There were a couple yesterday, Matthew Montgomery involved in both, with Wayne Madsen and Caleb Jewell. Derbyshire in a very healthy position indeed now at 227 for 5, leading by 66. No, there's not quite as much breeze as there was yesterday, judging by the trees at the far end of the ground. Some people are feeling the cold. Here's Anderson again, bowling to Guest. That one's pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. You're doing the scores off your phone, that's suboptimal, I would suggest.
I do have the laptop, but limited space.
Did we catch you by surprise? That's a bit nice. It's very kind of you to do this, because it'll just give the listeners a break from me and Scott at various points.
And yourselves a break as well.
Freddie will be on mic for the one-day cup games. As Anderson is in to bowl to Guest. He gets the bottom of his bat on that one, and it bounces towards the stumps, misses them, and is gathered by Moores behind the wickets. That must have been close.
I'm sure there's a couple that's started to keep low from that end in particular.
But Madsen, one to Madsen, he made it perfectly obvious that the ball had kept low. You're never quite sure whether they're just kidding the fielding side, but Scott had a look at the replay and said it did keep low from Anderson from the lake end.
That is his preferred end here, Anderson, thinking back to last year as well, and he caused some problems to the top order.
Bowls to Guest, and that one is pushed up to mid-off. And there's no run, end of the over, 227 for 5, 22. Brooke Guest 37 to Wayne Madsen, a lead of 66 runs. Yes, I thought that. He opened the bowling yesterday from the pavilion, and which surprised me a little bit.
That straight drive off Mohammed Abbas did make the county championship social media page. That was one of the highlights of the day. And there was an awful lot of respect between the two when Abbas was beating Anderson's bat and then driven down the ground. I think he was dropped, wasn't he, of Harry Kame. James Anderson.
Went straight through burst through his hands, really, didn't it? Mid-off.
So Mitch Stanley then from the pavilion end, who had some interest from England, I think, here yesterday, watching on, a representative, keeping an eye on the quick bowler.
Troy Cooley?
Yes, I think so. Stanley coming into Wayne Madsen. Madsen edges
down to the third man boundary and straight through the legs of a photographer down there for 4 runs. There's the pace of Stanley. It absolutely flew off the bat for a boundary, and Madsen moves into the 40s, 231 for 5.
Nifty bit of footwork by the cameraman down there, one of the Lancashire boys. Goes behind the advertising boards to retrieve the ball. As he should, he's part of the team. He's clearly part of the team because he's wearing full Lancashire kit.
There's 2 of them, yeah, 2 of them who...
Almost indistinguishable as well, the brothers. No struggle.
Madsen pushes that into the onside off the back foot, no run.
Now regular Tony doing his laps of the ground. In front of the scoreboard at the moment, just walking in front of Luke with the roaming camera. It's not roaming very much at the moment, is it?
No, I was asked for instructions what to do with it, and I was simply told to roam yesterday.
Yeah,
I found some lovely angles.
Well, you were near the bar for a long time, weren't you? We noticed.
There was a discussion between a steward and a parent with a child who had tried to get into that bit of the park, and they explained there was a cricket match on and it's probably best not to, because they do close it off. Stanley bowls a leading edge from Madsen up in the air. He's going to be dismissed, and the catch is taken. So Lancashire have their breakthrough this morning. Wayne Madsen, troubled by the pace of Mitchell Stanley, he falls for 41, 231 for 6.
Turned round completely, wasn't he? He tried to play it into the leg side, it flew up into the air.
Wayne Madsen was caught by George Balderson
And
after Mitchell Stanley
leading edge,
for 41.
George Balderson with the catch, as you heard there. He goes for 41 with having added 54 for the 6th wicket. With broadcast, and here is the applause for Madsen, who just lifts his bat rather forlornly. The lead is 66, no 70, I beg your pardon. After that 4, of course. So Derbyshire probably won't mind too much if, well, they won't mind obviously if this innings finishes naturally, as it were. As Anish Dowell comes out to bat for the first time since, he's dropped his bat for the first time since the 3rd game of the season, 2nd game of the season, when he suffered quite a nasty looking ankle injury. It was fairly unpleasant. Came into bowl and it just collapsed underneath him, and I hadn't seen it before, but saw a cricketer stretchered from the field. You don't see that very often, fortunately.
Yeah, good to see Anish Dowell back. Made the impact yesterday, 3 for 49. It's a sort of bowler, when he gets into a spell, he can just be unplayable. He has those spells where he's so effective.
They're usually at Worcester. He's got some incredible numbers at New Road.
Yeah, Dahl and Hayden, the changes for Derbyshire in this match. Bashir and Potts. Dahl coming in for Potts, who's worked on his batting, but Anish Dowell more of a recognised all-rounder. And
it's a bit harsh on Potts, isn't it? I think he's played well in the matches that he's come in to replace Zach Chappell in the last couple of weeks or so. Played the entirety of the first half of the T20 as well, Nick, which I don't think he was expecting to do at the start of the season.
yeah, Jack Morley a standout as well. Stanley comes in, Dahl's first ball is defended nicely, a real crack of the bat, and up to point, no run.
It shows that Mickey Arthur says many things, of course. At the start of the season, he said he felt this was the best squad he'd had in his time here at Derbyshire. And I don't think there's been many to argue against that. With everybody in form, Caleb Jewell again showing flashes in this innings that it's coming back. Mohamed Abbas, I thought he bowled as well as he's bowled in his entirety of his time here at Derbyshire in the first innings.
Stanley into Dahl. Again is hurried by the pace, can only defend it to the onside for no run. This has been a good start to Stanley's day 2. You talked about the extras earlier. 26 extras for Lancashire on day 1, just 5 for Derbyshire, and those numbers have gone up as well.
You've made notes on the day when you scribble them down today?
Just now.
Very good.
Let's have something in front of me.
I've got some here. I can't read them.
Stanley just making an adjustment. Only to first slip to move to his right, just one pace.
Off he goes between the slip and the wicket-keeper now.
Shuffling across. Stanley bowls Fuller, defended by Dahl, to Bohannon at mid-off. And the end of a successful over for Mitch Stanley. The wicket of Wayne Madsen for 41 of 78. Derbyshire 231 for 6. The lead is 70.
It's quite healthy. I think anything in 3 figures, I think, will be a good lead on this pitch. James Anderson to continue. Mitch Stanley 3 for 49 now from his 13 overs, so a little expensive, but he's picked up 3 wickets, which is he's very much the strike bowler in this Lancashire attack. He's the one with the pace. That'll be Brooke Guest to place the first ball of James Anderson's 18th over, I beg his pardon. 18 overs. He's in now, balls 2, and he's surprised by one that pops a little bit. Brooke Guest just manages to get bat on it, guides it to Keaton Jennings, who's fielding at Golly. They'll move on to 21, 232 for 6. Still another 19 overs, including this one, before the second new ball becomes available. Lancashire will be hoping to have bowled Derbyshire out by then. Aitchison, Hayden and Abbas, the remaining batters, as Anderson bowls to Dahl. He pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's only Brooke Guest that Moores stands up to. Having said that, he's now going to stand up to Anuj Dahl as well. Fielder down at so it's backward point on the boundary. Mitch Stanley's just suggested to somebody that they might have a short leg in there. They haven't at the moment. Liam Livingston is at mid-wicket. I don't think he's touched the ball yet today. Liam Livingston. As Anderson comes in again. That one is turned off something. It's not bat. Into the leg side. It's going to be a leg by. Is it? No, it's not. It did come off bat. There was a pre-signal there from the umpire, and then he pulled out of it. I think that's Neil Pratt at the far end. It's a slightly taller of the 2 umpires who are both dressed identically. Same hats, everything.
In the World Cup at the minute, they've got their names on the back, haven't they, the referees, but only in small writing.
They had it in Qatar, though, I think. I'm fairly sure. Guest pushes this one out to backward point for a single.
I can only imagine the outrage of cricket suggested something similar for umpires.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because, I mean, you look at, they're American sports, obviously, but the American football and ice hockey, the umpires and referees, or whatever they're called, all have numbers on their backs. So you can tell who everybody is. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, in football as well, when you just get the 2 assistants, and it doesn't. Sometimes the team sheet will say which flag they've got, because the flags, that's always helpful.
I just criticise them all. Saves time. Here's Anderson to Anuj Dahl, who defends this one into the offside. Paul Conklin in quickly to field that one.
Personal refereeing highlight for the World Cup, though, has been the VAR and the assistants posing for pictures, and then that was quickly scrapped. But that was part of the very long pre-game amble. When you put the game on 2 minutes before, thinking, well, it'll kick off soon, and that is not the case.
No, it takes the teams about 5 minutes to walk out.
The entire squad.
All the squad in the middle.
Ridiculous.
Anderson bowls. He's struck on the pad, is Dahl. Immediately, the umpire looks down to say, not out. 2:34 for 6 it remains. Dal on 1, Guest on 22. Refereeing first last night.
Yes.
Player sent off for covering his mouth while he was slagging an opponent off. I like that. I do like that. Straight red card.
Yeah, they won though, Paraguay. Turkey, everyone's dark horses. Although they were dark horses in the Euros and didn't really do anything.
No, they never do anything in the finals, do they?
No. So here's Stanley, who has picked up 3 wickets. Brett Guest's former Lancashire man, one of a few in this Derbyshire side.
Also,
Manch-
Aitchison, Reese.
Morley was carrying the drinks yesterday.
I haven't seen him today, Jack.
I think he might be playing a club game.
Yeah.
Guest born in Manchester and then raised over in Western Australia. There are still thin traces of the accent if you listen
there are,
to it. Yeah, if you listen for it, I should say, when you speak to him. But yeah, Stanley. Guest drives, not timing it. Stanley's got turquoise green spikes on the underside of those shoes. Some colourful ones out there. It's a nice Lancashire kit, actually. The red trim on the sleeves. Jimmy Anderson, some red on his sunglasses at mid-on, applauding Stanley. Turns and runs into Brooke Guest. Oh, he's bowled him. Brooke Guest aiming for an expansive drive. Misses the ball and the ball clatters into middle stump, knocks it over. 4 now for Mitch Stanley. Brooke Guest will be kicking himself, the former Lancashire man, out for 22.
Guest was bowled by Mitchell Stanley for 22.
234 for 7 now.
Middle stump cartwheeling out of the ground. 73 runs the lead. They'll do well to get it into 3 figures now, you would suggest. That was a terrific delivery, quick delivery. 49 balls, I think. Brooke Guest, 2 for Mitch Stanley this morning, 2 for Freddie Cardy. He's just come in and stolen all the glory. Here's Ben Aitchison, a man, one of the 3 players capped before the start of play yesterday.
Incoming batter.
He's had a terrific season. He's by some distance Derbyshire's leading wicket taker with 35 at just 22 and a half. Of course, he got his maiden first-class century down at Lord's as a night watchman, the second of 2 night watchmen. Nick Potts was the first of the night watchmen. James Anderson having a joke there with Shoaib Bashir, who's just taken a drink out for Anuj Dal.
Interesting to see how Aitchison plays this. It's not a pitch that suggests you want to maybe be playing expansive shots, but certainly the Lancashire lower order, to their detriment in the end, were trying to hit the ball to all parts. And actually,
Coghlan especially.
yeah, Derbyshire put everyone out on the boundary, and there were some singles there, and the first ball of each over, a couple of times they were swinging for the hills, and traditionally that has been more of Aitchison's game. But yeah, that ton at Lord's magnificent. Be brave to take on Stanley if there's anything short, which there might well be, because deep square is back on the boundary. Long leg as well, and deep point, but bowling straight has been the order of the day for Stanley's 2 wickets. Aitchison's first ball is defended nicely out to point. In fact, Balderson runs round, does the fielding. Aitchison is off the mark, 235 for 7.
Probably the best place to play Mitch Stanley, isn't it? The non-strikers end, I would have thought.
Yeah, there'll be some memories from that Old Trafford game, and particularly if the lead ends up being slender and Lancashire can work their way back into it. You know, Jimmy Anderson as a captain, I think he said on a podcast recently that was really one of the highlights in recent years, that win over Derbyshire for him, how much he celebrated at the end.
Glad he enjoyed it.
Here is Stanley. To Dahl, gets a big inside edge. It'll run away for 4 to Anuj Dahl. Stanley causing some real problems. Dahl moves on to 5, 239 for 7.
And the Derbyshire bowlers will mind this at all, will they? The ball is clearly still doing a bit. If they bowl as well as they bowled in the first innings, they could set things up nicely for the batters in the second, as long as there is no lasting damage from that game at Old Trafford. Mickey Arthur said they would be reminding the players of that game in the build-up to this one. I wasn't sure which way he'd go on that, but he was more than happy to remind the players not to repeat their mistakes.
Yeah, you can either... There's different ways of looking at that. You try and forget about it entirely, or actually have it up and go, don't do this again. Stanley comes in to Dahl, who pushes away. Down the ground, it's a nice shot. Could be back-to-back boundaries. The outfield is rapid, it will. Driven down the ground. Well, the first boundary was a streaky one. That was an emphatic drive for 4. Dahl on to 9, 243 for 7.
Well, we mentioned it yesterday, but the outfield here is better than the outfield at Derby at the moment, which is reaching the end of its natural life and will be dug up in the winter. Not before time. It never really recovered from the rain 2 or 3 years ago.
Stanley into Dahl, who just defends this one out to mid-off for no run. And another over brings a wicket for Mitch Stanley. Jimmy Anderson is going to continue as well. And the lead at the minute, Lancashire looking to erode it. 82 at the moment, 3 wickets remaining. Batters to come are, who have we got coming after this? Mohammed Abbas and Rory Hayden.
Who comes in first?
Abbas is down to come
I know
first.
he's down to. That wasn't the question asked.
Well, I've not seen enough of either, to be
I
honest.
think I've seen enough of Rory Hayden. Batting is not his forte. I think it's fair. I think he's averaging about 2.5. Mohammed Abbas, 3 times better than him on his career average.
Well, after seeing Anderson's straight drive yesterday, perhaps Mohammed Abbas will be be looking forward to facing him. I doubt he will.
Anderson in to Aitchison, pushed out into the offside. And there's no run yet. Mohammed Abbas this season averaging 12. He's got a high score of 22. He's actually... Yes, he has. He's got 89 runs, whereas that's in 6 innings, whereas Rory Hayden in 3 innings has got 20 runs. No, he hasn't. That's how many balls he's faced. He's got 1 run. His high score, therefore, is 1.
Go and face Jimmy Anderson.
His average is 0.33. Anderson in bowls to Aitchison. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. That can only be going down the leg side. It was a very full delivery. Tried to flick it away. Again, it wasn't a full-throated appeal. It was cut off quite early. Puffing belly. It's a very reassuring noise. Didn't hit too much of a miss in the afternoon as Aitchison defends this next one from Anderson up towards a very straight mid-on.
Does it stop on Sundays as well? Am I right in thinking that? Or maybe that was the cob shop, I've got it, which is now completely
Well,
stopped.
the cob shop wasn't open on a Sunday, definitely. And you're right, it's not open at all anymore. Sadly. Tom Hartley walks past us.
Not one of Brooke Guest's best shots, unfortunately. Watching that one back on the...
Did it do much? This next delivery is played nicely by Aitchison out towards the extra cover boundary. It's racing across the outfield. Stanley's running around the boundary but won't get there. Ben Aitchison picks up a boundary. His 32nd 4 of the season. Aitchison averaging 23. That century at Lord's doing a certain amount of the heavy lifting in his average.
Hard to tell if it did anything because the angle they've used is a little bit round to the side rather than straight behind.
Yeah. I think Scott will be back soon because he's got an update at 12 o'clock. As have I. I might have to do this delivery and then leave it to... here he is. In comes Anderson and bowls. Oh, gets a possible bottom edge on that one. The ball isn't taken cleanly by Moores behind the stumps. And now for your delectation, Freddie Cardy will fly solo.
Helping these two out. As Anderson turns, collects the ball one-handed. It's been thrown to him from Josh Bohannon, who picked up a wicket last night. Anderson over the wicket from the Lake End. Aitchison struck on the pad, an appeal that dies out quite quickly. Not the first one in the over. As Anderson collects his cap, 247 for 7 then. Anish Dal is 9, Aitchison 5. And as Dave Fletcher alluded to, not much in the way of batting to come after this partnership. So Mitch Stanley then continuing. Sunny day at Chesterfield, cooler than yesterday. Clouds are ahead. Lost a couple of overs yesterday evening for bad light, which was the right decision. They were never going to go back out there. Sometimes the umpires can stand around for a while before making that final call. There was common sense applied yesterday. And a good crowd in. As Stanley comes into Anuj Dal here at Queen's Park. Zal defends front of mid-wicket, and they'll come free for a single. Happy to keep bowling full is Stanley, but they will put, I think they'll put the square leg fielder back on the boundary for Ben Aitchison, just to get him thinking about the short ball in the back of his mind, that it could come and it'll be quick. And they've got the wide fine leg on the rope as well for that hook shot. Just wonder if Stanley might try a short ball. Aitchison facing up, 5 not out. Stanley bowls, keeps that full, and it's beaten the bat of Aitchison. Well, that's just in his mind, Fletch, I'm sure. Those two fielders on the boundary on the leg side, that he could bang one in.
Yeah, I like the swish of the bat there, though. That was a proper lower order batter's drive, wasn't it? Not particularly close to the ball, I don't think. But giving it a swish. Even before he got his century, every time he came out to bat, he's more than capable, Ben Aitchison. 2 high scores, 50 and 112.
Oh, there is the shorter ball, and it's hit Aitchison on the chest, I think.
It didn't get up at all, did it? Didn't get up at all.
And he's soldiering on. He's acted like nothing's happened there. He's gone down, done a bit of gardening. Anuj Dal doing the same. Aitchison walks back. Yeah, you can see why he ducked under it, but the ball just did not get up.
Again, good signs for Derbyshire, really. The lead at 87.
Stanley again. That is a proper short ball, and again though, there's not much carry really through to Joe Moores behind the stumps. It dips on him at the end. And again, that's more uncertainty, almost rather a quick pitch where you know if it's short you can rely on ducking under it, whereas this, if this doesn't do as much, it can be a painful one.
Mitch Stanley also has the advantage of knowing that the ball's thrown to him while he wasn't looking. The advantage of being the quickest bowler on display, so he can pretty much bounce anybody he wants, knowing that even if somebody bounces him, it won't be as quick.
Yeah, that would be Aitchison, who would be the quickest of the Derbyshire attack, you'd imagine. Stanley bowls, fuller, and not quite where Aitchison intended the shot, out to square leg for a single, gets down the other end.
It's hard, I'm not sure who would be that. I mean, Nick Potts is the quickest. Of the domestic bowlers on the staff. Akif Javed in the T20 is clearly quicker than anybody else, but he's only playing white ball cricket. Pakistani.
Scott's update is done.
Yeah, it's all sorted. Very good.
Stanley then into Anuj Dal. It's a full delivery that he defends out into the covers for no run.
Might go off and eat my banana.
It's been
Nice and warm.
Words I've never thought I'd ever utter.
Into the over, 249 for 7. The lead is 88. And with Dave Fletcher, we were doing Cheltenham against Buxton, the Derbyshire side in the FA Cup, and Fletch turned up at Wadden Road with an assortment of yogurts. That was the part of your, whatever this new health kick has been. It's gone from yogurts to fruit and bananas. Paul Coughlin comes on, and welcome back Scott Reed.
Hey, Freddie. Well, sure, it's a health kick from Fletch. He started the day with a pork pie.
Yes.
But the banana, I think, constitutes a health kick for him.
I think he's had a couple of them.
He's a two
Spaced
bananas.
apart, yeah.
He's like Peter Siddle. He just eats bananas. What do you reckon this morning in this first hour?
Yeah, it's Mitch Stanley causing some real problems. It's bowled and edged by Aitchison. Or run down our way, actually. Just into the Fletchers there. Obviously, it's the first time we've had that on day 2. The ball running down to the thick edge of the bowling of Coughlin, who replaced Anderson at the lake end. Always a fear when anything rolls into this tent, but particularly when it's a cricket ball. Anderson has now gone out to long on for the big swipe by Aitchison, or is he just checking something on? I think he's running back in, actually.
Anderson spells 7 overs for 18 from the lake end this morning.
Yeah, him and Stanley a real threat, facing something different from each end. Coughlin bowls. Aitchison doesn't time that at all. There's no run. There's no sign of this pitch flattening out whatsoever. It's still a difficult surface to bat on. If they can get that lead up to 100, I think that's job done really for Derbyshire.
Oh, I agree, yeah. And then if you obviously this ball's now 60 odd overs old, isn't it? So Derbyshire come out with a 100-run lead and a new ball. And on the back of how Lancashire's innings went in the first innings, they've had quite a few low scores in the last 3 or 4 games. So it could be a pretty tricky start to their second innings at some stage later on.
Aitchison goes for the cut, misses it, just leans down on his bat.
They've probably done about all they can do, though, haven't they, Lancashire, in this first hour? They managed to prize out the 2 overnight batters. I mean, they're just kind of clinging on a bit, aren't they, as they have done for most of the match so far. But it's looking like a pretty intimidating first innings lead. They're going to have to bat really well, aren't they, Lancashire second time?
Yeah, anyone with a ticket for Monday might be making other plans. As Aitchison just leaves this one sensibly outside off stump.
What do you make of Mitchell Stanley's bowling?
Yeah, he's bowled straighter, hasn't he? There were quite a few down the leg side yesterday, and it's the threat of the short ball, a couple that didn't really get up, one that struck Aitchison. I think that could really cause some problems, because as Dave Fletcher said, Derbyshire don't really have someone who bowls at that pace. And certainly threatened Aitchison, but an improved day 2 for Mitch Stanley. Had those injury issues, hasn't he? As Aitchison defends, as any fast bowler does, but played a lot of white ball cricket.
Yeah, he's had a pretty tough start. I mean, he's to his career. I mean, he's 25, so you think a 25-year-old's probably got quite a decent body of work under their belt, but this is only his 7th first-class match in his career.
Here's Coughlin. Aitchison punches that nicely off the back foot in front of square. Running round to do the fielding is Mitchell Stanley. They'll come back for 2.
He's played 4 list day games and 18 T20 matches, so he's not even got to 30 games in his career. So he may be 25, so you're thinking a 25-year-old's actually reasonably well established in their career, but he's not. He's still kind of finding his way, I guess, a little bit. And he has had quite a lot of injuries. His time with Worcestershire was kind of littered with those problems, and he's had 1 or 2 issues since he's joined Lancashire, but we've seen more of him this season already than we had for the previous couple. And he's always kind of in and around these England Lions setups as well, isn't he? I know that the England bowling coach has been here this week, so he's still here now today. So they clearly like him. You can see why.
Yeah, and it doesn't take loads as well. You look at Sonny Baker, perhaps Mitch Stanley be looking at that as actually all of a sudden you can be wearing the England shirt in a test match. Just ask Shoaib Bashir as well.
Stanley in and balls. It's left by Dahl. Through to Moores. Well, he's got 4 so far in the innings. Maybe just a little bit more expensive than what he would have liked. 4 for 60 from 15 overs. But this spell is 6 overs, 2 for 26. That is excellent this morning from Mitchell Stanley. He's got 2 slip catches and a gully, a deep point, deep square leg, fine leg, mid on, mid off, and a cover fielder. Here's Stanley over the wicket for Lancashire balls, and that's turned into the onside. And Anderson trots up from mid on to field.
Just checking on the test match, New Zealand's lead 1 shy of 400 at 299 for 5. Mitchell has reached a half century and Clem Phillips is new to the crease. Henry Nichols dismissed. Joffer Archer nicked him off to Harry Brook at slip, but New Zealand with a huge lead. First session of day 4.
Stanley in and balls to Dahl on the front foot. The ball is past the edge of the bat through to the keeper. Is that a 3 test match series now?
Yes, it's Trent Bridge. They've gone Lords, the Oval, and then Trent Bridge.
Right.
Saving the travel costs, perhaps, staying in London. But yeah, there's a wicket for Ben Stokes yesterday. I think a couple for Gus Atkinson.
All a bit odd, that, isn't it, watching Ben Stokes play for Durham as England are playing in a test match.
Yeah, it's the sort of game where he'll probably come out and smash an 80-ball century as well, knowing Ben Stokes.
Stanley balls, it's just back of a length to Anish Dahl, who tries to pull it, plays underneath the ball just spears away down the leg side, taken by Moores, who's a pace or 2 to his left.
Saw George DeBell tweeted last week, well, Stokes should be playing for Durham against Derbyshire, and I think Derbyshire would have been quite relieved that he elected not to. Ben Stokes with a point to prove. He's done it in county cricket before, and he can just pop back in for a game and really make an impact.
255 for 7. Derbyshire in the first innings. There's Stanley in and balls to Dahl. That's a little fuller, but wide of off stump and not taken cleanly by the keeper, and down towards the boundary. It's gone for 4 byes. It took a slightly awkward bounce just in front of Joe Moores, or whether he just didn't take it cleanly. 4 byes pushes the lead to 98. Score to 259 for 7. Oh, he did take a bit of an awkward bounce just in front of him, but be disappointed, I'm sure. Not too many blemishes next to his name for Joe Moores.
Cricket family, I was having a look yesterday at Joe Moores. Didn't know too much about him, but good relations.
It's his uncle, Peter, head coach of Nottinghamshire. Former Lancashire coach as well, Peter. It's left by Anish Dahl through to Joe Moores, and of the over, 259 for 7. So a lead of 98. Dahl has 10, Aitchison has 12, an hour and 15 minutes of play on this second day. I suppose both sides can take a little bit from it. The lead's pushing up towards 100. Lancashire chipped away at a couple of wickets, but
they have taken wickets at good times, Lancashire, particularly Matthew Montgomery, getting him before the close of play yesterday, removing Wayne Madsen, 41. I think Guest will be very frustrated with the shot he played. But yeah, if Derbyshire can get through to lunch, then they really will feel in firm control. Lead nearly 100 as Coughlin comes in, beats the bat of Ben Aitchison, taken by Moores. Back to his mark now. There are plenty of clouds above. It's probably a more pleasant day to be out in the sunshine, but Chesterfield, it's really handy to be a spectator because there are so many options to be in the shade. All of the trees around this ground, I think, comes in, again, beats the bat of Aitchison. It's line and length. The T20 next weekend, sold out here for don't know how many years in a row, and how many years Derbyshire have beaten Yorkshire in that fixture. But a sellout, and it. I don't know if have you done a T20 here, Scott? Because it is always Yorkshire, yeah. But it is a sight to behold, not as spot free really around this whole park. Marion Donald went berserk last year, and Aitchison has gone after this one, flashes away out to a deep backward point. Stanley running around to do the fielding. They'll come back for 2. Did say to Fletch as the lead reaches 100. We saw some of the Lancashire lower order swing the bat a little bit, and whether Aitchison might look to do the same.
Yeah, certainly Paul Coghlan did, didn't he? But I think in the end he only and Mitchell Stanley did too, didn't he? Both those two had a bit of a swipe at times.
So the lead is 100. Aitchison edges this one. It'll be 104 now because that was run away down to the boundary. It's been a probing over from Coghlan, but he's just gone for back-to-back 4s. Another one down into the media tent, thrown back to Keaton Jennings. Aitchison now 18 not out.
No, I've never been here for a T20 game. I was here for a 50-over match. Actually, it may have been the 40-over competition. That would have been kind of, I don't know, maybe like 2009-ish, something like that. I've got a vague recollection that Andrew Flintoff played in that game here.
Yeah, Rocky has been on the squad. He was in the squad, wasn't he? Didn't make the final 11 as he's driven away to cover for no run.
I remember that being pretty busy for that one-day fixture. But yeah, it's quite a good ground for T20 cricket, isn't it, when it's full like that, and especially if Derbyshire keep winning. It's quite handy.
Yes, Yorkshire have made no secret they don't enjoy coming here. But
keep them coming then. Bring them back every year.
And Irene Donald with the joint fastest blast 50 in last year's fixture. The length from Coghlan, driven away for 2. They're going to run back quickly. Aitchison moves along to 20, gets a warm ripple of applause. 267 for 7.
Yeah, Fletch mentioned that 50 yesterday. Was it off 15 balls or something?
Maybe even 13.
Blimey, right.
Remarkable. The biggest 6 was hit by Caleb Jewell out onto the road behind us. Sort of one of those standing sweeps over his shoulder. Remarkable shot. And Jordan Thompson hit one over the pavilion as well. It was a fantastic win for Derbyshire. But even for those T20s, there's often something in the pitch, often a bit of spin as well, actually. Spin has been quite effective. I've not seen a single over a spin in this game, no need for it. Did wonder if Liam Livingston might turn his arm over yesterday evening, but Josh Bohannon picked up a wicket. His medium pace.
Yeah, that was a bonus for Lancashire. And nicked out Martin Anderson through Bohannon's bowling was a bit of a boost. Stanley's in again. That's defended into the offside for no run. Yeah, Lancashire coming into this game with Tom Hartley in their squad, so that he would be kind of their frontline spinning option. As you mentioned, Freddie, they've got Liam Livingston as well. Bowled a bit last week in the match in Blackpool against Kent. Got 5 wickets actually in a session for Lancashire. It was 5 for 23, I think the spell was, after tea on the first day. It was his first red ball game for Lancashire in 5 years. But, not required in this game so far. Stanley in again to Dahl, who's trying to pull it out towards the onside. He's bottom edged that somewhere onto the fleshy part of his body.
Yeah, Derbyshire showed Bashir in the squad, and I think it made headlines the fact, I couldn't get a game for Derbyshire, but it was, if you looked at the pitch and the way the game's gone, he would not have been required.
No.
They only used 4 bowlers in that first innings, Derbyshire. All of them picked up wickets.
Yeah, it would be a bit harsh to say, Bashir's not even been picked for his county, yeah, but both sides have looked at this surface and bolstered their seeming options. And he was Dahl's okay. He was caught there on the thigh. He missed the ball shot and just rattled his up on his thigh. He limped away for a moment or two, but he's recomposed himself. 267 for 7. Here's Mitchell Stanley. 2 slips and a gully, all waiting to pounce. And he gets his pull shot away. Dragged out toward deep square leg. Coghlan swoops round. Andrews Dahl gets a single. He moves to 11. And it's 268 for 7 now. Lead of 107.
Breeze has picked up.
Yeah, it's quite pleasant, isn't it? I had a little seat over on the grassy bank when I was off commentary for a bit. Quite nice there you mentioned under the trees. There's a little bit of shade. It's a nice spot to watch. Aitchison's on strike. Stanley's in and bowling. Still going to the offside. Fielded at cover. Good stop. George Balderson. Denying the chance for further runs for Ben Aitchison. He's probably going to get a couple there, maybe even 4 if that gets through. George Balderson. 268 for 7. Decent spell this from Mitchell Stanley. Into his 8th over in this spell, which is what I guess Lancashire and England will want to see, that he can get through pretty lengthy spells like this. 2 for 26 is a good return so far. It's down the leg side. Moore's going after it, cartwheeling away to his left. No bat on that, it's just deflectors maybe off some part of Aitchison's hip or thigh guard, and it's down towards the boundary for 4 leg buys. 272 for 7. Maybe coming to the end of a spell. It's quite decent, that, isn't it? 8 overs. It's a hot, sticky, humid day. It's not bowled a great deal this season.
12 overs until the new ball. 11 after this over. I'll be hoping they won't have to won't have to pick it up, Lancashire.
Yeah. Might come to it, but yeah. 38-run partnership. Stanley balls. Aitchison playing and missing. Full-length delivery. Sneaks through to the gloves of the keeper. End of the over. 272 for 7, so it's already a very commanding-looking lead that Derbyshire have got of 111 runs. That's good stuff from Mitchell Stanley. The partnerships for Derbyshire really have been excellent on a tricky pitch. There's only been a couple that really have not contributed, but partnerships of 33, 66, 56, 54, and this one's now worth 34. He's really good, isn't he, on a sticky pitch to bat on.
Yeah, Montgomery was excellent in particular. He's under a bit of pressure, and would have felt he could have gone on from that score of 86, highest first-class score for Derbyshire, but really anchored the innings nicely. But yeah, Caleb Jewell, even his 26 runs on a tricky pitch, helped Derbyshire along. Rees was very watchful. For the first sort of 10, 20 overs, it was a very slow rate of scoring, but it was all about seeing off the new ball, and that allowed Montgomery to then bed in, and Lancashire, anything that was too short and wide, Montgomery was smashing to all parts. Coghlan comes in from the lake end. Dahl punches nicely off the back foot. And come back for a couple, even a third. Dahl is rapid. He's probably the quickest member of this Derbyshire side, and Ben Aitchison turned down that request for a third. He's not slow, but Dahl is very, very quick. Has been missed after that injury suffered against Gloucestershire. That was one where the injury replacement rule did make sense, until it was Lewis Rees who was missing the game due to personal reasons. Dahl defends for no run, who came all the way down to join in, and wasn't allowed to bowl, wasn't allowed to bat, wasn't allowed to bowl, which was fair enough. He's a left arm seamer, but stats and records etc. had to be compared.
Yeah, it all got a bit confusing, didn't it, really? First few weeks of the season.
Because the message was, as Coghlan comes in, Dahl clips that away. There's half a shout of catch, but it landed comfortably short of Livingston mid-wicket. the message was after this big first round of games we're going to change it. And I'm not sure if there has been a significant change, or as you said yesterday, it's just they've been a little bit lucky and it's not been required. But unless the counties, there's just been a word between them saying, look, maybe we've been pushing it a little bit too much. We're going to be a little bit stricter, and people haven't pushed their luck, perhaps. Style defends. I mean, cricket seemed like the most injury-hit sport there is.
Yeah. Are you a fan of the idea of it?
I think for the circumstances like Anuj Dal when he's stretchered off, or Blair Tickner when he had to, when his wife had a serious illness and he had to go and attend to her and he wasn't allowed to be swapped out. I think if there's agreement from both sides, there's sensibility, that they have to realise if someone's not named in the 11, it's not like football where you would name people maybe as an impact sub as Dahl leaves this one alone. It's unlikely that a Jimmy Anderson's going to be sat on the bench and they're going to be planning to bring him in. If someone has to be brought in, there's a reason they weren't named in the side. Of course, like for like as much as you can. Don't bring in an off spinner for a medium pacer. I think there should be some form of it, but you can already look at how the IPL's been transformed with the impact sub, and don't want too much of it, but I think if serious injuries, it makes sense. Conlon comes in. Dahl cuts the ball away. Again, he sprints to one end. They will come back for two. That was all initiated by Anuj Dahl, and then it's a bad throw. They think about a third. Aitchison now has to be sent back. A little bit village there in the middle. I've noticed that quite a few of the Lancashire throws. I know Moores isn't the tallest, but there's been a few opportunities for overthrows. Derbyshire have politely turned down. And they thought about it there. End of the over, 276 for 7. Yeah, we'll have to see with the injury replacements.
Yes, yeah. Just put as anything, if something gets introduced, it takes a little bit of time for it to evolve and to be tweaked and to find the best kind of the best setup for it, best way of implementing it.
And also, we do have the substitutions as well. Say Jordan Cox in the Essex game, the ECB said, "No, we want you to join up the England squad." Someone gets, that's been prevalent for a little longer actually.
Well, there's a suggestion in this round, isn't there, that if Ben Stokes is going to return for the next Test match, he starts on Thursdays, they might pull him out of this game early. Likewise with Gus Atkinson. Yeah, that was the end of Stanley's spell, so it's a super effort from the big fast bowler there. Balderson returns, pushed away into the offside. There's no running. I think it was 8 overs, 2 for 27 in the spell for Mitchell Stanley. So it's a good stint, that, isn't it, for your big fast bowler? Ball well there.
There's a young baby just trying to crawl on to the outfield. A man, I think in a Worcestershire shirt, has retrieved her. It's the second time she's done so.
Defended to mid-off and there's no run.
Being on the deep extra cover boundary, she's been picked up.
So every time the baby's put on the floor, there's kind of crawling over the boundary rope.
Is that a Worcestershire or a Yorkshire T20 shirt? There she's off again.
Yeah, they've a live wire. Tempted by the rope.
There she goes.
In comes Balderson.
She's in.
Pushed away up towards mid-off and there's no run. She's definitely determined to get on the field.
I hope she's not here for the T20 on next Sunday.
276 for 7. Kind of the perfect family scene, that, isn't it, really? A couple of young kids and the family out having a day at the cricket. Balderson in. It's past the edge of the bat from Aitchison and taken nicely by Moores, who then flicks off the bails.
A couple of school groups in yesterday as well, enjoying themselves. Some games of cricket on the outfield at lunch. A local school from Chesterfield, literally a stone's throw away. Drove past it this morning.
Remember that was a case here last season in this fixture. Some local schools coming in. I can't remember which day it was. Might well have been the first day, but nice idea. It's deflected away down to fine leg. Harry Singh's chasing after it towards the boundary. He'll just get there, I think, in the nick of time. He's tried to flick it back. I think he has. What they run? 3? Yes. Well, he saved one. It's an excellent effort from Singh. And there are 3 leg byes called by the umpire.
I'll make way for Dave Fletcher after this over. He's nodding along. He's had enough. He's eaten his banana. Apparently it's pizzas for lunch.
Right.
So, which we had here last year for the 4-day game. Every single day. The novelty wore off. They're very good.
Balderson's over the wicket. Forward goes Aitchison in defence. Correction, and he's Dahl in defence, and there's no run. End of the over. So 71 overs gone, so Lancashire might well be requiring the option of a second new ball. Thank you, Freddie, for that welcome little stint. 118 is the lead. It's 279 for 7. And we've got about half an hour remaining of the morning session. And the partnership continues to build. They've done this so well, Derbyshire. They've found a way to score, and everyone's kind of found a way to chip in some capacity. 45, they've added these two, Anish Dahl and Ben Aitchison. Good afternoon, Fletch.
Hello. That baby's brilliant.
He's terrific.
Absolutely brilliant. Quick.
Off again.
There she
Here we-
goes.
yeah.
Is it a hero shot? I can't tell.
I
from this
can't tell.
distance. It's a bit like the pigeons.
Back on the outfield again.
Yeah.
He's good. That's funny.
Whether male or female, they'll have a terrific time at lunch, I would have thought. They'll be exhausted this afternoon.
There is
You are, oh dear.
Coughlin in balls, playing a miss from
He's done that a few times.
Ben
actually.
Aitchison.
It's very much, when it's not the way he bats at all.
You say he scored a century this season?
As a night watchman
Night
at
watchman.
Lord's.
Very nice.
Yeah, and got a 5-wicket
Oh,
haul as well in the first. We spoke to him about every night.
it does get like that sometimes, doesn't it? Yeah. That's a good trip to Lord's from, isn't it? Coughlin over the wicket. Aitchison get a single here. It's deflected off out to half of the back, down to Jennings. I'll pick up and throw and put the dive in. Anderson trying to cut it off, but it has gone for 4 overthrows, and they've run 1, so 5 to the total.
A little bit ragged in the last 10-15 minutes, hasn't it, the outfielding? A couple of shots at the stumps that have gone for overthrows, and still very much are in this, a 50 partnership, I think, as well.
It was, yeah.
With a 5, you don't often get to a 50 partnership with a 5.
Oh no, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like that.
With
Knock
a-
that one down.
With a 5.
51 they've put on these two. And the front foot pushing away defensively by Anish Dahl. It's a 284 for 7.
Marvellous. I missed the cry of no run from Anish Dahl. Batters have different ways of making sure their partner doesn't get into trouble. That's Anish Dahl. He's very decisive. But he has to be, because he's twice as quick as anybody else.
2 slips waiting, Coughlin balls. Dahl on the drive. Ooh, it's a flamboyant stop, isn't it, by Paul Coughlin? Low down to his right. Kind of tumbling away. Very agile stuff from Coughlin.
I'd like to see 2 Anish Dahls batting together. With 2 people with the same pace that Nudge got. That would be great fun.
Drops it into the offside, but there's no run.
I was checking in on the North West Cricket League. Blackburn are playing Lostock, who are bottom of the table, this afternoon. But they won a T20 last night. Remarkable. They've won all, I think it's 6 of their group matches in the T20. They won last night by 1 run, defending 8 in the last over. That's a good effort.
Keeper standing up now as Coughlin's in to Dahl. That's clipped off his pads. Out towards the crawling baby over the boundary rope at backward square leg. Just a single for Andrews Dahl, 285 for 7.
Just trying to ascertain when quarter-finals are. Then next Friday, it would appear. They're playing against Little Lever, who do chuck some money around. So that might be the fact that the first T20 I get to see is the one that they don't win, which would not be good, really. It's not a good look for me. Traditionally been absolutely hopeless at T20 cricket. George Balderson from the pavilion end, bowling to Andrews Dahl at 285 for 7, pushes it out to backward point. Keaton Jennings does the fielding. Freddie, all right in his first into the season in the county championship.
Excellent. Yeah. Solid opening hour.
Yeah,
Get his campaign underway.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would be if I were you
Yes,
as well.
I'm really concerned. Actually, no, it isn't his first stint in the county championship because he covered for me when I was doing a Burton game. Balderson bowls to Dahl, who plays an expansive-looking cut shot but doesn't really time it. Picks up a single as Jennings does the fielding. Yeah, he's a good lad. It's Fred. We'll hear more from him this afternoon unless he chooses not to. Can't really force him to do anything. Maybe on the production side tomorrow, I believe. Pressing some buttons, which is pretty much all they do. Balderson bowls to Aitchison, just guides that one out to the point boundary for a single.
I actually had a go on it last season. So
yeah.
for at Old Trafford with Lancs TV, and I went into the gallery bit where they've got this setup where you press the buttons and this, that, and the other. I was all over the shop.
Were you?
Yeah.
So it's harder than it looks.
I thought it was quite difficult. So kind of working out which button relates to which camera.
Yeah.
I honestly, it was a shocker. I missed a delivery, definitely. Might have missed 2 or 3. I only did 1 over, and I thought, that's enough. I'm having enough. I'm not good at that.
He's not even looking at the button pad. It's like typing, isn't it? Balderson bowls to Dahl, who defends this one up to mid-off.
Well, my problem was I was looking at the little keypad thing. So I was looking to, and then I forgot to look at the screen. So because I was looking to see what button relates to what camera. Maybe you just need to get a little bit. Maybe you get a hold of it and you get into a rhythm of it. Maybe it comes a bit more straightforward. Maybe I'm just not.
They're quite young as well, so they're used to that kind of
They
thing.
are, aren't they? Yeah.
They're quite
See,
young.
when I hold my phone, I'm like one finger
Yes,
typing. So
yeah,
that's.
so am I.
I've got no chance, have I?
No. Balderson bowls to Dahl, who plays at that one, has missed it. Whipped the bails off. I think he did. Nicely taken, standing up to George Balderson. No, they do a terrific job on the Derbyshire stream. Students from the University of Derby. Many of them in their final year, so we might be saying farewell to a few of them, which would be a bit sad. That one's kicked into the leg side by Dahl. And they go through for a single to Liam Livingston, moving across to his right.
It was a bit sad, but in a way, it's quite also fulfilling because it was the same thing happened at Lancashire for the last few years when Badger and Coons were doing Lancs TV. You kind of have almost like a bit of a production line of
Talent.
young talent coming through,
some talent there.
and then they're moving on and doing different roles and
Some talent now. They've been terrific. Another cohort will get their opportunity.
need a production line in the commentary box.
No.
No.
I don't think we need that. Not for another couple of years.
It's Coglan. And that's hit him on the pad, but maybe a little bit of inside edge. Keeper standing up, there's sort of little room to manoeuvre for Andrews Dahl. He is shaping to work it leg side as well. The appeal quickly fizzled out from Coglan and co.
Had much joy with the LBWs this morning, haven't they? With a few appeals. Nothing doing.
Coglan's in again. Now he's worked to the leg side, but again slightly across the line from Dahl, so it's keeping Coghlan interested here. Just falls over a little as he works it out to mid-wicket where Livingston fields.
I feel a bit sorry for Ben Aitchison really, because 26 for a number 9 would be a decent innings, wouldn't it? But he's only a quarter of the way to his best score of the season. He'll forever have that hanging round his neck.
Coghlan to Dahl, that's fizzed down the leg side. That's going to be 4 actually. He's got bat on that, clipped it away down to fine leg. So tricky, isn't it, for Moores? He's standing up, he's got no chance with that. And down to the boundary for 4 more. 292 for 7. Lead is 131 runs. Dahl moves on to 22. I just spotted Liam Livingston, who's at mid-wicket, twirling his arms around. We might be in for a bit of spin potentially before the lunch break. Dahl picks out Livingston at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Worth a try, I suppose. They say if the ball seams off the pitch, then it will also take spin, don't they? Apparently.
If it seems, it spins. Is that a Shane Warne phrase?
Did he say that? There's a nod from Freddie, who knows a lot more about cricket than me, which again is a worry.
Comes Coghlan. Again leg side, and again 4 down to the boundary. And on this occasion, 4 byes. Dahl made contact in the previous one, but couldn't get bat on ball in that one. Down towards fine leg boundary for 4 byes. 296 for 7.
Got a meat feast being put aside for me.
Is that just for you? A special one just for you?
Are you going to have pizza?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the other flavours are.
But that's just for you, that one, isn't it?
Yes, I think they spotted me early.
They do look after you, don't they?
They do.
You're spoiled, aren't you, really?
It's a very good club.
Coghlan over the wicket, balls left by Dahl. Through to Moores. End of the over. Your meat feast is 20 minutes away.
No, which hasn't showed it me really.
296 for 7, lead of 135, and stand by your beds, folks. We're going to see some spin for the first time in the match.
Bowl his leggies.
He could do a bit of both, couldn't he?
Would I be able to tell the difference from here?
Yeah, I reckon.
You think?
Yeah.
Might be overestimating my ability.
Get the old. You got your binoculars?
They don't really work.
Oh right, okay. In that case,
I don't know why I'm carrying him around really. Just let him weight to the back.
He'll probably ball his leg. He's one because there's 2 right-handers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. But
But he was bowling off spin to the right-handers last week in Blackpool, but he reckoned that was just because of the state of the game and the dimensions of the pitch, and reckons that was the best way to try to kind of close off one half of the ground.
he's got a reasonably big the square boundaries, aren't they? Here, they're not. It's not a tiny playing area. It's not. Went down to, as I mentioned yesterday, went to Nantwich where all the cuttings of Liam Livingston were on the wall in the pavilion, and that was tiny. The number of balls that went into the cemetery. It's remarkable. He's going to be bowling initially to Ben Aitchison, is Livingston, and he's in. That's an off spinner. I've no idea. It's pushed up to long off.
Need your binoculars on this.
Blowing into his hand as he comes in again. And balls, that one definitely an off spinner. Driven into the offside
Yep.
by Aitchison.
First 2 are off spinners, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to guess each one as we go along. That would be futile. Probably. Here he comes again. Gives this one a bit of air. Defended by Aitchison, back to him. Gives the ball an extra polish. Bowling in his sunglasses. Far too cool. 296 for 7. Aitchison drives this one again. Doesn't really time it up to Harris. How long will the number 9 be able to resist a big swish? Could be this one. Nope. Just pushes it out into the offside very sensibly. Coghlan fields. Derbyshire moved to 297 for 7. 27 now to Ben Aitchison. Really talking to with Fred about the partnerships, and that's what's helped down. They haven't lost wickets in ones and in
No.
twos and threes.
I have not.
I think we've had four half-century partnerships, including this one, I think. This one is defended by Dow to end the over at 297 for 7, 22 to Dow, 27 to Aitchison.
Yeah, Montgomery and Jewell 66, Montgomery and Madsen 56, Madsen and Guest 54, and these two are on the brink of
63 now, is it?
yeah 63. It's almost the highest partnership in the innings. These two, Dahl and
Which is
Aitchison.
ridiculous, really, isn't it? But
It's just really good, that isn't it? I was reading some quotes from Ryan Campbell last week it was after the win against Derbyshire, wasn't it? And
I didn't read that.
Sorry, I got halfway through that sentence and realised it was against Derbyshire. But he was saying about how he doesn't think actually that their batters are all in that good a nick. There's Coughlan's into Aitchison, that's defended to the onside, and there's no run. But reckons they're just finding ways to kind of battle through and grit it and get some partnerships and get some scores when you're not kind of playing that well. That's what his take on it was.
They were slightly better nick than the Derbyshire batters, that was the problem.
They do look a strong side, yeah.
Well, when they went up a couple of years ago, they were scoring at 4.5 and over, weren't they? Just racking up huge totals in the first innings.
Coughlan to Aitchison, that's edged down to the third man boundary. Sam Byrne, Lancashire's physio's down here, and that 4 brings up the 300. Derbyshire first innings 301 for 7, a lead of 140. Not mentioned Sam's watch, have we?
No.
He brought us some very sad news. If you were with us yesterday, Sam Byrne, Lancashire's physio, plugged his. Well, it's one of these fancy watches, isn't it? That kind of probably monitors your heart rate and your steps and all that stuff.
Get your emails on it.
Get your emails on it, that type of thing. Anyway, he was very sad. He stopped working. He seemed quite upset, didn't he, this morning about it? Coughlan in balls. That's nudged into the onside by Aitchison for a single.
Family friend almost.
He did feel that way, didn't he? Yeah.
6 years old, he said.
He did, yeah. He's sad.
Lasted longer than most goldfish.
302 for 7. 141 is the lead.
I think.
22 to and he's Dahl. He's back on strike. Keeper standing back up again. Coughlan in balls. Tucked into the onside again. He's hurtled through with grand ambitions of coming back for a second, but a little bit optimistic even for a man of his speed. Single instead.
Aitchison, I'd have thought by now, be regretting wearing the sleeveless sweater. I'm not sure. I think he's wearing one, isn't he?
I think so.
Certainly looks like it. Long sleeve shirt and a sleeveless sweater.
Coughlan to Aitchison off the back foot. That's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. I wonder whether Sam was telling us about his watch not working, just in case friends and family were listening, and he's thinking I might get a
birthday
gift, yeah. Something like
To
that.
set up a Just Giving page.
It is Father's Day tomorrow. Maybe he's just trying to plant the seed, isn't he? You know,
Yeah.
Your watch is broken, just in case the kids are listening. Here is Coughlan in balls to Aitchison. That's off his toes, flashed away towards square leg for 1. Gathered by Michael Jones.
I've often wondered about getting one. I don't wear a watch, but you know, one that you can watch it, you can see your messages on. But then I've got a phone that I can see my
Yeah.
messages on. And
I mean, I try where possible to avoid reading these messages.
it's
I
fine.
don't want my wrist buzzing every time I get one.
and I certainly don't want my heart rate and things like that. My physical health measured on a watch.
304 for 7, lead 143.
Getting warnings every 5 minutes. Don't do that. Stop there. You appear to be overexerting yourself. That's just standing up. Aitchison's back on strike for the first ball of a Liam Livingston over, and that one is defended fullish in length. Livingston leaves the ball for Anderson to do the fielding. 304 for 7. 143 lead. substantial on this pitch. He's pushed out into the offside. Paul Coughlin tells the field. A lone Clapper doing his best to encourage the Lancashire bowlers and fielders. Livingston bowls. That one has been lifted out towards long on, one bounce and over the rope for 4. Nicely done by Ben Aitchison. It was on to 37 now, 308 for 7, 147 the lead. I think it'd be like it was a risk-free shot really, but it'd be long before he had a go. Non-batters tend not to be able to resist. This time he goes back. Oh, now then, has there been a run out? Livingston fancies that one. He got a touch to the ball that was driven back down the ground by Aitchison. Dowell, who is quick, turns around and slams his bat down into his crease. No idea from here. They looked like they liked it. Certainly Livingston did. Difficult to tell, isn't it?
It is, just watching it back. I think he's probably got his bat over the line. I think. I'm pretty sure he has, actually, looking back.
This time he just pushes it into the offside gently. Dowell with a very bright pink rubber on his bat handle. The non-strikers then, as Livingston bowls a flat delivery to Aitchison. Pushes it back to him. The over comes to an end at 308 for 737 to Aitchison. 23 to Dowell. He showed off his bat handle to great effect as he walked out to bat. When he dropped it, after about 10 paces after getting beyond the rope, he just lost his grip. I couldn't quite work out what was going on. He hasn't batted for a while. Been out due to injury. He was back in the squad at Chesterfield Street last week, but not quite ready. And placing Nick Potts in this game. I think he played the first couple of games of the season, then was stretchered from the field with a damaged ankle. It's horrible.
It doesn't sound nice, no?
No, I can't remember. I've seen players led off, with broken collarbones and dislocated shoulders and all that kind of thing, but I can't remember the last time I saw a stretcher on a cricket field.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not good. And then he was back at the ground with his foot in a boot that night.
Was he? Right. 308 for 7. So Josh Bohannon replacing Paul Coughlin. Let's run away down through backward point, and Stanley will not be able to come round to cut it off. And that lead is now above 150 with that 4. Fiddled away through the offside by Anish Dal, who moves on to 27.
To reach for that one, but when he got there, no chance. On a backward point.
Turns again, Bohannon. Oh, that's a fabulous take by Moores down the leg side. It's a wonderful effort. He really has kept superbly. The second first-class game and 17, and he spent most of it under the helmet behind the stumps, and that's a fabulous take by Moores.
No, he's been exceptional.
312 for 7. Bohannon again in balls left. Through to the keeper. 151 is the lead. Knocking on the door of lunch on the second day. 2 wickets have fallen in this morning session. The second followed the first pretty quickly, and Lancashire may well have been thinking they could perhaps wrap things up reasonably quickly, but these two have been terrific. This Dahl adds to it here, glancing this down to fine leg, fielded by Marcus Harris. And score moves to 313 for 7, and Dahl moves on to 28. Lead of 152 now. It's like Lancashire are going to need a second new ball to wrap it up. It'll be 2 overs away at the end of this one. Aitchison dropped it away into the offside. No run.
Well, Mohamed Abbas has a certain stickability out there. He hasn't got many shots, but He's proved this season that he can hang around for a bit. Rory Hayden hasn't. Only had 3 innings, but he's averaging .33. It's a bit low.
Final ball for Bohannon. Play back towards him. And there is no run. End of the over. 313 for 7. Lead of 152. 5-1. So certainly comfortably timed for one more. And because it's Liam Livingston, there might well be 2 more.
2, won't they? I'll get 2. Then we might knit ourselves into oblivion as we try and swap headphones.
Yeah, could be
Ourselves
tricky.
On different chairs to end the session to the one we started. For Livingston to Dahl, he's bowled all 12 of his deliveries so far to Ben Aitchison. So how will Dahl deal with this? Partnership 79 off just 94 balls. And they've scored 116 runs in this session, I think. As Livingston is in, I can't see the batter now. Dahl pushes that one out into the offside. I've got Tom Hartley directly in line. Got a good view of Hartley's back. Not so much of Anuj Dahl's batting. Against all my better judgment, I'm going to stand up.
Standing up.
Ben Aitchison is also standing in the way now. That's excellent. Livingston bowls to Dahl, who pushes it straight back to the bowler.
I mean, I'd volunteer to take the overflex, but I can't see either.
No. It is remarkable how both Hartley and Aitchison are directly in line. Hartley just moves a bit to his right to see around Aitchison. I can see Dahl again, and he dances down the pitch and clips it into the leg side out towards Mitch Stanley. They're not going to get a single for that. Didn't get hold of that at all as he would have wanted. There was a couple of leaps, or effectively 2 mid-wickets in there at the moment. Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings. They both leapt in the air as Livingston comes in to bowl to Aitchison, who clips it over Keaton Jennings' head. It's fielded by Tom Hartley. They're living dangerously at the moment. Chipping the ball into the leg side. 315 for 7. 38 now to Ben Aitchison, and 29 to Anuj Dahl.
It was just beyond his reach, wasn't it? It was up to his left.
It was close.
It was close. Liam Livingston's tying up his bootlaces. Maybe Lancashire hoping here they can just have to bowl the 1 before the lunch break. Timely tying up of the shoelace from Liam Livingston.
Yeah, he's done well there for us. He's done really well for us. I'll send him a little thank you message later. Perhaps he doesn't want another over. Comes in now to bowl to Dahl, who turns that nicely down to deep backward square leg. He only ever thought there was going to be a single there. Dahl basically strolled through for the single.
Has he got left now? Is it? This is the final one, yeah. Might be in danger of another one.
That's disappointing.
Oh, hang on. Take your time here.
We can't see the clock either that they're using. I think it's on top of the pavilion way to our left.
I think he's done well here. I think he might be all right.
I should have got a big grin on his face. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he? He knows what he's doing. 30 seconds to 1 o'clock. He bowls. That one is clipped out into the offside by Ben Aitchison. It's fielded there by Paul Coghlan. The umpires are not for removing any bails. In fact, Peverill has just shown basically a 4.5 minute over from an off spinner.
It's not worked though, has it? Oh no, it has. Well done, everybody.
Well, sense has prevailed, and they go to lunch. Derbyshire at 316 for 7. Played exceptionally well this morning. The lead, well, it's up to 155 with Anuj Dowell on 30, Ben Aitchison on 38, and we'll be back in 40 minutes for the afternoon session. Welcome back to Queen's Park in Chesterfield for the afternoon session on day 2, remarkably, of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Lancashire. Derbyshire about to resume on 316 for 7. That's a lead of 155 with Anaj Dal on 30, Ben Aitchison on 38. These two have already added 82 from just 100 balls for the 8th wicket. Still to come, Mohammed Abbas and Rory Hayden. I'm Dave Fletcher. Later you'll hear from Freddie Cardy. Alongside me is Scott Reed. And here is Josh Bohannon. Bowling caught me by surprise. Clipped into the leg side by Dal, who wants to come back for the second, and he would have made it comfortably. Ben Aitchison possibly not so much, so they decide to just take a single and they're up and running in the afternoon session. 317 for 7.
Well, I presume they'll take a second new ball after this one.
Daft not to, wouldn't
I can't imagine why they wouldn't. No.
In comes Bohannon again. That's clipped. No, I was going to say it's clipped nicely into the leg side. It wasn't a million miles away from Liam Livingston. He's gone away for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary off Ben Aitchison's bat, and he moves into the 40s, 42. In danger of scoring his second highest score in first-class cricket here. 50 and 112, his top 2 scores. Got the 50 against Nottinghamshire in a massive defeat. The century came in a victory earlier this season down at Lord's. I'm fairly sure he was caught on the boundary by Dane Patterson one-handed in that Nottinghamshire defeat, as Bohannon is in again, and this one is driven, but not particularly well timed up to mid-off. Jimmy Anderson does the fielding, I think. No, it's not. It's nowhere near the most famous cricketer of the 21st century. It's Mitch Stanley, isn't it?
It is. Jim is at middle.
Unbelievable. He's got the elbow thing on and everything. Here's Bohannon for it. He nods into the air, into the leg side, and falls short of Liam Livingston. That was slightly fortuitous on that occasion. Stephen Torber's been in touch. He's not a happy man.
Oh dear. Right.
He's a Lancashire supporter watching Lancashire over the last 2 months. He says it's been embarrassing. Only 1 batting point from 8 matches, and the bowler struggle once the shine's off the ball. A 2-day innings defeat looks very likely now. He says, I don't know about very likely, Stephen. And it's certainly possible, but I don't think very likely. As this one is driven into the offside, seems to hit some part of Paul Coughlan's body, and it must have been his knee, because it's ricocheted an absolute mile.
It did, didn't it? Yeah. Almost went back to the ball.
Yeah. And then the bowler did pick it up, Bohannon, and chucked it to Coughlan to give a bit of a shine. It's almost pointless shining the ball. You can have that, Phoebe. See who it is. Go on. No, you see who it is. No, you see who it is. Well, it's not going to be the same as one on... No, surely not. Lamine Yamal. That one is up in the air, out towards deep backward point. It's going to run away for 4 runs. That was a real swish from Ben Aitchison, who moves on to 46 now. That was the last ball of the over, 325 for 7. That is 80 overs done, so the second new ball is now available. I thought Tom Bailey might be running it on there, but I don't think he is. Paul Coughlan's coming off with a helmet. He's been out there for an over. It's more than enough. 325 for 7. No, he isn't. He was just passing the helmet to Tom Bailey.
I presume the new ball will be with in the umpires.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
But I saw the test match the other day that they started after a break, after like a lunch or a tea break, and they were only an over or 2 away from the second new ball, and so they took it straight away, but he wasn't out there. He had to get run out by the third umpire. I think one of the commentators said, why don't you just put it in your pocket?
When you're only bowling 15 overs an hour, 14 overs an hour, you don't run any delays for stuff like that, do you?
I'm not sure if that's the new ball. Is that still the old ball for it?
It doesn't look new.
No, it doesn't, does it? So maybe a little bit with this older ball, and maybe go to the newer ball. We'll see. Here is Mitchell Stanley, defended by Anus Dahl. And There's no run. I mean, it might be a concern. The new ball, the harder ball, might see runs scored a bit quicker. I don't know. I mean, they're going at 4 and over anyway. He's just limbering up here. Maybe just a few deliveries with the older one, get himself back into the groove. 3:25 for 7. Stanley's in balls. Driven to mid-off. Bohannon fields. And there's no run. We can have a look at the new ball now, maybe.
He's put his hand in his pocket, the umpire, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been lobbed towards the boundary below us here. And the new ball.
The new ball has been taken.
Being waved towards the scorers. The general direction of the scorers. So 2 balls with the older one and a brand new one for Mitchell Stanley. He's looking for another wicket for 5. 4 for 61. Oh, that's come off the edge of the bat from Dahl. He's kind of not really played any type of shot, really. And it's disappeared down towards the boundary for 4. He's going to waft his bat at that outside the off stump. 4 for Dahl, moves on to 35.
We had him yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yep.
Camavinga, if that's how you pronounce it. I wanted Labine Yamal.
That got us onto the conversations about stickers, didn't it? The sticker albums for the World Cup. You used to swap. Go to school and you'd swap when you needed looking for one particular player and swap it with somebody else. You had 2 or 3 of them. Stanley in balls again. On the leg side, gathered by Joe Morse. So 3-2-9 for 7, lead of 168.
I've got a collection, not of actual stickers, but at home many years ago now, probably. Everything seems like a few years ago. And the Observer each week had a completed Panini sticker book going back to 1970 and then 74 and 78. And they're just beautiful things. But they're not actual sticker books, they're reproductions. Marvellous.
Stanley over the wicket. Down the leg side to Joe Morse.
Let's dig him out. He's in a box somewhere, I imagine. He's not got that many boxes full of rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
But so these are like kind of replicas of what would have been a right. Yeah, but they're quite smart.
They are.
What World Cups?
All World Cups. So 70 in Mexico, 74 in West Germany, 78 in Argentina, 82 in Spain.
Doing well here.
86 was in Mexico. Italia 90.
Stanley over the wicket balls. That's left.
I'm still going there. Freddie's now looking at me because he knows the rest of them. It's 94 was America, 98 was France. 2002, I'm troubled by. Is it Brazil?
Japan and South Korea.
Brazil.
When was
That was 2006, I think. Japan and South Korea. 2010 was South Africa, wasn't it?
It was.
14. Perhaps that was Japan and Korea. Was that Brazil? So what was 2002?
I thought that was Japan and South Korea.
Is that long ago?
No, I don't. Maybe not.
It could have been. Yeah. I'm going to stop now before I make a complete fool of myself.
What was the first World Cup you remember?
1970.
70.
Yeah, the greatest footballing side the world has ever seen, the 1970 Brazilian team. Pelé and Jairzinho, Tostão and all those, but they were magnificent. Rivellino. What a team. James Anderson from the Lake End, bowling 2. Ben Aitchison on 46, and he fences at that one outside the off stump as he goes through to Moores. 4 away from his second half century of the season. I never thought I'd ever say that. And his dad's here again today. He was here yesterday to see him get his Derbyshire cap. I've seen Ian today as well, walk past before.
It was very nice. I mentioned this yesterday. It was really nicely done by Derbyshire. The cap presentation yesterday, just before the start of play.
Anderson balls to Aitchison. He plays at that one and misses it, goes through to the keeper. I'm not sure he's reading this as well as he might be.
Slightly different challenge, isn't it, with Anderson with the new ball?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you to Tom on Blue Sky, because I'm on Blue Sky.
Okay.
See if we've got any more clues to who Tom might be. No, not at all. Thank you for your kind words. He says, Anderson to clean up the tail with the new ball, he says. Fingers crossed. Well, he's trying. He's on his way in from the lake end now. Bowls, that one is played off the back foot, out into the offside. There'll be a couple here for Aitchison as he sets off back for the second, and they trot through comfortably, and he moves to 48. 3:31 for 7. I can't tell you that I am on Blue Sky, but I'm on Blue Sky. But I'm not allowed to tell you what my name is on there, I don't think, under the BBC regulations.
Give over.
No, we're not allowed to.
What?
We were told you can only use
Give over.
Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That one is pushed out into the offside again. I think there'll just be one here, the will. So we'll move on to 49 as the ball goes out toward George Balderson, just to our right. That was the memo I got. Because I used to have one called fletchcricket@gmail.com, but I'm not allowed to mention that one anymore.
You've done well there.
Thank you. So that's why we've got Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It's all to do with GDPR, I think. Is it GDPR?
I've
Is that
no
the
idea.
gross domestic
I
product?
think that's that, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Anderson bowls to Dow, just as he's about to bowl. Up and Billy toots. And as Dow pushes it into the offside, it's fielded by Paul Coughlin.
Yeah, so much with the treasuries, that I think.
I think it is. Yeah. Well, what's the phrase? It's not DRMS. That's
DRS?
Oh, yes. Oh, DCMS. That's the Department of Culture, Media and Science, I think.
It's just an email address. What difference is it?
I think it's because I now have other people's email address. I think.
Right, okay.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Anderson bowls to Dahl, takes a step down the track and then tries to flick it away down the leg side and misses it. Taken nicely by Moores, as most things have been. 3:32 for 7. 35 to Dahl and 49 to Aitchison.
I mentioned this the other day, I think it was in the Blackpool game. So we'll try to get a Lancashire Cricket. Well, it does exist, don't email it, folks. It does exist, Lancashire Cricket website, email address, but I just can't get access to it. So, I've had the great minds of the IT experts on this. Just can't seem to... Everybody else on the sports team can receive these emails.
You're the only one on the sports team who can't.
I just can't get them.
That's a bit harsh,
So
isn't it?
there's lots of people who are very good at these things, are working very hard to try and give me access to it. I mean, it's just an email. You wouldn't think it would be that difficult,
No.
but I've got no clue.
Just hit a password normally. And you're in.
Doesn't appear to be working just yet. It's only been going on for about 10 years. Here's Mitchell Stanley over the wicket in and bowls. Wafted that outside the off stump through to Moore. So I'm always quite happy to signpost the opposition email address. So,
I'm pleased.
Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't need two anyway. One's enough for one match, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Lead of 171. There's Mitchell Stanley. So he's got two slips in the gully in place. He's got Ben Aitchison on 49. And he's got a deep point, deep square, fine leg. Can have a fiddle away outside the off stump is Aitchison.
I think since the new ball was taken, he's played and missed at almost every delivery, apart from the one that he scored a couple of runs of. Remarkable. I've had 2 scoring shots since lunch. To 49.
Back in from the pavilion. He bowled a very good 8-over spell, I thought, this morning, Mitchell Stanley. 8 overs. I think it was 2 for 27, I think, this morning, this spell. Again, having a waft outside the off stump.
And I'm not sure he's getting any closer to hitting the ball, Ben Aitchison, at the moment. Just wafting away. That can only end in disaster, especially when he's on 49. There's a man out on the backward point boundary in front of the ice cream van. There's a gully and a couple of slips, as well as the wicketkeeper, all waiting for him to actually hit the ball.
3-3-2 for 7. He's in again. Hits it this time. Clears cover. And it'll bounce out towards the boundary. Perhaps he's going to get 4. And that brings up a 50. Clattered away up and over extra cover. And Ben Aitchison moves on to 53 not out. Helping Derbyshire secure themselves a very commanding position here, still with 3 wickets remaining. And leading by 175.
Third half century of his career on one of the previous 2 occasions. He's gone on to make a century. I've got 2 more interlopers here.
Here is Stanley. Oh, and that's swatted out towards the leg side. That's going to be 4 more, isn't it? Yeah, there's no one down here on the long on boundary. As that's back-to-back 4s for Ben Aitchison. And he moves on to 57 not out. 340 for 7.
67 balls, 8 4s for his half century, Ben Aitchison.
There's Stanley. 2 slips and a gully waiting in balls. Oh, and he's gone again. That'll be potentially 6. It is. He'll step to the leg side and clatters it over extra cover for 6.
Wow.
Well, he's played and missed, I think, at 3 deliveries at the start of this over. And then the following 3, he's made contact with all of them. 4 over extra cover, a 4 down to long on, and a 6 out towards the extra cover boundary. So having played and missed at 3, he then wallops 3 away for a hat-trick of boundaries. 346 for 7, lead of 185.
I just looked across to where the ball had gone. I lost it completely, and I just saw the supporters on the boundary's edge on the chairs there, and those on the bank, and they all started looking into the sky. I'm thinking, blimey. I think it was quite flat. New over from James Anderson starts, and Anashdale, quite correctly, takes a single and gives Ben Aitchison the strike. 347 for 7. To tell you how brutal that hitting was, his half century was announced with him on 63 by Jane at the end of the over. So, is he just been told to go out there and get on with it? I have no idea. The lead is 186 now. Here is Anderson from the Lake End bowling to Aitchison, who pushes this out to us. So that's a sensational piece of fillings. Paul Coughlin.
It is.
Right hand, diving to his right and then tumbling, holding onto the ball at the same time. It's a bit like chewing gum and walking. That was astonishing, because he hit it quite well there, Aitchison. Coughlin is very good in the covers.
He's a really good fielder. Yeah, he's been excellent.
He's a good cricketer, though.
He is,
He's always
yeah.
been a good cricketer. Had a lot of injuries when he went to Nottinghamshire. Went back to Durham and then came down to Lancashire, didn't he? 347 for 7 as Anderson is on his way in, and he gives himself room, swings, and it goes over the head and in between first slip and the wicket keeper, and neither of them moved a muscle. 67 now to Ben Aitchison. 350 is up. 351 for 7. That didn't go anywhere near where it was meant to, but it does mean that each of his last 4 deliveries that he's faced have gone to the boundary, I think. I'll have to get grip onto that. There's Anderson once more. He'll be angry now. Oh, this has gone straight up in the air, but there's nobody out at long on. Has it got enough to get all the way to the boundary? I'm not sure it has. I think it's bounced before it gets there, but it went a long way up. There was some applause, and it has gone all the way to the boundary. 6 is signalled, another 6. That's each of the last 5 deliveries that he's faced has gone to the boundary, I think.
I think wasn't there a dot ball in that before that last 4 that he walloped over the slips?
Fred, don't put your thumbs up. That's just spoiling. I don't want to. You're just spoiling what will be a good sequence of cricket. 5 of his last 6 balls have gone to the boundary. Is Anderson bowling to him, and this time he Well, he doesn't squirt it out into the offside, he just cuts it nicely in front of square and picks up 2 more, and he moves to 75. This is remarkable from Ben Aitchison. 3:59 for 7 now. The scoreboard on my tablet can't keep up with this onslaught that Ben Aitchison has produced.
Well, whether there's been a message or a word at lunch to come out and have a go or not, or it's just kind of naturally progressed to this stage, but it's perfect for Derbyshire, isn't it? Because this would be the least enjoyable part of the entire match for Lancashire, won't it? Watching Aitchison wallop it around the ground.
The lad from Formby.
Yes, yes. The field is scattered now.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings has come down to third man for the top edge. As Anderson bowls, and he's launched that down the ground. That's gone not far enough, I don't think, and the catch is taken in the far distance by Josh Bohannon at long off. A comfortable catch in the end, and the Ben Aitchison innings comes to an end at 75 with Derbyshire on 359 for 8 now. That was some knock from Ben Aitchison.
Ben Aitchison
A
was
comfortable.
caught by George Wilson off the bowling of James Anderson for 75.
No, I could have stitched you up. I'm sure it was Josh Bohannon. It is Josh Bohannon.
I thought it was Josh Bohannon. Thank you very much.
Well, that was. Go on, Fletch.
No, I was just going to say the applause for Ben Aitchison. He's entertained the folk here at Queen's Park, especially in this session, this short session after lunch, royally.
Yeah, that was for Derbyshire supporters. That was hugely entertaining, wasn't it? Watching him wallop the ball around. 125 run partnership between Dahl and Aitchison.
Off 130 balls.
Double the previous highest in this partnerships in the match. So brilliant that was. I mean, it's got the lead up to 200. There's a great deal of freedom now, isn't there, for the Derbyshire batters? They can come out and just keep going, keep having a swing, and then knowing that Lancashire are going to face an absolute mountain when they come out to bat, potentially in the not too distant future.
James Anderson's first wicket of the match as well. Just saying. It was him, wasn't it?
It was, yep. It was, yeah.
Good. Yeah, that was some knock.
The officials have, on the scorecard, they've given that catch to Balderson, but I'm absolutely certain that was Josh Bohannon. I'm doubting myself now. I'm not back on the replay.
26 off the last 8 balls he faced.
It was definitely Bohannon.
Well, I saw the number on his back.
Oh,
That's when I went off.
Yeah, that's always a good thing to do.
As he swapped shirts.
There's Stanley in bowling. Beats the outside edge. Through to the keeper, so they've got the couple of slip catches in, but then everybody else is out by the boundary, albeit Dahl's not had any kind of suggestion he's going to swing, but he's left that to Aitchison. So whether he does try to follow what Ben Aitchison's done.
Rory Hayden's shown nothing with the bat to suggest he's going to last any length of time.
Stanley to Dahl, pushing at a ball that does enough to go past the edge of the bat. So yes, 2 slips and then that's it. Everybody else out by the boundary edge. There's a fine leg and a deep mid wicket and a long on and a long off and a deep cover and a deep backward point and third man. 359 for 8. Lead over 198. And a bit of free hitting if he wants it here for Dahl. It's turned off the pads. What they were thinking about turning the single down.
I think Hayden was.
In the end, he agreed that there is one. So he moves on to 37. The lead is 199.
Almost hear Rory say, no, you're all right, mate. You carry on.
I'll take Jimmy from this end.
Yes, well, there, it's sort of Hobson's choice, really, isn't it? But
360 for 8. Field changes for the new batter, as you would imagine. 2 slips in the gully, and then all the boundary riders, apart from the fine leg fielder, are back in conventional positions as Stanley bowls. That's caught at gully by Keaton Jennings, and a 5th wicket for Mitchell Stanley. So a little nod to Stanley, who gets a fifer. Hayden departs first ball duck, and edging to Jennings, who clings onto that ball about chest height in the gully. And that's Derbyshire 9 down, 360 for 9, and Stanley 5 for 80.
His average drops to 0.25.
Bowling of Mitchell Stanley.
His high score remains 1 for the season. Rory Hayden and batting just don't mix, really, it would appear. Bless him. Now, bowling, different matter altogether. Fine bowler. It doesn't last very long. I'm delighted to say that my scorecard here is corrected. The Aitchison dismissal to court Bohannon bowled Anderson. I'm starting to get very worried about that one. And here he is, Mohamed Abbas, everybody. He can stick around. 5 for 80. He's only got at the rate, the overall. He's actually gone a touch under the overall rate. Standing the current run rate 4 1/4. So we've got on with it as well, Derbyshire.
360 for 9.
199 in the lead.
Mitchell Stanley's career best first class figures are 6 for 100.
Ooh.
He's currently 5 for
80.
80. Yeah,
He probably won't get a better chance, will he?
He's got 2 more balls in this over. The new batter on strike as well, Abbas. 3 slips in the gully now. Mitchell Stanley. 2 Abbas, and bounces on the Abbas, and he gets on top of the bounce as well as he can and safely steers it to the surface. Bouncing away to the offside, there's no run. It's quite an eventful little session, this, hasn't it, since the lunch break? The Ben Aitchison came out and walloped it around. The wickets have fallen as well. Square leg retreating back towards the boundary. Stanley fires in the Yorker to Abbas. It's clipped away to square leg. And there's no run. They've turned that down, haven't they? There was a chance to a single, but will be Dahl on strike. That's the end of the over. Stanley 5 for 80 from his 20 overs. 85 gone to the Derbyshire first innings. 360 for 8, leading by 199.
Busiest man in showbiz has been at it again, David Griffin, with his stats. Do you know he was signing copies of his book? There's only 5 copies left. If you want a copy of his book and you're in the ground, you better hurry to the bookstall. There's only 5 left in the world, apart from the ones that are left somewhere else. And most of them are signed now, I'm afraid, but I'm sure you could tear that page out if you wanted. But they're all there in the bookshop. The second highest 8th wicket partnership for Derbyshire against Lancashire. That 8th wicket stand of 125 between Dahl and Aitchison. Carl Cricken, as this one is first ball of a new over from Anderson is cut away in front of square by Anders Dahl for 4. That was some shot. And he moves on to 41. The scoreboard beat me. 364 for 9. Carl Cricken and Dominic Cork at Old Trafford in 1996 put on 198. Carl Cricken and Philip de Freitas. So you notice that there's a theme developing with former Lancashire players here, or current Lancashire coaches. 24 at Derby in 1997 as Anderson is in. That's a full delivery clipped into the leg side, and they turned down the single on this occasion, which is probably a good idea. Well, incidentally, if you're looking for a ticket for next Sunday, a week tomorrow, when Yorkshire are the visitors here, I'm afraid you're out of luck. It's sold out.
Good effort.
With 8 days to go.
So how many is that? About 5,000, did you say?
Something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure.
In the region of 5,000?
In the region of 5,000-ish, yes, absolutely. It'll be packed. Anderson in and bowls to Dal, who just turns this into the leg side. They turn down the run, or in the words of the late great Bob Hunt, eschew the run. That was one of his favourites, that Bob. I like to pop it in every now and again if I can.
Eschew the run.
I think it was eschew.
Sounds like something Bob would
Yes,
say.
oh, absolutely. Still missed. As Anderson is into Dal and he whips that into the leg side. It's aerial and he's going to be caught on the boundary, and he is caught on the boundary by Mitch Stanley, and the innings comes to an end at 364. A smart catch. Jimmy Anderson takes his second wicket. Dal goes for 41, and Derbyshire's lead at 364 means they lead by 203 runs, fairly substantial lead. We felt that 150 might be enough. Well, 200 is certainly plenty. Anderson finishes with 2 for 73. Mitch Stanley 5 for 80, and he will lead the side off, I'm sure, in a moment's time. As Anish Dal leaves the field, doesn't even raise his bat. It gives Griff a smile, though, so that's nice. And the rest of those bowling figures: George Balderson 2 for 71, Paul Coughlin 0 for 69 from 16, Josh Bohannon 1 for 38 from 6, and Liam Livingston bowled 3 overs for 8 runs. So Ben Aitchison, who's not long finished batting, he's going out to warm up for a stint with the ball. He'll take the new ball along with Mohammed Abbas, I would imagine, in around about 10 minutes' time, and we'll be back now. Welcome back to Queen's Park. The noise you can hear in the background is the heavy roller leaving. Well, that was Popping Billy, but that's the heavy roller leaving the scene of the crime. The crime being the heavy roller's been used again, and the two Lancashire opening batters, Michael Jones and Keaton Jennings, are going out to the middle with Derbyshire's field inside the whole side there, of course, with their arms around each other in a huddle. Wayne Madsen giving them the motivational talk. And we'll see how this one progresses, with Derbyshire having been bowled out for 364. Magnificent knock towards the end of that innings from Ben Aitchison of 75. Means they lead by 203 runs, which is an awful lot of runs, it feels to me, on this pitch.
It's a massive lead, isn't it? Oh, it would be in any game.
Yeah.
It would be a massive lead, but as you're saying, a club ground and the way that the pitch has behaved and the way that the new ball, as it did just there at the back end of the innings, worked. Yeah, it feels like it's a pretty impossible position to come back from.
Only it's not. Does it say no signal? Yeah.
59.
Yeah, it's on.
59 overs to go in the day.
That's a lot.
And Mohammed Abbas to bowl from the pavilion end.
Well, he started beautifully, didn't he, yesterday? A fantastic opening spell. He just set the tempo. But I mean, Derbyshire bowled really well on a tricky pitch. So it was doing enough, and they consistently bowled well. And Lancashire were unable to stem the flow. When wickets fell, they kept falling. But for Singh and Balderson's 50, it would have been a score probably in double figures for Lancashire in their first innings. The repeat of that, and this could all unravel, but we'll see. Lancashire had to bat better second time round last week against Kent, and they did. Can they repeat it this time round?
It's Mohammed Abbas to Jones, who takes a step towards him and clips that one away down towards long leg for a single, so they're up and running. Talking about big leads, New Zealand have just been bowled out for 362 second time round by England. It's day 4 of the test at the Oval. New Zealand have basically set England 463 to win in 4 and a bit sessions. That's quite a lot of runs, and you'd be surprised if they got there. You'd especially be surprised if they got there without their captain, who quite often has led these remarkable run chases over the years, Ben Stokes. He's currently playing for Durham, as Abbas is in to bowl to Jennings, who takes 2 steps towards him and then plays and misses. Ball goes past the edge of the bat. Durham 57 for 3 in reply to Northamptonshire's 450 all out at Chesterfield Street. So in a spot of bother there, the league leaders against the team who started this round of championship matches in second place. Worcestershire 78 for 2 at New Road. They still trail Gloucestershire by 211, and Middlesex 49 for 4 at Canterbury, trailing Kent by 367 runs.
Oh, thank you. Is that right? Yeah.
Keaton Jennings just remarks his guard. And he's going to come around the wicket, Mohammed Abbas. I thought it was strange the umpire was holding out his right arm. Turns out that was the arm, the side of the wickets he was going to bowl, even though Michael Jones was standing on that side. He's moved, and Abbas is in to bowl to Jennings, who leaves this one alone. They've decided that the best way to negate any swing or movement is to take 2 steps towards Mohammed Abbas, which I think it probably is.
Yeah, he does it a lot. Keaton Jennings. He may well even be batting out of his crease. So yeah, it's kind of an approach and a tactic that certainly Jennings does quite a lot.
Martin Anderson does it all the time. It's quite scary, really. And Wayne Madsen's century at Lords, just about every shot he played, he did it. Abbas bowls, that goes past the edge of Jennings' bat through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. There are 3 slips and a gully. Madsen, Aitchison and Jewell, the 3 slips. The gully is Martin Anderson. Alisdale is at point. Harry Kane is at mid-off. Lewis Rees at mid-on. I'm assuming it's Rory Hayden down at long leg. Yes, it must be, because that's Matthew Montgomery at mid-wicket, practicing his batting as if he hadn't done enough of it in the first innings, on his way to 86. Here comes Abbas around the wicket once again. Oh, that goes past the edge of Keaton Jennings' bat. Isn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, who is now standing up. Good luck with that. Bonus points, and they're not worth anything, by the way. I've maintained that, but it's 6-2, I think. Was it 6-3? Must be 6-3, surely. Yeah, it will be, because yeah, it's got to be 6-3 because Lancashire bowled Derbyshire out inside 110 overs, didn't they? There's Abbas in and bowls to Jennings, who clips this into the leg side. There's Matthew Montgomery to do the fielding. And the first over comes to an end with Lancashire on 1 without loss in their second innings. It must be.
Yeah, because they bowled them out 85 overs.
Yeah, it must be. I just can't quite see the figure. Well, the board 161, so no batting points there, but 3 bowling points. Derbyshire, 3 of each. But ultimately, at the end of the season, they don't count for anything, so a complete waste of time.
Because this is something. Is it you and Griff that have kind of had a look at how the tables would have looked without?
I've done the second division table personally since COVID.
Okay.
And in one season, Middlesex moved above Derbyshire on the 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss system, and doesn't affect promotion at all.
It would be a good idea to simplify it, wouldn't it, to 3? I mean, why is it 16?
16 and 8 is 8's too many
For a draw,
because it's basically 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, isn't it? Which is the old-fashioned system that football did away with years ago.
Ben Aitchison from the Lake End. Tucked into the onside by Michael Jones. Fresh from a really brilliant and brutal at times 75. Including a 6 over extra cover that was in and amongst the spectators.
I believe so.
Everyone's okay.
Good.
Thankfully.
Well, they did all look to the sky. I mean, I lost it at one point. It was reasonably flat.
Did some balls to Jones. It's playing off the front foot, defending to cover, no run. I could on the watching Aitchison bat there, you can tell why for a T20 game you really have to be paying attention. You can't afford to be slurping your beer too many times and not paying attention.
You can't really move out of the way because everybody's it's standing room only.
3 slips and a gully. Aitchison bowls and Jones defends. And there's no run. Because I reckon about 2,000 in yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite difficult to imagine another 3,000 people on top of that.
Isn't it just?
From what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely packed in. Surrounding the boundary. Quite close to it. And you can bring your own chairs still, I think, on the bank, but I won't swear to it.
Aitchison to Jones, that turns him around, takes a leading edge, it deflects away towards the offside. There's no run, but sadly, for those that haven't got a ticket that quite fancied it, it is sold out on Sunday.
Yeah, week tomorrow. Yeah, sold out.
Yorkies are back in town. 60 feet on the spin, is it, for Yorkshire here?
Yeah, it was good to see them.
Give them a warm welcome. Aitchison to Jones. Is that edged? Well, he's not moving, and the umpire's not giving it. So it seemed away quite a bit. We're down at kind of, well, we're at 3rd man, aren't we?
We've got no chance.
We've got.
Unless there's a very loud noise, and there wasn't a massively loud noise there.
Maybe just flicked his thigh pad, or maybe just seamed away quite sharply. Either way, didn't find the edge of the bat. Final ball of the over. Oh, that beats him. He's on the walk there is Michael Jones, and pushing at that delivery. Super stuff from Ben Aitchison, right on the money. both opening bowlers have already 2 overs in have found just a perfect length here. And, as we expect it will be with this new ball, pretty tricky. Batting has been for most of the part, albeit Derbyshire's 364 has pretty emphatically bucked the trend of what we saw on the first day. End of the over, 1 without loss.
Got to see off the new ball. Lancashire, here's Mohamed Abbas bowling to Keaton Jennings, who turns that into the leg side, but straight to Matthew Montgomery. And there's no run. The only runs so far came after the very first ball of the innings. And since then, we've had 12 successive dots. It's a long way till tea, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a chunky session, isn't it?
25 overs. A couple of hours. It's 4:30. Abbas is in. That's left alone. There's an appeal from Mohamed Abbas, who runs backwards down the pitch with his arms wide open. The bail was dislodged. I think he was appealing for leg before wicket. Bail was dislodged, I think, by Brooke Guest. It might have bounced onto Brooke Guest's left thigh, looking by the way he's rubbing himself there, and onto the stumps. But no shortage of encouragement for the bowlers.
It was a proper appeal, that wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That was full.
And he doesn't normally appeal. He's one of those clever bowlers using the psychology of, if I appeal, I really think it's out, umpire. He's on his way in. Around the wicket to Jennings, who just lays bat on that one. He wants to get off strike, and he does so, because Harry Kane has to move from mid-off to do the fielding at cover. One to Jones, one to Jennings, 2 without loss.
Yeah, the appeal probably was lifted a notch or 2 because Jennings didn't offer a shot, did he? And they,
It didn't look right, though, did it? Even then. Not quite. Maybe nothing looks right from ground level. Bass is on his way in once again. Bowls, and that one is pushed up towards Harry Kane at mid-off by Michael Jones.
Puffy and Billy's busier today, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I didn't see much of him.
No. Kind of down tools yesterday after lunch. I don't think he reappeared. I don't remember hearing him toot away after lunch.
Yesterday afternoon, he was pretty quiet. It's a reassuring sound. I don't think he runs on T20 days. I think that would be far too much. It's Abbas bowls. That one is. I'm not sure if it grubbed along the ground and smacked into Brooke Guest's pads there.
Yes. Really what you want to see when you start 200 runs behind.
No.
He did, yeah.
Did it go into the keeper's pads?
He did, yeah.
Couldn't work out any other way it could have got where it got. That breeze has dropped even more. The trees are quite still around the ground now. Abbas is in and strikes the pad again. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Neil Pratt. And the over comes to an end. Another difficult over for the 2 batters. Each of them have one. Michael Jones and Keaton Jennings and Lancashire after 3 overs are 2 without loss.
Yeah. Well, it's just his sense of it's always coming at you, isn't it? Especially when they're able to have the keeper stood up. Neither ball is missing the length at all, are they? Certainly not early on, and didn't really do too much in the first innings. Slip catches in place, bowlers banging it in consistently. Pitch is doing enough. There's not a great deal of...
All of a sudden it seems very much in the bowler's favour again, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Sadly for Lancashire's point of view, which Derbyshire will be thrilled to be watching. They've earned the right to pile all this pressure on Lancashire with the way that they've played through the course of the first couple of days.
Well, that's shoveled away off the hip by Keaton Jennings. He just dropped a little bit short on that occasion. And that'll be 4 for Jennings. Up towards the square leg boundary. It's disappeared inside of one of the sheets. Come across to protect the square. It's been retrieved by Lewis Rees.
It's a shot that Matthew Montgomery employed quite a lot. I know he's a right-hander rather than a left-hander, but the sort of straight arm pull. Used it to good effect in Derbyshire's first innings.
There's Aitchison to Jennings. He's on the move. Carefully drops the ball away into the offside. 3 slip catches in the gully. Right on top, Derbyshire. Well, they have been since the first morning. First half an hour of the first morning. In fact, the first over of the first morning. Jennings was out. 4 balls into the match. Drops it towards the offside. There's no run.
I think a few more people have come in this afternoon. On the bank, certainly, unless the people from the scoreboard side of the ground have moved around to the bank, but plenty of seats if you want to pop along. I'm not sure if it is free after tea at Chesterfield. It usually is at county championship matches, isn't it? Get yourself along.
Aitchison to Jennings. Worked out towards the onside. Clips it off his toes, and it's fielded by Hayden at mid-wicket. There's no run. Everyone did very well there to keep their concentration, because just as Aitchison was delivering the ball,
there he was.
There he was, old Puffing Billy, giving it toot. Didn't disrupt anyone's concentration. Aitchison into Jennings. That's left. Through to the keeper.
That's a good old-fashioned shouldering of arms.
Like that.
Yeah, I don't mind that. It's gone out of fashion a bit, really.
Saw one in a T20 match the other day.
Really?
Yeah, Liam Livingston. left it. It might have been his first ball or his second ball in the game. Maybe it was a Blackpool. Just let it go through like that.
Just getting used to the pace of the pitch.
Went on to smash 80. And that's defended back to the bowler. End of the over. It's a 6 without loss. 4 overs gone. Jones on 1, Jennings on 5.
Thank you, Scott. We'll hear from Scott Reed again in the fullness of time. Somebody's brought a musical instrument. Looks like some kind of trumpet or something over there on the far side. That's quite exciting. You can hear from Freddie Cardy again. Fairly short. Wayne Matson in conversation with umpire Pratt. Quite why, I've no idea. But he is. There'll be Mohammed Abbas to continue for it's still, conversation's still going on. I wonder what that's all about. It looks like quite a lengthy conversation to me, and it's reasonably animated at the moment. I'm sure Wayne Madson's arguing a case for something or other, and everybody seems to have agreed. But we'll just carry on. There's a chap. He's just walked in over there and he's brought a trumpet. But it's in a case. It's a trumpet case. Well,
Barmy Army.
Well,
Given up in the Oval.
yeah, well, yeah, England chasing 400 and plenty to win that one in 4 and a bit sessions. Doable, but unlikely. 6 without loss, Lancashire. We'll get this over underway at some point in the next 10 minutes or so. Michael Jones walks back to the crease and says, yeah, let's go then. And in comes Mohammed Abbas, and that's pushed by Jones out into the offside, backward of square. Dal chases, they've run one, they'll come back for a second as Dal slides to pick the ball up and throw it back into Brookcast. Lancashire move on to 8 and Jones moves on to 3. Do you think you'll be operating the buttons tomorrow, Fred?
Yeah,
I know you're supposed to be.
I think we'll be here tomorrow. Monday, I'm looking forward to some World Cup in the pub. I think that's safe to say.
World Cup in the pub.
Yes. The football one, I should specify. And the cricket, if it's on, could make that an extended day. If there's any on,
Starts at 11 in the morning. Well, England, it finishes tomorrow, doesn't it? I don't think, well, there will be some cricket. You'll have to go to YouTube to find it. The BBC Sport website, as this one is beating the edge of Michael Jones's bat. The bell's whipped off by Brooke Guest.
Well, your white ball cricket offering on Monday is Texas Super Kings versus MI New York at the Grand Prairie Stadium.
I'm all right, thanks.
Where apparently there were about 1,500 people there, the opener of this year's Major League Cricket, which has the competition of the World Cup. And yeah, but is Gazantvar over there before the blast?
I think he could be. He's been here, there, and everywhere, hasn't he? They've also got the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs going on in North America at the moment. As Abbas is into Jones, beats him again. Not taken cleanly this time by Brooke Guest behind the stumps, unsurprisingly. And of course, the Major League Baseball season, which is possibly the biggest of all of them. For those of us who care about these things.
There was some good content over the winter because Harry Brook is he's a Major League Baseball ambassador, and they had him doing a training session. I can't remember with which side, but it was really interesting to.
Was it not the Mets?
And yeah, he was explaining, you can actually move your feet when you're standing there batting, and they would go, no, that won't work. And he took a couple of steps and smashed a home run. And they all thought, maybe this is something we could do.
As Abbas bowls to Jones, gets bat on ball this time, pushes it up to mid-on, and Lewis Reese. A couple of bowlers, I think, was it Ray East? Back in the day, he went across to the United States to try his hand at pitching.
I'd love to see a bit of more of a crossover, even if it is just that sort of content, sharing ideas. Never a bad thing.
No, indeed. Got to look at how the mighty Padres did last night. Lost. They are struggling a bit this year. Comes Abbas, bowls to Jones, defends it back to the bowler. A really long spell first up on Friday, wasn't it? What day is it today? Saturday? Yeah, Friday morning. It is tricky. His first spell was 8 overs, 2 for 24. Mohammed Abbas. He's in his third over now, only conceded 4 runs so far. Lancashire, I believe the vernacular is digging in here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. As Abbas is in again to bowl to Jones, and he beats the edge of the bat again. That's the end of the over, I believe. Just the 1 run from it. Possibly more. 8 without loss. 3 to Jones, 5 to Jennings. Phoebe's giving me a side eye, I think, but I can't tell because she's wearing her sunglasses. Leopard print.
Griff's got a friend as well, another Lancashire media team, taking safety behind the advertising boards, although the ball will roll up those.
Which would be funny, wouldn't it?
Which one of them will go for it, save themselves. Here's Aitchison. Over the wicket to Jennings, defends into the offside. Will come through for a quick single. Jones, the Scotland international, on strike. Had a good T20 World Cup, if I remember. Good player.
From Ormskirk.
Yes.
Which is south of Glasgow, I think.
Yeah. He doesn't sound Scottish.
No, he doesn't. He sounds like he's from Ormskirk. He's not too far away from me. Sort of on the way to Southport. He probably sounds a bit like Ben Aitchison, really.
Yeah, Scotland, the late addition to that World Cup, weren't they? He defends to move wicket for no run. And yeah, Jones scored a few runs in that competition.
He's a good player. He started at Durham.
ODI debut for Scotland in 2018. He's 28. I thought he was younger than that. A lot of experience. In comes Aitchison. Defended by Jones for his square leg for a single. Jennings back on strike. Seeing off the overs so far. Jennings' technique, a tried and tested one, as you spoke about, just takes those 2 steps down, and sometimes he'll look like he's playing a shot, but he just plays inside the line because he takes a step down and he brings the bat with him, presents the full face, and you look like you've beaten the bat, but actually he's very much in control of what he's doing.
Derbyshire S&C James Fitzgerald clearly got nothing to do anymore because everybody's, I said to him when I interviewed him last week about his marathons, everybody's already conditioned and fit.
Jennings leaves. Yes, so a marathon round the county ground.
He did the London Marathon,
Yeah.
and then a few weeks later he did the marathon in full cricket gear around the county ground. I think he said it was about 100 laps, 108 laps.
Blimey.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that again.
It's the fun thing with running. I've got into it this year. And
Fun.
there's always someone who's doing better than you, and you have to sort of, our sports editor Dom, for example.
And yeah, ludicrously fit.
Yes. Aitchison, Jennings leaves. It's the thing, I did a 10k on Monday, I was quite pleased with that, and then you find someone's done a marathon in full cricket kit, and you think, yeah, it's not great.
No.
10k is nothing.
Oh, it's interesting use of the word fun. He's doing.
Well, it's not fun while you do it, I'll
No.
tell you that, Fletch.
He's hoping to do the Berlin Marathon next, I believe. If he can get enough money, if he can get the sponsorship, so he's got a Just Giving page if anybody wants to help out.
Aitchison, Jennings defends. Yeah, that in full cricket kit would confuse a few, doing that in Berlin.
Don't think he's doing it in cricket here in Berlin. It's one of the 5 big marathons done in New York, Boston, London, Berlin and somewhere else. Paris, probably. You think that would be quite iconic,
I've heard of a
wouldn't you?
Paris marathon.
Well, they're far too sensible, aren't they?
I know Dom did one in Lisbon, and I was in Lisbon last year, and I was out of breath just going for dinner because there's hills everywhere, so that can't have been good either. Abbas. Bashir is never far from Mohammed Abbas. He is one of his biggest fans.
They were on the boundary's edge together yesterday. Well, they actually took him a drink or a few words of advice. From one test bowler to another, Mo. I'll tell you what you should be doing. Yeah, I know. First time in my time covering Derbyshire that the Red Ball squad has had 2 test players in it. The Bass bowls. That one is played nicely off the back foot by Jones out to the cover boundary for 4, and he doubles his score. He moves on to 8. 14 without loss.
Yeah, very good player through the offside. Tidy player. And it's been similar to Derbyshire's start to their first innings in terms of just being really watchful and anything that's there to put away, find the boundary, but just need to almost take a bit of time out of the game as well.
A lot of time out of the game. Bass bowls, and that's played one-handed into the leg side off an inside edge. Straight to Matthew Montgomery at mid-wicket by Michael Jones.
It's almost an ideal return to Test cricket, I thought, for Shoaib Bashir. People were saying, come out 10 out of 10. That 17 was worth a half-century on that pitch. And then after the nightclub incident, there were calls for him to be captain because he was the only one who hadn't been involved in any kind of scandal.
And then he gets left out of the side because they need to juggle things around because of the absence of Ben Stokes,
Yeah.
and they get bashed.
He's had a very good couple of weeks.
Yeah. It's me and Mohammed Abbas bowls to Michael Jones, who pushes that one straight back to the bowler.
And no shame in not playing here because we can all see where this game is going. The fact that we've had, 4 or 5 overs of spin from Liam Livingston before lunch, that was it.
Very much part-time spin, really. Now the side picked the specialist spinner. Tom Hartley has been here, I assume he still is. Left-arm spinner for Lancashire. 14 without loss. As Abbas goes into bowl to Jones, on down the leg side. Again, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. He gets enough of his body in the way of it, though, to ensure that there's no chance of a run. Let's see how Ben Aitchison's average this season with the bat is going now, because he's got a century and a half century. It's a decent effort.
England 17 for 2.
Oh dear.
Gay and Bethel fallen to Carl Jamieson.
The Bass in bowls. Step forward by Jones, and fortunately the step forward didn't include removing his back leg from the crease because it was taken nicely there by Brooke Guest as it went past the outside edge. Aitchison, 11 innings. I always get these the wrong way around. He's got 307 runs now at 28, which is a fairly decent average for a number 9. 150, 1 century, 41 fours and 4 sixes this season. Then Aitchison, which is in the team for his bowling, 35 wickets at 23. Here's Mohamed Abbas in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Jones, again straight to Matthew Montgomery. And the over comes to an end. Leicestershire at 310 for 4, leading Yorkshire by 125 in the first division. Hampshire, well, they really are bless you. They really are hopeless this season, aren't they? They're 53 for 5. They lead Sussex by 85 at home. Sussex going great guns despite all the problems that they currently have. Surrey 24 for 4 against Glamorgan, trailing by 334. More interested in the second division, of course, for the time being.
Mason Crane got 100, first career century.
Did he?
Because he got out for 99 a few weeks back, and he's now got a century.
A century and a 50.
Aitchison around the wicket. Jennings has edged that away to point. No run.
Durham are 80 for 3, trailing Northamptonshire by 370 runs at Chester Street, playing 2 games in a row at home in this little block of matches. Worcestershire 94 for 3, trailing Gloucestershire by 195, and Middlesex 74 for 4, trailing Kent by 342.
Jennings leaves that one alone.
All matches that you can hear on the BBC Sport website and app, of course, due to the through the magnificent service the BBC provides. County Championship cricket. Most of the games being played, not Chester Street, but the other 2 at Worcester and Canterbury. Let's get the BBC commentary with the pictures.
Aitchison appeals for LBW. The umpire is unmoved. Jennings standing his ground, slips. Brooke Guest, all hands on their head.
He's not happy, Aitchison, is he? He kept a bit low, I think. That was my impression.
Shall we have a look? Didn't look far away. Maybe just doing too much and missing leg. Hard from that angle. From that angle, it's probably a little biased towards the bowler on the live stream. But
Well, it was almost a celeb appeal, wasn't it? As he just basically held his arms up.
which I heard some really interesting comments. I was listening to TMS. I was walking the other day back from the train station. They had asked the umpire, which is always good. So Aitchison and gets a wicket, does he? It's flicked, or an attempted flick down the leg side. Guest took the catch. The Derbyshire fielders are up and about, but no contact off the bat of Keaton Jennings.
Calm down, Fred.
I think it was Ian Gold, former umpire, and Test Match Special, and he was making his debut, and he was very, very nervous. And one thing he did say was, it is basically one of the laws or rules, or however you want to put it, you have to say, how is that? And you can get reprimanded for not turning around and asking the umpire. Absolutely. So the so-called celeb appeals are actually not really allowed. Jennings defends this one. And actually saying the word "how's that" is a requirement in those appeals. So
you have to ask.
If they just make random noises, it's not quite enough.
I know you have to ask.
That was an excellent segment.
Yeah, it used to be Holder, didn't it? What was he called? I can't remember his first name.
Yeah, so he stepped away, and Ian Gold was particularly nervous, especially because he had Phil Tufnell just winding him up.
Yeah.
Aitchison short, Jennings and duck under it. Almost tennis balls sort of bounce there, up and under. End of the over, 14 for no loss. Lancashire in their second innings, they were bowled up for 161 on day 1 yesterday. Derbyshire made 364. Matt Montgomery and Ben Aitchison top scoring, and Lancashire now trailing by 189 runs. Only the second session on the second day.
It's moved on a pace, this game. Full Throttle winds me up as well, but that's a different story. 14 without loss, 51 overs remain in the day. It's a lot of overs. And there are 19 until tea. Hope for Scott Reed's sake that the tea doesn't coincide with his 350 update. Here's Mohamed Abbas in, bowls to Jones. He takes an edge into the ground. Nicely stopped there at third slip. I think by Caleb Jewell, but I can't actually see him anymore. It is the Tasmanian at third slip. Anuj Dal warming up, going through his bowling action. Martin Anderson didn't even bowl in the first innings. Bit of Matthew Montgomery if they want it. I'm sure somebody must want Matthew Montgomery at some point. He's got 1 wicket this season, as this one's off an edge as well, and it goes through the slip cord, diving to his left. Martin Anderson couldn't get there, and Michael Jones picks up a boundary, moves to 12-18 without loss. We have the four bowlers at the top of the bowling average. Anuj Dal with 8 at 22.3. Rory Hayden with 19 at 22.6. Ben Aitchison with 35 at 22.82. And Martin Anderson, who didn't bowl, with 13 wickets at 29.5. So a pretty decent bowling attack as Mohamed Abbas is in and bowls. That's left alone as it goes down the leg side by Jones. Tumbling stop by Brooke Guest. Mohamed Abbas has 11 wickets at 38 or thereabouts. Chapel 14 at 40. Not playing in this game, nor Shoaib Bashir, who's got 16 at 38. Nick Potts with 6 wickets as well, and 1 apiece for Lewis Rees and Matthew Montgomery this season.
Looked at Michael Jones's World Cup. It was like 71 of 45 against Nepal, but he also scored 33 of 20 against England, 37 against Italy as well.
Wayne Madson's Italians, as this one is pushed out into the offside by Jones. There's no run. Say Wayne Madson's Italians. They were for 4 overs, sadly. He dislocated his shoulder.
It is remarkable that we've had a Cricket World Cup and a Football World Cup this year, and Italy are at one of them, and it's not the football.
Not that one. Well, they're never at the Football World Cup anymore, are they? No longer a powerhouse, really. Uzbekistan are there, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Remarkable. I haven't seen them play yet. That one kept a bit low from Abbas and is well kept out by Jones.
I think they played Colombia. It's one of those you have to really like football to. So I think it was a decent game.
You watched it?
Searched up the highlights this morning, thinking, the broadcasters have done a good deal of putting a lot of effort to not show the scores in the thumbnails or the captions or anything. So searched up Scotland versus Morocco. First thing YouTube did, right at the top, big bold letters, the score.
You don't want
it's the last time I'm searching it up.
Straight onto the iPlayer.
Spoiler free. And the BBC showing what the bracket would look like at the moment and the way through is
very cool. I don't need that because I've got an Excel spreadsheet.
You should have contacted them. You could have got there first with your spreadsheet.
Pass bowls, Jones pushes it into the offside. It's fielded by Harry Kane. The over comes to an end with Lancashire on 18 without loss, 12 to Jones, 6 to Jennings.
They're also doing this thing where you can. Is it like a 3D visualization?
Have you watched that?
I haven't tried it.
Put it on and try and match it up with the television. And the remarkable thing about it, it's a load of old nonsense really, but so you can, with your cursor, with your mouse, you can move the pitch around and all sorts. But even the referee's gestures are identical to the real thing. It's incredible, really. I'm not sure what it's for.
I wonder if they'll do it for cricket, because that could be quite cool.
Yeah.
If, you can be the batter or be the on the slips. Or here's Aitchison. Ball's full. Jennings defends. They'll come through for a quick single. Harry Kane does the fielding into Brooke Guest.
I think I'll be down at third man. Long leg like Lewis Rees, who's just running across in front of us.
There's a whole day of Test cricket. You're on the 3D simulator, just going fine leg to
Yeah,
fine leg.
that would do me. Yeah. I'm happy with that.
Definitely people in this tent who think, yeah, I do that every Sunday. Aitchison collects the ball from Harry Kane in his brand new county cap from yesterday. Aitchison's is with the umpire. The other recipient, Martin Anderson. Aitchison bowls. Jones takes a step down. Guest is back. There are 3 slips in a gully. Point. Mid off. Mid on. Deep mid wicket and long leg. In fact, Montgomery's coming out third slip to go into mid wicket. And Mohammed Abbas moves around to mid on. Catching mid wicket for Montgomery. In the sunglasses. Another goal is flying very still above. That one's kept low. Jones defends under his eyes.
Phoebe will be going too much about this time. She normally nips off.
I think she's staying all day today.
Not like she's listening.
Otherwise we'll get Scott on the production after he revealed his experience. Could be handy.
Yeah.
Not trying to kick him off here, by the way. I'm more than happy to go back on that if I'm needed, which I will be tomorrow if we get there.
We'll get there.
Aitchison bowls full. There's a swish outside off stump from Jones. That's missed bat and stumps, not by much.
We won't get there if he plays shots like that. I don't think that was a proper swing and a miss, wasn't it? That was T20 stuff.
Can't be easy, can it? Going through the block of, it's a huge block of first-class games at the start of the season, and then a decent block of blast matches, and then just the 2 Red Bull fixtures. Aitchison bowls, defended by Jones. So a few steps down and then says no run. I mean, even sometime, I think last year there was one solitary Red Bull game in between blast matches, which just can't be that easy to switch between.
Yeah, at least there's a couple this time.
You want to build up a bit of rhythm, especially when you've got players who only play one format.
And out of the T20 into the One Day Cup in August, before that block of, I think, 6 matches in the end of the season in 6 weeks.
Here's Aitchison over the wicket to Jones, takes a step down nice and early. It's hit on the pad, but it's come a long way down it, so it will have been high. End of the over, 19 for no loss. Jones is 12, Jennings 7. Looking forward to the One Day Cup. Return to Repton.
I cannot wait, Fred, as you well know. No, I am. Yeah, no, it was glorious at Repton, wasn't it, last year, apart from the Wasp.
Yes, I might ask Phoebe to play that again at the start of Repton. Yes, Durham, Glamorgan. Who are the other home games? Durham,
Sussex, and don't tell me, I can't remember.
Middlesex.
Oh, Sussex and Middlesex.
Mixes it up. Glamorgan are the opponents at Repton.
I think they're slightly reconfiguring Repton. As far as the media is concerned, in goes Mohammed Abbas to bowl to Keaton Jennings, defends that ball up towards mid-on.
Well, the media tent was a great success.
I think they're going down a level.
Now I see.
We'll still be on the balcony of the pavilion. It's a
Lovely.
terrific view. Not as handy for the food as it might be, but that's of no concern to me, of course.
Is there in the 50 over games when you can end up having lunch at 2 p.m. if not later?
Abbas ball pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Harry Kane moves around to pick the ball up. 8 now to Keaton Jennings, 20 without loss.
The man with the trumpet hasn't started playing.
No, I think he's been. I think it's the chap there with the sort of black shirt, black trousers. I'm sure he's got a trumpet. I'm not sure why though. I'm going to risk the binoculars. They're not very good, I'm afraid. But bits missing off them there. Somebody's dropped them. It wasn't me. There's a bass. Comes in and bowls that beating the edge of Michael Jones's bat. Not far from where the little dogs have been going on a walk. So I've got a slight issue with these, the eye things. There, it's gone. It's broken. I might be able to use it. I can't find the binocular either.
The single one.
Yeah. I think I left it at Derby. Bass was ready to come in now. What's happening here? He's having a chat with umpire Neil Pratt. Umpire Neil Pratt has calmed him down. The bass didn't look massively happy. Now he turns at the top of his mark and will bowl to Michael Jones. Turns that down the leg side. There's appeals for a catch down the leg side, and then Brooke Guest decides to appeal for the stumping as well. Neither of them were greeted with any enthusiasm by either umpire.
A lot of appealing across these 2 days. Bowler's always in the game.
Mohamed Abbas, in his first or second over, was a huge appeal. It was turned down for leg before wicket. He's in again. Bowls. That one is kept really low. It's beaten Jones. It's beaten Guest. And it's picked up by Wayne Madsen almost at short fine leg as he runs around from slip. That was a horrible delivery for the batter. Absolutely no chance. This is day 2. Last ball of the over coming up. 20 without loss. Still 183 runs behind. The bass sets off, and now the batter is not getting into position. Wayne Madsen's going to have a word now. He's basically saying the batter has to be ready when Mohamed Abbas is ready to bowl. There's an argument going on here. This is quite...
This is very rare for Wayne Madsen.
I don't think I've seen Wayne Madsen argue with anybody on a cricket field, if I'm entirely honest with you. But he's not happy here. Jones wasn't getting into position to face the delivery when Abbas was at the top of his mark. Abbas has got a big smile on his face. Just tossing the ball up and giving himself some catching practice. But Wayne Madsen is not a happy man. And the umpires have resolved it in some way. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, there's been a few stoppages and conversations, and Jones now just tightening his gloves again. Madsen, yeah, it's very rare you see Madsen animated.
Yeah.
He's been involved in all of these chats.
Jones
Stepping out.
is now ready, would you believe? And Abbas comes in and bowls to him. And that comes off the gloves, I think, goes into the leg side for a single.
Madsen's just hurled the ball back into Guest as well. Bit of ferocity.
Just watching Abbas as he walks past Jones, though. I don't think he said a word. Matthew Montgomery returns to the field. Off comes Martin Anderson, presumably for his bowling boots. And Nick Potts, I think, is out there with his floppy sun hat. As the substitute fielder. He looks taller than normal. 21 without loss at the end of the over. It's definitely Nick Potts there, with his magnificent moustache.
One of the better substitute fielders around, Nick Potts.
Yeah, he's a proper fielder.
Very good in the blast this year.
Good arm. Very
And
good
Rip
arm.
Basra as well. Those two out on,
Yeah.
not out on one boundary.
Want Amrit to get a few runs. It's difficult for him in the position that he comes in. Derbyshire are either in a whole lot of trouble or they don't require him. Either way, it's not ideal. But he's a terrific fielder.
Here's Anuj Dahl, 3 for 49 in Lancashire's first innings. He replaces Aitchison from the Lake End.
Scott Reed's gone home.
He's having a doze on the banks somewhere.
Absolutely no respecter of a rota.
It's news to me you've got a rota.
Well, we haven't really, but we just do it in half-hour chunks. Make Chindy get away.
Won't take it personally.
No, you shouldn't, never should either.
Slip and a third or fourth slip for Dahl. Jones defends. Wayne Madsen will be maybe saying a few words in his direction. The Derbyshire fielders must be loving this, seeing Wayne a little bit angry. They must be chuckling under their breath.
See if we can find out to T what the issue was. Close enough to just about everybody.
Yeah. Conversations carry. It's Dahl over the wicket. Flashing drive from Jones. Good fielding at mid-off. I think it's Harry Kane.
Yeah. Marcus Harris just come and sit next to us on the pavilion. He'll be in after Josh Bohannon. If they go by the first innings order of batting.
They're not the chattiest Derbyshire side in terms of sledging. And rather nice bunch as Dahl bowls. It's defended to point. Wayne Madsen typifies that, of course.
Yeah, it's funny, you're right, because Brooke Guest doesn't strike me as the kind of wicketkeeper who'd be chirping at anybody.
Yeah, I did ask him about that before. I said, well, you've played grade cricket in Australia, and he said even there it's actually got nicer than it used to be. It's calmed down a little bit.
It's not good, is it?
Dahl bowls, clipped away by Jones. Might be a couple here. Into the leg side boundary, just one. Good fielding by Rory Hayden.
He's another good fielder, isn't he, as a bowler? And he has to have another string to his bow in addition to his bowling.
So he did come in before Mohammed Abbas. Came in at 10, Rory Hayden today.
Shouldn't have done.
No, first ball.
0.25 is average now. High score of 1.
Yeah, there was the mix-up between him and Dahl where they weren't sure whether to take the single. They did, and it was the wrong idea. Nicks off first ball. Dahl around the wicket now to Jennings. Jennings leaves this one. Scott Reed has reappeared.
I told you we hadn't gone home. Now,
Brown walking back to his mark.
just need to get a Lancashire perspective of it, that's all. It's gone pretty well for them so far, 22 without loss.
He's missing out. Dahl continuing with Guest up to the stumps. Bowls, Jennings cuts, doesn't time it at all. Out to catching cover fielder. End of the over, 22 for no loss. Lancashire trailed by 181. Bowled out for 161 on day one. Derbyshire responding with 364. Derbyshire were 197 for 5 at the close of play last night, and they finished on 364 all out. An excellent start to this session in particular, with Ben Aitchison moving along to... Did Aitchison finish on in the end?
75,
75 of 74. Anuj Dahl 41 as well. Like you said earlier, there's nothing more frustrating as a fielding side.
Yes, and it wasn't very. That wouldn't have been very enjoyable, that would it, for the lanky boys watching Ben Aitchison come and hammer it around the ground. There was a bass in. That's forward by Michael Jones. Keeper standing up again. So nothing changing here. Probing away. Derbyshire looking for their first breakthrough of this Lancashire second innings. 22 for no wicket. Still got a decent weight and sort of tees, a lot of batting before the first break for Lancashire to do. Abbas from the pavilion end. He's in past the umpire. Jones just trying to help it down the leg side. Good take by the keeper, Brooke Guest. No run.
Imagine if you're a fan of wicket keeping in particular, you're really enjoying these 2 days.
They've been good, haven't they, these two young keepers? Yeah, definitely.
What's Joe Moore's story? Because Lancs have had a few young keepers in recent years. And he broke through in the Blast, didn't he?
That's right, yeah. He made his debut in the T20 Blast a few weeks ago. I think by all accounts, as a bass comes in and bowls to Jones, that rattled its way into the offside, but for no run. I think he was close to playing at finals day last year. So when Lancashire got to T20 finals day, all their overseas had gone home and the England players were playing for England. So they had quite a few holes to fill in the team. I think he was close to making his T20 debut at T20 finals day, which would have been some introduction. So he came close to it last season, but he got his chance in the Blast this year, and he's played really well. He's been impressed hugely in the T20 for Lancashire. And Matthew Hurst, who's been Lancashire's wicket-keeper batter for a couple of seasons now. Bass balls to Jones. That's worked off his pads out through the onside for a single. Jones moves to 9-24 without loss. Well, I think Hurst has played every game for at least the last 2 seasons, but has struggled a little for runs this year, and it's allowed Jones a chance to take the gloves and secure his spot in this team. He saying to Fletch before, I mean, it's 17 and you're 2 games into your first-class career and you're keeping to Jimmy Anderson. The passes around the wicket to Jennings, that's defended, no run. It's feels like a very daunting thing to do, but he seems to have taken it all in his stride. And the way he kept both keepers in this game, I know nothing about wicket keeping, just watching them here. I mean, they've both been superb, haven't they? I mean, certainly, the ball off the pitch has moved about, hasn't it? Saw that a lot on the first day, and Brooke Guest was standing up like he is now for most of it. And Moores has done something similar when Lancashire were bowling. So yeah, fabulous work by the 2 keepers. Now they're up, claiming, I think, first for the LPW, and then as ever, when there's perhaps not quite that much enthusiasm, they maybe go for the catch behind. In the end, neither for proving to be fruitful for Derbyshire. End of the over, 23 without loss, Lancashire.
I suppose you saw the incident is harsh, but Michael Jones, Wayne Madsen having a word with both umpires.
I did. I have no idea what that was about. I've not got a clue. I saw it. I was watching from over there, but I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, we reckoned it was because of Jones sort of backing away a little bit too, or not being ready when a bass was at the top of his mark on a few too many occasions. But it takes a lot to upset Wayne Madsen. And his dial then for his second over. 23 for no loss, trailing by 180 runs here at Queen's Park, day 2. That one maybe keeps a little low. Jones works it away behind the square for a single.
Yes, I saw the conversation. Both umpires came up, didn't they, to have a word with the Derbyshire captain. Won't be overly concerned if you're Wayne Madsen. Lancashire's 180 runs behind.
So Aitchison and Madsen in the slips, Anderson at gully. Point on the boundary, 2 back on the leg side as well. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Jennings cuts that nicely, but there is the sweeper on the boundary. Hayden doing the fielding. Phoebe sneezed almost at the exact same time.
Startled me a bit.
Hay fever the last couple of days has been bad in the morning.
I've been popping the pills this week.
Yeah.
I mean the hay fever pills, obviously. Rumours start.
It's been blowing my nose. Blowing my nose enough before I leave the house. I can get most of it gone, I think, but it takes some doing. Here's Dahl. Lovely. Punched off the back foot by Jones. Yeah, wake the house up for a single. couple of pigeons have made their way onto the outfield.
Not ideal if you sat in a park for 8 hours, is it? Really?
Do need to check out the ice cream van today. It's a local company from Chesterfield, I think, who come in the ice cream vans.
Because it's a different van to yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
there's usually one there, then one up by the club shop as well,
Right.
round to that side of the pavilion, Dahl around the wicket, Jennings with a lovely shot back down the ground, but Harry came scampering across the field from mid-off, sorry.
Yesterday was the ice cream van. The colour of the van, the lower half of the van was pink, orange colour today. It was a Mr. Whippy van yesterday. I'm not sure what the name of this particular ice cream van is.
Dahl to Jennings. Leaves this alone. It's put down by Guest behind the stumps. It's a lot of work for these wicket keepers. Rocky Flintoff is out there with some drinks, ready to come on. With his show of Bashir. Looking very stylish. Dahl to Jennings. Oh, it's gone through to Brooke Guest. Dahl, hand on his head. Guest put the catch down. Jennings now maybe asking for a change in thigh pad. That's where he was gesturing to. His hand in his pocket. Jones also walking over to Rocky Flintoff.
Yeah, it kind of rolled off his thigh pad, that, didn't it? Like it may rattle back onto the stumps at one stage.
26 for no loss. Been watchful from these two.
Yes, trying to at least project a sense of calmness and settle things down in the Lancashire balcony away to our left-hand side. Josh Bannon's padded up, as indeed is Marcus Harris. Right, with a bowling change, so Mo Abbas. Spell. That's coming to an end. 7 overs, I think. 7 overs spell. Ball 8 on the spin in the first innings from this end. 7 overs for 15 for Abbas. Rory Hayden, his replacement from the pavilion end. He bowls to Jones off the front foot defending. Drops it away to the offside, and there's no run. Matthew Montgomery fielding at cover. 3 on the offside there for Derbyshire, the backward point. Cover and a mid off. There's a mid on and 2 out on the leg side boundary. Deep square leg and fine leg. A couple of slips in the gully. A couple of pigeons pecking around as well on the outfield. Hayden bowls, forward goes Jones. Defends it on the bounce back to the bowler. Scoops it up and lob it up to Harry Kane to do a bit of polishing. No addition to the Lancashire score, so 26 without loss into Lancashire's second innings. Jones goes for a wander towards square leg. Little twirl of the bat. He's ready this time. It's Hayden's into Jones. Plays a nice shot. He's driven it. And Harry Kane as well. Step or two to his left to field it at the mid-off. Jones through for 1. He moves on to 17. 27 without loss.
Yeah, just looking back at last year's fixture, Jennings scored a century in the first innings and then 58 in the second. Jones scored 63 in the second as well. So they have scored runs here before. Lancashire won that game by 216 runs.
There's a couple of centurions in that match for Lancashire in the second innings.
Yeah, Chris Green in the first
Okay.
and Keaton Jennings.
It's full and dabbed back towards Hayden by Jennings, no run.
And then Ashton Turner, 121 not out. When I think Derbyshire bowled a lot of spin because the over rate was really bad, and
Right.
I think Turner certainly cashed in. as did Michael Jones, 63 off 46. 82 off 60 for George Balderson. They ended up declaring on 406 for 6. Derbyshire then bowled out for 251.
Did Green get wickets as well in that?
I think he did.
Aidan balls to Jennings. It's full again. He drives to mid-off and there's no run.
2 for in the first innings and the same in the second.
Okay. He was due to play this week, Chris Green. He was due to play last week as well. But his stay, his third season with Lancashire, cut short through injury. I think he only ended up playing a couple of T20 games. He was supposed to play through the entire Blast campaign and play these 2 championship fixtures and be available should Lancashire reach a finals day. Even to Jennings. Guides that down towards third man. Jogs back for 2. Moves to 11. The score moves on to 29 without loss. It's the end of the over as well. 15 gone of Lancashire's second innings, still a long way behind. Now the Red Rose, but yeah, Green fractured his thumb in a T20 match, so his season was cut short.
Mohamed Abbas just having a breather. Shoaib Bashir is on the field, so it's going to become louder out there.
He's chirpy, is he?
Yes.
Nice.
In an encouraging way.
Yep. Okay.
He's clapping already. He'll love being out there. He's like releasing him onto the field. Plenty of energy. But he's made a good impact in his time at Derbyshire so far. Certainly, spectators have taken well to him as Dahl bowls, punched off the back foot into the onside. Here is Shoaib Bashir in doing the fielding, misses the stumps at the non-strikers end. They'll be able to come back for a second as well because no one was backing up. Caleb Jewell ends up doing the fielding. Shoaib Bashir's introduction. I think they would have been okay. Jones and Madsen having a couple of words again. Now Shoaib Bashir is just walking in. Guest still up to the stumps. Jones is a few yards away, just waiting for Anish Dahl to walk to the top of his mark, adjusting his gloves. Dahl is ready. Again, Jones isn't. Dahl won't mind. Anderson at gully, Aitchison at first slip. Punched away, no run, Montgomery Fields. Bit of energy out there in the Derbyshire fielding ranks.
Got wickets in the match at Old Trafford, Bashir, 4 for 76 in the first innings of that game.
I'm liking the notepad. I like anything with the full season we can just go through.
Well, I've got everyone for every season that I've been covering Lancashire. This is the 16th season I've been doing this.
Dahl over the wicket, Jones leaves alone. And does the method change at all?
No,
or
it's
is it
exactly the same.
It's
exactly the same, yeah. Just the full... Actually, there's a slight addition this year, at the back of the book this year. So just writing down basically the scorecard, both innings, bowling figures. At the back of the book this year, I've got each player's kind of a little bit quicker to work out the scores for each player rather than flick through page after page. A bit sad, really, isn't it?
No, not at all. Commentators enjoy this sort of thing. I was able to look through John Murray's notes at a Premier League game this season, and I could have spent hours just chatting about just about everything. And pick up things from other commentators. One thing that doesn't improve is my handwriting.
No,
I couldn't give this to anyone else to use.
I'm with you on that.
A few of those pigeons making their way across. One was nearly wiped out by a Matt Montgomery cover drive yesterday. Darling to Jones, leaves this one alone. Neat work again behind the stumps from Brooke Guest. Shoaib Bashir is encouraging Anish Dahl.
I thought that pigeon yesterday was the coolest pigeon I've ever seen.
Well, in my first year at Derbyshire, we had a duck on the field for a while.
Excellent.
And there was I can't remember who the game was against, and that genuinely ducked under a ball that was bobbling along the outfield. Literally just dropped its head at the right time. The ball went straight over his head. Anish Dal was there, hands in his head, thinking, God, this could be the end. As he bowls, strikes Jones on the pad, the umpire's unmoved, they'll rush through for a leg bye. And yeah, that video, when the county championship put it up, and I think they still do every year, and it gets thousands of likes every time because the duck is just remarkable. I'll call it remains. At one point, Wayne Madsen was trying to usher it off the field, sort of with the foresight that this could happen. The duck wasn't listening to it. It stayed on there for a while. So now just having a chat with Rory Hayden about what he wants for his field here. England 40 for 3, chasing over 400 in the second test.
40 for 3.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Be a record chase, even by their standards. Well, standards a few years ago.
Yes.
When Joe Root and Harry Brook at the crease. 2 wickets for Jameson, 1 for O'Rourke.
There's Rory Hayden. Right, I'm over the wicket, balls to Michael Jones, just tucks it into the onside. Nearest to it's the bowler, actually. He's scampering after it, out towards mid-wicket. Jones gets a single, moves to 20. The score moves on to 33 without loss. Brings Jennings on strike.
Yeah, Will O'Rourke played in the T20 here for Yorkshire last year, went for 50 runs off 4 overs, and Aaron Donald took a liking to him.
Ah, so part of that Donald
Yes.
half century, was it? Right. Oh dear. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Forward calmly in defence goes Jennings, and there's no run. Well, it can be a bit brutal, can't it? This T20 for bowlers. A couple of lanky boys have been on the end of some big hitting in the last game or two.
Has Jimmy Anderson still been playing the T20s?
He played the first game, which was at Surrey, but he kind of felt a little bit of a calf niggle, so they didn't play him for the remainder of that opening group to save him for these 2 Red Bull rounds. Worked off the pads by Jennings. Will be picked up on the leg side boundary by Anish Dal. Single for Jennings. Moves to 12. Moves on to 34 without loss. But he played the bulk of them last season. He may have even played all of the T20 games last season. He's played a large part of it. It was his first T20 games last season for 10 years. When he came back to play against Durham in the first match, it was his first time he played in a decade, T20 cricket. Defended by Jones to mid-off for no run. His last appearance prior to that was T20 finals day. I think he got 3 for in that match against Durham as well.
Got a lot of wickets caught in the deep, hasn't he, where they just mishit him. But no, it's been a little resurgence.
I couldn't actually believe he rocked up at Surrey. I thought he's bound to put his feet up for a bit here. I mean, he played every round of championship fixtures. He was the only bowler not to be rested. There he is. He rocks up at the Oval. I'll play a T20 game as well. Hayden in balls. Oh, he's played at that and he's been put down. Michael Jones on 20. First chance conjured up. And Jones gets a lifeline off the bowling of Hayden. Went to the right. Is that Anderson?
Aitchison, I think.
Aitchison, thank you. That second slip went low down to his right. He'd certainly got something on it. Would have been a pretty sharp catch, but not taken. Hayden into Jennings. It's defended. Deflecting away to cover. And of the over, just 3 coming off it. But the chance was created. 17 overs gone of Lancashire's second innings. They're 35 without loss, with Jennings on 12 and Jones on 21.
He was a good slip fielder, Ben Aitchison, and he's taken those sort of one-handed chances before, so he'll be frustrated. They've been made to be patient, Derbyshire. A number of appeals in these 17 overs. No breakthrough. Jones 21, Jennings 12. And Dahl bowling his 4th over from the Lake End. Punch by Jones, well fielded in the covers by Matthew Montgomery, former Nottinghamshire man. Jones, as he likes to do, takes his gloves off, puts them back on again as an adjustment. I think that's what's been frustrating Wayne Madsen, slowing things down. Here's Anuj Dahl, driven down the ground, well fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Bashir and Abbas, who have no sponsors on their shirts for religious reasons. Always think a shirt without a sponsor looks nicer anyway.
It does, doesn't it? Same with football, isn't it? You can buy them now, can't you?
Yeah.
I think most teams sell their shirts, but without a sponsor if you want it.
Deep point on the boundary as Jones defends. 2 on the leg side, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. That bank has filled up a little bit. And to our left.
Yeah, it's good viewing from there, isn't it? I watched a little bit from the bank alongside one of the trees, and then I came around to the behind the members bit to our left, just to the side of the pavilion. That's a good spot as well. Some really nice kind of vantages to watch the cricket from. Lovely place to see it.
Jones goes for a big shot. It's ended up squirting away through mid-wicket where Bashir does the fielding. Goes through for a single. It's constantly entertaining, this game. Even when the wickets aren't falling, there are moments in every over. Jones rehearsing that shot again. Would have been a lovely check drive, wristy drive over the covers. And it ended up in mid-wicket region. Covers now reinforced by Lewis Rees for Keaton Jennings. Dahl around the wicket. Mainly has been to the left-hander. Jennings defends to Shoaib Bashir at mid-on.
Yeah, he's got his place back in the Lancashire side. He didn't play against Kent in Blackpool last week. He actually lost his place in the T20 side, but he batted really nicely in the win at Durham. I mean, Livingston got the headlines. He got 80 odd of 30 deliveries. But actually, at the other end, Jones played a really, really good knock alongside him. Livingston's 85 off 31 balls in that win that Durham had against Lancashire in the Blast.
Yeah, watch the highlights. Magnificent. Clipped away nicely by Jennings. The amount of sixes that looked like they were hanging in the air and the fielders were under them, and they just kept going. Seemed to gather momentum. 10 over game. Zabas comes back on. Lime green sunglasses. Bashir's work is done. Just lets the umpire know he's going off.
So Jones back in the side, opening the batting. I think this is the 5th different opening partnership that Lancashire have had this season. And they've had to chop and change a bit. It would have been, had Luke Wells not had that horrible dislocation in just the 2nd game of the season, then he would have opened the batting with Keaton Jennings throughout. But the injury to Wells has caused Lancashire to kind of chop and change quite a bit at the top. And this is the 5th different pairing this season. It's Hayden to Jennings on the walk, defending back to the bowler, no run. Certainly not helping yet. Lancashire, they've not had a settled team, but look, I mean, as Stephen Croft, the head coach, said the other day after they lost it against Kent, it's not, can't use them as an excuse really. It's a mitigating factor to some extent. Jennings on 13, 37 without loss, 2 slips in the gully. He drives, isn't there enough? Bouncing up towards Harry Kane, who's at mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, Derbyshire will be wary of Keaton Jennings, how long he can stick around for a straighter bowling attack. so experienced.
Might be preparing for a fifth bowler here, because I can see Anderson warming up in the gully. It's guided nicely by Jennings, and a half step towards the bowler, and able to push it away through the offside for a single. He's on to 14-38 without loss.
Should have Dave Fletcher back with us soon. He's the other side of this big barrier that's been put up to separate the commentary and production from the rest of the media tent, so they don't have to hear us or see us.
Or the other way around.
Yeah, potentially. We can still hear them because of the people who are in there, which now includes Fletch. Across the boundary.
Jones back on strike, so Henry Hayden comes back over the wicket to the right hand, and the keeper stands up as well. Into Jones, it's kept out towards the square leg boundary. Jones through for another. Score moves on to 39 without loss. Jones on to 23. 9 overs until the tea break, so it's going to be kind of 10 past, quarter past 4-ish, potentially.
This was the longest session yesterday by a distance, wasn't it? Again with the batting changeover.
Jennings takes one through the leg side. And takes his score on to 15. 40 for no wicket. Brings Jones back on strike. Yes, it felt like a very long afternoon session for Lancashire yesterday. Most sessions have felt quite long. Twirl of the bat from Michael Jones, flicks his pads. Blonde-haired Rory Hayden strides in, bowls to Jones, playing and missing. Taken by Brooke Guest, who then flicks off the bails. End of the over. So that's 40 remaining, so there's actually 8 left in the afternoon session. And a little bit of calm for Lancashire and for Lancashire supporters. Seeing 2 batters put on the minute, 40 for this opening partnership. Still 163 runs behind. 40 overs remaining in the day.
Martin Anderson.
So Martin Anderson for his first bowl in the match. PCA Men's Player of the Month for May, mainly for his exploits in the T20 Blast. He took one of the best one-handed catches you can see in the win away to Leicestershire. It was live on TV as well, so they had all of the angles. It was just an incredibly nonchalant catch.
That's for his 5th wicket, that one.
4th, I think. I think the 5th one was also a caught and bowled, but a very simple one.
Okay.
But yeah, it was a magnificent outing. I mean, he'd not been bowled as well by an Aaron Donald at all, and then he took a 5-foot. Here is Anderson around the wicket to Jennings, leaves that one alone. Nice bounce and carry through to Guest.
I suppose you're going to pick a game to have a day out, then you want one that's on the telly, don't you?
Yes. It is said that players raise the game, don't they? So it's on Sky.
He got 52, didn't he? He got 50 and a 5-foot.
Yes. I remember chatting to a player who was playing for a National League club, and they'd have one game a week on TV, and I said, did you do that when you're on TV, raise the stakes a little bit? And he said, yeah, we'd have players spending a bit more time in front of the mirror as well in the dressing room before. But the TV factor, yeah, on Sky, runs on Sky, I think is a bit of a phrase, if you do well. Yeah, Martin Anderson. Fletch asked Aaron Donald, why has he not been bowling? And I said, well, I don't really know, but I can tell you he'll be bowling more now. Anderson around the wicket to Jennings, leaving it again. Less carry there through to Guest, but seems there are less demons in the pitch at the moment for Lancashire. Still a bit of inconsistent bounce, that's troubling them the most, but certainly use of the feet has worked well to try and negate some of the movement. Jennings does it very effectively. And as does Martin Anderson, looking to find a way of getting Jennings out here. He goes a little shorter, and Jennings has smashed that around the corner to the long leg boundary for 4. There was a dive from Rory Hayden, who half stopped the ball, and he's frustrated with himself, but it was flying along the quick outfield and goes to the boundary. 44 for no loss. Jennings on to 19.
Described it as a smash then, didn't he? He really did, didn't he? Got a hold of that. It was a bit short, but he spun right around, didn't he, in the crease? He pulled it really strongly. And the fielder down below us here he's there to stop it, but he's hit so hard from Jennings. It burst under his fingertips, under his body.
Anderson goes fuller. Jennings covers up on off stump.
I think that'll walk a few up in the VIP tent to our right. They're all picking up the beers and the glass of fizz. Oh, don't knock over the drinks, whatever you do. You can go for 4, no problem. I just, as long as he doesn't spill this £8 pint. It could be complimentary, actually, couldn't it?
Might well be. Anderson around the wicket. Jennings up on his toes, defends to mid-wicket. Dave Fletcher is here somewhere, but he's enjoying maybe he's in the hospitality.
He won't rule it out. You wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't rule that out at all.
He was a good form last night. Certainly he was keeping hydrated, as we all were. It was a warm day. Long finish as well. 44 without loss. Trail now by 159.
39 left in the day, so whether these two are kind of doing it in little batches, little groups of overs faced or unscored or over at a time, whichever way it might be, they're not too far away from the idea of getting to tea. In fact, was a target which they set out to do. Hayden bowls and run here for Jones, steers it down towards the Blackwood Point boundary, through for a single. That's very noisy little passage of plays. It's like a siren from an emergency vehicle. Then we had Buffing Billy tooting away at the same time.
It is good when players are here for their first game at Chesterfield and they hear Puffing Billy. Go, what on earth was that noise? Suddenly see the train going round. I wonder if a batter's ever pulled out from facing a ball before because of it.
Hidden around the wicket. Jennings on the drive. Harry Kane shuffles away to his left at mid-off to field. There's no addition to the score. 45 without loss. Here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, across the BBC Sport website and app. And pictures being provided by Derbyshire County Cricket Club on the live stream. Day 2 of this fixture. Hayden to Jennings, just leaned into it and looked a little kind of uncertain as to how to play it. In the end, he just drops it back down the pitch. Comes down the pitch to take a look. So maybe that's just come back in a little towards him there. It hit him on the inner half of the bat, didn't it?
Here's Fletch.
Stuck it out of the VIP tent. 45 without loss.
Don't know if the lager in there would be to your taste, Fletch. If there's any, yeah, maybe it wouldn't. Something stronger potentially.
45 for no wicket. Hayden in bowls, defended by Jennings, and there's no run. You carry on with this over, if that's okay. Because I have an update to do, and Fletch can come in here and I'll replace you.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
Hayden walking back to his mark. Scott moving around. There's an empty bottle of milk on the floor. Hayden with a great catch one-handed just to retrieve the ball from Harry Kane. 45 without loss.
Producer Scott Reed will be back shortly.
Hayden around the wicket to Jennings, and he's bowled him! Huge wicket for Derbyshire. Patience pays off for Rory Hayden. Michael Jones was dropped off his bowling a couple of overs ago. Now he's got Keaton Jennings, who made a century here last year. Derbyshire have their breakthrough in Lancashire's second innings, 45 for 1.
Big wicket, as you say, Fred. Big wicket. And they have been patient. I mean, they bowled nicely enough. They haven't been flayed around the ground or anything like that. There hasn't been too much easy stuff for the Lancashire batters. And Keaton Jennings goes, which brings Josh Bohannon. There he is. Out to the middle. Good old Boltonian. As I'm contractually obliged to say. Keaton Jennings, 19 off 57, I think. And they still trail Lancashire by 158. Which is a fair old distance away. I'm doing a little bit of asking around what was going on with Wayne Manson and the umpire, and nobody knows. So we might have to ask somebody slightly closer to the action at some point if we get the opportunity.
Sure, Wayne would be.
Well, it's just not his style.
That's the thing.
It's very strange. Very strange. So what have we got left in the day? 39, only 7 hours till tea. Including the last couple of balls, or the last ball of this over. And Rory Hayden's figures 1 for 10. Nicely done by the young man from Staffordshire.
All right, Scott is ready, so I'm going to move out the way. Have a cup of tea prematurely. If there's anything I can get either of you.
Honestly, friend, you've done enough. You've done more than enough. The damage has been done. Oh, steady. Bottles flying all over the place here. Here comes Hayden then to Bohannon, who pushes the first ball he faces out into the offside. And it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. And it's a decent over, 1 run from it and a wicket. Rory Hayden strikes. Now there's a conversation going on between Brooke Guest and the umpire. That looks like a friendly one with plenty of smiles. All very peculiar. I've never quite seen Wayne Madsen looking as mad as he did earlier today. There was an incident down at Chelmsford where Charlie Allison was running towards the non-striker's end to complete a run. He got in the way of a throw from wicket-keeper and captain Nye Donald. And Wayne Madsen had a little word, but he was really animated today.
Do we know what upsetting? Is it just speculation?
Well, I'm merely speculating. Right. It was one of two things, wasn't it? It was either, and the two things are largely connected, that Brooke Guest's hands were just in front of the stump, so Michael Jones wasn't willing to get into his stance, or Michael Jones simply wasn't willing to get into his stance where Mohammed Abbas was ready to bowl. But Ben Aitchison from the Lake End bowling 2. Michael Jones' first ball defended back down the pitch. And there is no run. 45 for 1 then, still 158. 58. No, not 58. 158 behind. Richard's asking me what happened to batsman. Batter is what you cook fish in. I think if you look up the laws of the game, that's where the word is. As this one is turned into the leg side by Michael Jones for a single. Harry Kane rather runs around it. But thank you for your input, Richard. Most appreciated.
No issue with batter at all. Batter, no. Batsman.
Either way. Either way, it makes no difference. We know what we're talking about. You know what we're talking about. Let's all be friends. 46 for 1.
Yeah, with bigger things to be worried about.
Well, yes, like the complete disappearance of the red ball game. You know, there won't be batters or batsmen, or anything. An interesting article in one of the papers the other day saying the one phrase that had survived everything as Aitchison bowls and it's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, Bohannon misses it. Is maiden over. And I don't know what the derivation of it is, if I'm entirely honest with you, but
No, I don't know.
They're just words.
Sometimes said in the right order, but not all the time.
Not all the time, no. Goodness me.
I mean, if we do it in the right order, that's definitely a win, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a success.
Absolute bonus.
Yes. Yes.
Aitchison. 3 slips in place. Bowles left alone by Bohannon to go through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
I was in the middle of getting ready for the update when Jennings was bowled, so I didn't quite see it. I mean, did he do a lot?
Just went through. Just went through. I think. Freddie got excited. He was on commentary.
I heard him get excited. I looked up, yeah.
It's Aitchison again. Balls to Bohannon. Oh, that one pops nastily on him. It takes the bottom hand off the bat and gives it a bit of a shake. That was horrible. That's almost reared off a good length. So we've got the shooters and the ones that rear off a good length. That's not ideal for any batting side.
No.
You put it in the right place, which is what Derbyshire have largely done again.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll get your rewards on this pitch, I fancy. 158 more runs seems a long way away to make Derbyshire bat again. Certainly that was left alone by Bohannon.
Just that.
And the over comes to an end, 46 for 1. Another non-half-century stand for Lancashire. They have 1 in their innings.
Yeah, it was Harry Singh, George Balderson, wasn't it, in the first innings?
That's where the difference has been with the bat, clearly. And although the 2 openers, I thought the 2 openers batted nicely. Keaton Jennings only made 19, but he was out there for a long, long time. He was out there for thick end of 21 overs, which is a good effort because half of the battle is to get overs into the bowler's legs and just take any shine off a ball if you possibly can. So, although his score might not reflect how hard he battled, I think he battled quite hard. Personal opinion, not necessarily the opinion of the BBC.
Just assume that's always the case, really, isn't it? There's Hayden over the wicket balls to Jones, trying to fiddle it down away to fine leg.
Freddie's got himself a cup of tea there, I noticed.
Well, I think they took into the rich tea biscuits, and you need a cup of tea.
He did offer to make us both one, but I declined. I may have declined on your behalf as well.
Did you? That's good of you.
I'm not sure that was the right thing to do.
I'm happy dunking their rich tea biscuits into the cup of tea. You can't eat a rich tea biscuit.
They look like an old married couple. They're not.
Comes Aidan Bowles forward, goes Jones and plays it slightly crouched down, and then comes down the pitch to take a look.
Head low again. So it's low from this end and popping from the lake end. That's ideal. You swap your bowlers around and they get the benefit of both at some point during an innings. Blimey.
46 for 1. Hayden sets off. Jones waiting. He's guided that down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4. Glanced away to the boundary, down by the lake end of the ground. Brings up the 50, that 4 actually. 50 for 1. Jones moves on to 29. There's a cafe behind that side screen on the far side. Which is inside the park. I went for a cup of coffee there this morning in that cafe.
I think they shut the park, don't they, for fear of cricket balls landing in it.
Oh, okay.
During play.
Got you. Here comes Hayden, and Jones has nicked it. And Brooke Guest takes a really sharp catch behind the stumps. Second wicket for Rory Hayden. He's prized out both openers. Lancashire lose their second as we creep towards tea on this second day. Frustration for Jones. Punches his bat in anger. 50 for 2 now. Hayden strikes again for Derbyshire.
Yeah, smart catch. Really smart catch by Brooke Guest. And he was delighted, wasn't he? Absolutely delighted. Rory Hayden, who's already got a couple of fifers, both of them in the same match down at Canterbury this season. Picks up the first 2 wickets to fall, and we're only in the 23rd over. First innings, Lancashire lasted 39.5 overs. This one looks like getting beyond that, but there are still 37 overs, including this one, left today. Remains not beyond the realms of possibility.
Well, it doesn't, does it? On the evidence of how Lancashire struggled in their first innings on the back of an 87 against Blackpool last week, on the back of an 84 against Middlesex before the blast started. So I'll have to find a way here to dig out some partnerships. 40 for the first wicket, or 45 for the first wicket between Jennings and Jones. Both have departed. Marcus Harris
This man
comes
could
out.
be important, couldn't he, Marcus Harris?
Yes.
Scored a few up at Old Trafford, I'm fairly sure, against Derbyshire.
He did. Got 125 in the first innings and 66 in the second.
Yeah.
Got 146 2 games later against Durham. He's around the wicket to Marcus Harris. He's Hayden. That's Dabdoing off the front foot, pushing away.
Those second innings runs were the ones that turned Derbyshire from red-hot favourites to reasonably red-hot favourites before they subsided to 108 all out in their second innings and lost the game from memory.
Yes, he was the top scorer in Lancashire's second innings, 66, and then Paul Coglan's 35 in that 160 all out.
Looking at those scores there, 0, 10, 4, 66, 0, 0. So he held it. I mean, they were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they, to start with?
Hayden balls to Harris. That's left outside his off stump and taken by Guest. And it's the end of the over. A wicket taking over for Rory Hayden. And Lancashire are 50 for 2 at the end of it.
I'm really pleased that Rory Hayden's playing in this match. I thought he was unlucky not to play at Chesterfield Street. Mohamed Abbas came back from test duty and it automatically went into the side. It probably would have been wrong to have left out Nick Potts on that occasion, but he's just such a good bowler. Wicket to wicket. Crowd enjoy him. He just acknowledges the applause as he goes back down the field at long leg. And 6 months into a 3-year contract. Which is good news for everybody. Ben Aitchison in to bowl to Josh Bohannon, who leaves that one. Doesn't bounce. It's well taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
They can't really afford to lose another one before tea here, can they, Lancashire?
No.
All sorts of trouble in the final session if they're 3 down at tea.
4 overs, including this one, to go till tea. And we're only at 4:05. In comes Aitchison again, and that one just bounces a bit more than he might have been expecting. He turns it nicely into the leg side. Anish Dal does the fielding to pick up a single. 52 for 2. 51 for 2. It's one or the other.
It's in that area, isn't it?
Very much in that area. Yeah, no, that was his the first run off the bat for Josh Bohannon. It's 51 for 2. Brings Marcus Harris on to strike. Just having a look round, see where the field is. 2 slips and a gully. There's a man at leg slip. It's Lewis Rees. It's usually Martin Anderson in that kind of position, but it's Lewis Rees. Point cover, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. On leg stump, Aitchison bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side. Harry Kane will do the fielding. They'll go through for a single. 52 for 2 now. Almost. Definitely. I'm going to keep an eye on the chat with the... I'm sure if you were on air with me or not. The man with the trumpet case?
No.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, right.
Sort of about 10, 15 chairs in from to the left of the scoreboard.
Right.
As Aitchison He's in. That's turned into the leg side nicely. That looks like it'll be a boundary for Bohannon. It's been chased down by Anosdal, who is exceptionally quick. And it's not going to be a boundary because he stops it and Rory Hayden throws the ball in. Astonishing speed from Anosdal. So about 10 or 15, perhaps 15 to 20 chairs in. There's a gentleman in a black shirt with a pair of black trousers on and a sort of beige straw-coloured hat.
See him, yeah.
Yeah. To the right of him on the seat, as Aitchison comes in, balls to Bohannon, strikes him in the pad, played no shot, and he's been given. Bohannon goes for 3, no shot offered. Up goes the umpire's finger. Aitchison has his first of the second innings, and all of a sudden Lancashire, from 45 without loss, are 54 for 3, and still 149 runs behind.
Yes, with serious alarm bells ringing for Lancashire. Bohannon's struggles with the bat, I'm afraid, continue. Derbyshire all over Lancashire here. 3 quick wickets. And latest Bohannon not offering a shot, and Ben Aitchison gets his first. Still, how many behind? 120?
149?
149, yeah.
It's a long way now, isn't it, with 3 down?
Another 35 overs today is a long way.
Well, yes. Yeah. Harry Singh batted quite a long time in the first innings.
He did, he was that partnership with Balderson.
Yeah. 48 deliveries, he faced Balderson, faced 52. Well, but when Balderson comes in, they really are in trouble. And that's absolutely no disrespect to George Balderson. It just means there'll be a lot of wickets down.
Tough season for Josh Bohannon. Started so well. He got 90 in the first innings of the season. The first innings of the game against Northamptonshire, 90.
Just in to Singer, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. End of the over, 54 for 3.
73 in the first innings against Derbyshire as well. In the game at Old Trafford, but then a run of low scores from there on in. So his struggles continue. So go on, back to your...
Well, the seat to his right is a trumpet case.
Right.
He walked through the gates and went to sit down. He was carrying a trumpet case. I'm sure it's a trumpet.
So is he set to do a little turn or something maybe, or like a little performance for the VIP, or?
Certainly nobody next door in the written boys.
Right.
That's where the Derbyshire media team is. They didn't know he was going to do anything, so he would bring it out and start playing Jerusalem or something.
Comes Hayden around the wicket, defended by Harris, and there's no run. Well, might be treated to something at tea then.
Yeah.
Little performance. Maybe his hat's there just to, just to
Put some money in.
Aye.
Yeah, clever. He looks like somebody from 1920s Chicago, which is a bit of a concern.
54 for 3. Rory Hayden tearing in for Derbyshire balls to Harris. Worked out through the offside, picked up at backward point. And there's no run. 54 for 3. Got the leg slip in again for Harris, as well as the 2 slip catches and the gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, no, mid-on and a fine leg. That's it's shaping up, and it's Hayden around the wicket to Marcus Harris. That just somehow manages to find its way past the outside edge and into the gloves of Brooke Guest, and Harris instantly coming down the pitch for a closer inspection. 2 for 14 for Rory Hayden. Halfway through his 6 overs, so a perfect little spell here. They got through Moore Bass, Lancashire, got through 7 overs of Moore Bass from this end, but Rory Hayden's
got a couple of the wickets. Just trying to work it out towards the leg side, and that potentially brings that slip catcher at leg slip into the game as Harris tried to flick it away. Still on 1. Score remains 54 for 3. Managed to keep the pressure up, haven't they, all the way through with the ball, but both in Lancashire's first innings and even when Lancashire were 45 without loss, there was a sense that it was just right on them all the time.
Just 2 and over, wasn't it, as well? Scoring rate.
Into Harris, he drives. Managed to find a way through the offside. Harry Kame is chasing after it, and he scoops the ball up, and Harris comes back for a couple.
They have to slide, don't they? You could comfortably even pick that up.
Doesn't look as good though, that, does it? Might as well slide.
Derbyshire doesn't slide. Mohammed Abbas doesn't slide. Ravi Rampal was always my favourite. He used to stop most of the balls with his feet.
Superb.
Yeah, proper old school. Running round the boundary.
Here comes Hayden. Beautiful delivery to Harris. It's just enough, doesn't it, just to deviate away from the edge of Harris's bat. I mean, he's not pushing it, Harris. He's doing his best to make sure his bat's inside the line, but it's just a wonderful line and length in and around the left-hander's off stump, and another very fine over from Rory Hayden. 56 for 2. 2 overs left before the tea break. 56 for 3. I think I said 56 for 2. 56 for 3. 2 overs left before the tea break.
And Aitchison to bowl the first of those 2 overs from the Lake End, having picked up a wicket in his last over. Bowls to Singh, who pushes that one back towards him. And there's no run. These wickets have all fallen in the last 20 minutes. Changed the complexion of the afternoon completely. Still be good going to get 7 wickets in the session. But Derbyshire to wrap up a 2-day victory, and I'm not sure that would reflect on particularly well on the Chesterfield as a venue, as that one's left alone by Harry Singh.
Well, no, but Chesterfield could point to the fact that Derbyshire scored 370.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But from the outside, you know, and it isn't anything to do with Chesterfield as a venue, clearly. It is some very accurate bowling from Derbyshire. There's Aitchison. He's in again, and that one is defended by Singh again. His bat sounded broken in the first innings. Still sounds broken now. 56 for 3 it remains. I just don't like the sound it's making.
I've made the point a few times, but as a unit, Abbas, Aitchison, Hayden, Dahl, Anderson, they're absolutely right all over Lancashire. I've been from ball 1 of the match.
3 slips for Singh, who goes forward and defends this one up to mid-on.
There's been so few scoring shots,
Yeah.
so few bad balls. They've been really impressive, the Derbyshire bowlers.
Couple that with Matthew Montgomery's knock and Aitchison's knock, and the fact that they had 4 half-century stands. They're very much on top here as Aitchison bowls to Singh, who defends. Again up to Mohammed Abbas. Matthew Montgomery's going through his bowling action. We're going to see an over of his idiosyncratic off-spin.
Oh, I hope so. Oh, this sounds wonderful. I would have seen it, but I can't recall it.
40, yeah. If you have seen it, you'll remember it as soon as he does it. It's an unusual action. There's Aitchison. He's in and bowls and beats Singh, almost chops him in half. That's a terrific delivery. Took off as well. We're not going to see Matthew Montgomery. We're going to see Rory Hayden. He hides the ball behind his back.
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't use his front arm at all either. And occasionally will just bowl seam up.
Excellent.
So he tries to keep the Tries to keep the batters guessing in that way. He's bowled quite a lot in the T20 this season, so you'll definitely see him in that. Well, Derbyshire are likely to add a spin bowler to their ranks.
Oh, I say, on the lookout for someone. Maybe even identified someone.
I think it's close. I think it's close. It may not be Gazanfar, but
Final over of the afternoon session, this. It's driven straight by Harris. It came off something. Does it come off a bit of a bowler?
I think Rory Hayden's left foot and then into the non-striker.
Oh, okay. Shame for Harris, because it's probably 4 otherwise.
Double ricochet.
Caught that very nicely. In the end, it's just a single. 57 for 3. Brings Harry Singh on strike. So he takes guard, facing Hayden for the first time in the innings. Hayden and balls to Singh, that's left to the gloves of Brooke Guest. Has picked up 1 catch. It was a fine dismissal, standing up, ball off the edge of the Michael Jones bat, and Guest gobbled it up behind. Made no mistake. Neither keeper's made that many mistakes.
No, the bat's been pretty good, hasn't it?
3 slip catches, 57 for 3 Lancashire. And to Singh, that's defended. Bouncing up towards mid-on, and Lewis Rees slowly drifts forward to field and scoops the ball up.
I think it's difficult for Wayne Madsen. He's at first slip, which is interesting because he normally fields at second slip and moved to second slip a couple of years ago. But you can't see the ball off the edge of that bat at all with Brooke Guest standing up.
Hayden right arm over forward goes right hand bat of Harry Singh. Defended to mid-off, no run. Yes, his view's very much obscured, isn't it? He's got much of a sight there, hasn't slip catcher. Hayden's in again. He's 4 balls into this over, isn't it? It's ball number 5. Left by Singh. Taken by Brooke Guest. 1 ball remaining of the afternoon. Rory Hayden. It'll be a 7-over burst from this pavilion end. He's picked up 2 for 17 as it stands. Harry Singh taps his bat. Mid-wicket comes in a little bit tighter. Slips are crouching down. Final ball of the afternoon. Singh back and looking to defend, and the ball through to Brooke Guest. That is indeed tea on this second day. And it continues to be a Derbyshire day. Lancashire get to tea on 57 for 3, and Rory Hayden with a really good spell of bowling. But he's not the only one. They've all bowled really well, as I mentioned before. But he's got 2 for 17 in that spell. And Lancashire 57 for 3, still trailed by 146.
Yeah, all fairly miserly as well. The Derbyshire bowlers 0 for 15. Mohammed Abbas off 7 overs. Ben Aitchison 1 for 12 off 8. Alice Dell 0 for 7 off 4. Rory Hayden 2 for 17 off 7, and just 4 runs conceded by Martin Anderson in the 1 over that he bowled a little earlier on. So Wayne Madsen leads his team from the field. We'll take a short break here at Queen's Park in Chesterfield and be back for the evening session of 32 overs, or however long it lasts really, in around about 20 minutes time.
Returning batters are Marcus Harris and Harry Singh.
Welcome back to Queen's Park in Chesterfield for the final session of day 2, remarkably, of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Lancashire. With Lancashire 57 for 3 in their second innings, still trailing Derbyshire by 146. It's clouded over here in North Derbyshire. But still a perfectly pleasant afternoon. 32 overs. Can Derbyshire finish the game off today? Will we be back tomorrow? Who knows? Scott Reed's gone home already. No idea where he is. Oh, there he is, look. And it will be Ben Aitchison to bowl the first over after tea. From the lake end, and he'll be bowling initially to Marcus Harris. Round the wicket he comes. Harris clips that into the leg side, but it's fielded there by Rory Hayden. There is no run. Certainly no other games are as far advanced as this one in the second division. Well, Middlesex are in a spot above 6 down, still trailing by 227 to Kent at Canterbury. Durham 184 for 4, trailing Northamptonshire by 266 at Chesterfield Street. In comes Aitchison and bowls. That's driven straight back to him by Harris into the ground. And the other game in this division, Worcestershire 147 for 3. They're just 142 runs behind Gloucestershire at New Road. See, Denmark have beaten Germany as well.
Have they?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if that's a shock or not.
I don't. Sounds like it could. It sounds like it should be a shock, but I don't know. I can't say I follow the international football scene that closely.
The Germany tour of Denmark. In comes Aitchison and bowls. That's clipped away nicely. That'll be 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary for Marcus Harris. He moves on to 8. I shouldn't have even read that score out. It's gone straight to my throat.
You got that tickle again. You had a tickle at the same time yesterday. It's your 4:42 tickle. When he comes at 4:42, recurring theme.
Side effect of the tablets.
Yes.
Or not. I don't think it is.
Hope not.
Yeah, that would be very irritating, much like the tickle. Here's Aitchison, 61 for 3 now, Lancashire, round the wicket to Harris, who was beaten. May well have played inside the line of that one, but he didn't shape up like he had. Difficult to tell from this angle. Big Continental Cup going on as well.
Is that right?
Yeah. Belgium beat Hungary.
Good effort.
There's all sorts of cricket all over the world, isn't there? Remarkable.
Belgium beat Hungary.
Next delivery from Aitchison, he's squared up is Harris. It comes off a leading edge out into the offside as he looks to turn it to leg, and he'll go through for a single as the ball is retrieved by Anujdal.
Some kind of like European T20 league or something.
Oh, have you ever seen that?
No, that's it. Is it good?
No.
Oh, right.
Premier Sports. It's I think they're all played in Spain, largely, the games.
Okay.
There was a game 2 years ago, I think it was, when Lias de Ploy played in the same Hungarian side as his brother, because he has a Hungarian passport, Lias.
Right.
But he's also trying to qualify for England and is already qualified for South Africa. Singh waits as Aitchison bowls to him. That's defended out into the offside. Will go through for a single. Ball picked up by Lewis Rees on this occasion. 64 for 4, possibly. No, 63 for 3. That's, forget all the 4s. Insert 3, 63 for 3. Singh off the mark with a single. 9 to Harris. Yeah, it's the standard is
Improving?
no,
Right.
I don't think so. It's average.
Okay. So it's, and this is a European T20 league.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I think largely it's club sides representing their country.
Okay.
Mohamed Abbas is going to bowl in. The man who was held up by Michael Jones earlier, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle out there, has now decided he needs to tie his shoelaces. Excellent work. Griff's holding court next door.
Everyone's ready. Keeper drops back to safer territory. Abbas is in. Sing off the front foot, pushes at that. And ball past the edge of the bat. And through to the keeper.
The chap with the trumpet case isn't where he was before, and I didn't see where he went,
No.
rather disappointingly.
And we didn't get a performance at
No, we didn't.
at T, did we, neither?
No, we didn't.
Kind of hoping for that. It would have been lovely, that, if we just kind of did a little bit of a performance, a bit of a turn. It would have been very nice. His darling balls to Singh. The front foot prodding away, but ball beats him through to the keeper. And there's no run. Occasionally get the odd kind of band performing in cricket grounds. More like at festival events, isn't it? You get like a
Yeah.
bit of jazz
Sure,
band.
I've
Or
seen
something.
a brass band at Scarborough, I'm sure.
There was a brass band, like a brassy, jazzy type thing, in Canterbury last year when Lancashire were playing there. I think it was like a festival thing. Oh, that's onto the pad of Singh. He gets the slips up, but he's got a long way forward and across. Nothing from the bowler. Yeah, I think it was the Canterbury Festival, and Lancashire played there last year, and there was a brass band type of thing.
I do prefer my cricket without music,
Do you? Right, okay.
if it's all possible.
Well, even in the T20? Yeah.
It's unavoidable, isn't it?
63 for 3. Darling balls left by Singh through to Brooke Guest. Do they get Neil Diamond Classic round the ground here in the T20? Will that be belted out on Sunday?
Yeah, always.
Always, okay.
They laid off that silly trumpet noise that they make to try and get the crowd to cheer a little bit.
Oh, that was irritating, wasn't it?
Very. But they do that whack, whack, whack if somebody bowls a wide in the opposition, and I don't like that.
No. They do that if someone drops a catch as well,
Yeah,
don't
I
they?
think it's very disrespectful.
There's Dahl from the pavilion end. He's in them. Sorry, Abbas in and bowling to Singh off the front foot. That's defended to mid-off, and there's no run.
They can't help themselves, though, can they? I was just trying to work out exactly where everybody's going to go, because we will have the people running the PA in this tent next Sunday, week tomorrow, when
Right.
Yorkshire are here. So we might be slightly squeezed. But I'm not sure exactly how it's going to manifest itself. Just push that We Are England divider a bit further that way, I suppose.
Everyone kind of just usually just squeezes into the thing.
Yeah. It can be a bit of a tight squeeze.
Abbas over the wicket and Singh defends.
But it's a squeeze everywhere in the ground. You know, spectators are squeezed, and
It's a squeeze. Squeeze-a-thon. Well, the Yorkies travel with quite a bit of media, don't they? There's quite a few of the media travel with the Yorkie
Yes.
lot. I think they're a big club, don't they? So
that
become mob-handed, don't they?
they do. Yeah, I could get into all sorts of trouble.
Become mob-handed. Lots of people wearing Yorkshire tops. Looking very important. 63 for 1, end of the over that.
30 overs to go today.
Get into trouble here.
63 for 3. As Scott may well just have said. In comes Aitchison. Bowls to Harris. That one just keeps a little bit low. He does well to get back on it and push it up to mid-on, where Rory Hayden, who picked up 2 wickets in that afternoon session for Derbyshire. And Aitchison with the other. He does the fielding there. Mohamed Abbas. So it's Abbas at mid-off and the Stoke Abbas at mid-on. How about that? Next delivery left alone outside the off stump by Harris.
That a Mickey Arthur thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I thought he was piling pressure on him, but Rory was more than happy to laugh it off. He is a nice young man. 23 years of age, I think he is. Had a little spell in the system at Warwickshire, but largely has learnt his adult cricket at Staffordshire. As, this one is turned into the leg side by Harris. And in comes Lewis Rees. So the two signings they made on the strength of the One Day Cup last season. Matthew Montgomery came in the One Day Cup on loan from Notts because he knew he was signing a contract.
Right.
Scored 2 centuries in the One Day Cup.
Right.
It was Rory Hayden who did well, and Amrit Basra, who was the 14th graduate of Saka to get a professional contract. Aitchison bowls. Harris drives, doesn't really put an awful lot into that, fielded by Harry Kame. And there's no run. He's largely played white ball cricket for Derbyshire. T20, 50 overs. Currently, was playing in the latest second 11 match, which was a 4-day game at Northern Cricket Club against Lancashire. Didn't go well, I don't think, from a Derbyshire perspective. As Aitchison's in, Harris tries to turn that one into the leg side. Again, he gets a leading edge all the way along the floor to Harry Kame at cover. Ball clearly still doing a bit. It's 29 overs old now, 30 remain, including this one, in the day's play. Very still evening now. The flag on top of the council building is fluttering away. None of the trees are moving really anymore. Not even that beautiful purple one over there. Aitchison bowls left alone by Harris. I think on length as much as anything. It goes through to Brooke Guest on the over. Comes to an end with Lancashire on 63 for 3, 9 to Harris 1 to Singh. Just to let you know, at the Oval, England 120 for 3 in pursuit of 463, so they need another 343 runs to beat New Zealand in the second test. The final test starts this week at Trent Bridge, I think.
It does, yeah, Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, follows on quite quickly, doesn't it?
There's a suggestion if they're going to go back to Ben Stokes, if he's going to play, that he might get pulled out of this game against Durham's.
Yeah.
He might kind of have to get whipped out of that a bit early. Here's a Bass in and balls. So Singh defends the onside. There's no run.
It'd been all right if he'd been playing this game. Not need to pull anybody out of anywhere.
So his time with Durham might be cut short if he's going to get recalled for that third test match. I think he's been in the runs, hasn't he? He was in the 90s when I saw the
was
other.
he?
Let's have a look.
First division's a bit like the Premier League for me. Never likely to have a major interest in it.
In comes Abbas. That loops out into the onside as Singh gets on the front foot. Maybe the inside edge back onto his pad. Oh, he's out for 95, Ben Stokes. To Durham, 200 for 4.
Conway's a character. Have you come across him yet this season?
Yes, we have.
He's
yeah,
great, isn't
yeah.
he? I loved him.
Yeah, first game of the season.
His little battles with Shoaib Bashir were particularly good, I thought. What's going on here? Harry Kame's calling for something. Mohamed Abbas is looking towards the changing rooms as well. Need a helmet of some description? No, not going to bother.
Plenty of waving there, wasn't there? Not much activity. Abbas bowls for the first time. Singh off the front foot playing, and ball going past his outside edge through to Brooke Guest. There's no run. 63 for 3, Lancashire. Still 140 runs behind.
Lewis Rees shouted what they wanted them, but I didn't catch it. It's not a helmet. Shoaib Bashir's got one of those, but they don't want it.
3 slips waiting, Abbas balls. Oh, he's overstepped. He's not done too many of those. There's been plenty of them in the game. I don't think Abbas has done too many. But he just overstepped on this occasion, so no ball called by the umpire. Whatever has been asked for, Lewis Rees has come out of the helmet.
It is a helmet.
Yeah.
That'll be Matthew Montgomery's helmet, I would imagine.
Right, okay. Yep, so he removed his cap and popped the helmet on.
He's the usual short leg suspect. He quite often goes in, as he looks like he's doing here, into deep short leg.
He's within reasonable safety distance, though, isn't he? He's at least 2 pitches away.
Yeah, he does that quite a bit.
Probably a sensible decision. Abbas balls. Well, Singh, I think, was looking to leave it. It's come off his bat, deflects off maybe the inside edge, bouncing down in and around the stumps, but not on them. We've had a good fortune going the way of Harry Singh, who's unbeaten on 1. He's faced 24 deliveries for his 1. Harris is 9 from 21 balls faced. Relentless from Derbyshire with the ball in this match. Continues to be the case in the evening session as well. Pass into Singh, that's turned into the onside. Lewis Rees, who's at kind of wide mid-on, tumbles away to his left to field. In addition to the Lancashire first innings score, 65 for 3.
You can hear all the Derbyshire players shouting, well done Bassey, well bowled Bassey. You'd think they'd go one step further, wouldn't you? Just call him Shirley. Be a great nickname.
One for the kids, that, Fletcher.
Absolutely. Is he still with us, Shirley Bassey?
I think so, isn't it? Singh defends.
Hasn't been on television for 30 years. But
Fielded by Lewis Rees at mid-on. End of the... What was she at Glastonbury a few years
I think
ago?
she was, yeah, I think you're right.
65 for 3. End of the 31st over of the Lancashire second innings trail by 138. Good stuff again by Shirley. 9 overs for 17 for Mo Abbas. He's been brilliant. He's not got a wicket in this innings yet. Picked up 3 in the first innings, but he has set the level, hasn't he? He's set the bar as to what's the kind of consistent in which he's Derbyshire have bowled. He's been backed up by Aitchison, backed up by Hayden, by Dahl, by Anderson.
New over from Ben Aitchison, bowled to, first ball bowled to Harris, who pushes it out into the offside. Richard's just sent me a link to an article in the Daily Telegraph. He was talking about batsman batter. Interesting article, R.E. Batter versus batsman Dave, he says rather menacingly. Of course I can't read it because it's behind a paywall. And I'm certainly not going to pay for the Daily Telegraph.
Can't imagine what their view will be.
Oh, well, it's written by a woman, the article, as this one is pushed up to mid-off. Who says the degendering of cricket has gone straight over her head, which is the kind of article you might expect to read in the Daily Telegraph written by a woman, I would suggest. They're only words, Richard. Not going to harm anybody. Aitchison balls to Harris, driven down the ground. It's
Nice shot.
looks like it might go all the way for 4. It's been chased down by Rory Hayden. In fact, it is just about going to get to the boundary for 4. And Harris moves into double figures. He's on to 13, 69 for 3. Was a nice shot. Didn't time it perfectly, but timed it well enough. Got it in between the stumps and Rory Hayden, who's quite wide at mid-on. Some strange noises in the background. Next delivery, beats Harris. No idea what they could. I'm going to ask Freddie, who's sitting next to us. The noises, they're not coming from our equipment, are they?
Sounds like an owl or something.
Yeah. It's very strange. It's like some kind of parade somewhere.
Maybe it's our friend with the trumpet or whatever it was. Was it the trumpet? You
I
know?
think it was I didn't see it, but it looked like a trumpet case.
I'm just limbering up behind us.
Well, Harris leaves this one alone outside the off stump. No run, and not the end of the over.
One left.
134 the deficit now. But it was like whistles blowing and
It
all
was, wasn't
sorts.
it?
Yeah, all sorts going on.
All happens in Queen's Park.
It's probably my phone or something. Often happens.
Well, you do get the old kind of vibrations, don't you, sometimes when you're receiving a text message or something.
Just some balls turned into the leg side by Harris, fielded by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. That is the end of the over at 69 for 3 with 13 to Harris and 1 to Singh as a drink is sent out. I don't think that's been called for. Shoaib Bashir runs halfway to the pitch. Has a word with Harry Kane. He's just wandering around.
He was, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's just wandering around.
Looking for someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Oh, you couldn't give a Bass a hug.
I was giving him a bit of a neck
Oh,
massage.
lovely. Very nice.
They're big mates.
That's a nice thing to receive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of a hug and a massage.
He didn't have a drink though, did he? Did you notice? There was no drinking involved there, so it must have been a message.
Or a massage.
Well,
Or a bit of both. There's a Bass. Balls to Singh. He's on the move. And, advancing towards a Bass. He defends adding towards the offside. There's no run.
what kind of message? Presumably it wasn't something that was made up by Shoaib Bashir himself. Just suddenly thought, I know what I'll tell him. He's been sent on with a message. When you give to a bowler who's bowled 9 overs, 0 for 17. 2 overs for 2 runs since tea. Bowl straight. I think he's already doing that.
Keep going.
Well,
A Bass to Singh. And forward in defence. Bouncing back to Mohammed Abbas. And there's no run.
Freddie doing a bit of tidying up now. Very good.
Good. Very good.
Recycling. I'd have thought. These youngsters are all about the recycling.
Fresh from the cup of tea and a rich tea biscuit.
Yeah. There's plenty of biscuits left.
69 for 3. A Bass for Derbyshire. Balls to Singh, left. And through to keeper Brooke Guest. Now he's removed his gloves. Brooke Guest, and he takes his cap off. Because he's going to go and pop the helmet on. In fact, he hands his sunglasses to Wayne Madsen. There you go, Captain, you look after them. So Brooke Guest, helmet on. And he's being asked to stand up. Because Singh, for quite a bit of this spell post-tea, certainly facing the Bass, has been eager to get forward and try and advance a pace or two towards the bowler, but not on this occasion. Albeit he punches to mid-off and they're through for a sharp single. Singh gets himself another run. He's been on 1 for 29 deliveries, but doubles his score. Nice kind of positive front foot punch to mid-off for a single. Just eases a little bit of the pressure that was being cranked up because Abbas was bowling and bowling and bowling at Singh. In fact, managed to rotate the strike there.
One of the batters is going to have a tablet. It's Rocky Flintoff, isn't it? Yeah.
70 for 3.
Yes, you are in the way. He looked round to see if he was in the way and then thought, no, I'm definitely in the way.
At least he thought about it. It's Abbas. Left by Harris. Through to the keeper.
Good spot from you.
I'm all right. I can just see one side here. He's quite a big lad to look round.
Yes,
Rocky Flintoff, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not seen him yet this season.
He played against Lancashire, against Derbyshire in the One Day Cup 2 seasons ago. Or was it last season? I can't remember.
Don't think he played last season either. I think it may have been 2 seasons ago.
At Derby.
In and around the squad in the Championship this week, and almost certainly feature One Day Cup. That's left by Harris. It's got Mo Abbas very excited. He's skipping around, hands on his head.
Brooke Guest took that 10 yards down the leg side, so it's obviously jagged back, missed the off stump by an absolute fraction. And hence the reaction from Mohamed Abbas.
It was a good reaction from Abbas, wasn't it? He was, can't quite believe that's not just clipped a Harris off stump. And it tailed back in. Tumbling take, as you say, from Brooke Guest. End of the over. 70 for 3. Harris on 13 and Singh on 2.
It was Harris who had the tablets. Taken on by Flintoff. And Aitchison is in to bowl to Singh, who leaves that one alone. It grubs along the ground into the hands of Brooke Guest. Deficit 133. That's a lot of runs on this pitch. Derbyshire showed you can bat on this pitch, making 364. But when you chuck in the scoreboard pressure as well as Aitchison bowls to Singh, up on his toes, defends it back to the man from Formby. I think he's down in most books as from Southport, but I think they prefer Formby, where the red squirrels are.
Is that right?
Yeah, we've got a little... It's almost like an enclosure because they have to be protected from the grey squirrels, but there's red squirrels at Formby. Of course, the Formby beach with all the figures on it. This one is all edged and caught. Not edged. And
It moved a bit again, didn't it?
Brooke Guest took it. It just leapt a bit more than Singh was expecting. It looked like he'd taken the edge. It hadn't. And it remains 70 for 3. Like a kipper.
There's been a couple of those for today, haven't there? That we've seen that have gone to the keeper thinking, oh, I must have come off the edge from where we're looking now. But
So Singh is still there and he waits as Aitchison bowls. He leaves this one alone. Go through to Brooke Guest. They're Gormley's, what's he called? I can't remember his first name. The sculptor has got the figures on the beach.
I'm not sure what he's called.
Somebody Gormley. Gormley Formby, that'll do it. I would have thought in the search engine. Anthony. Yeah. They're quite eerie. He did the Angel of the North. This next one is pushed up to mid-off. Anthony Gormley.
It's funny, I was up in the northeast a few weeks ago for a few days, and I went to go and see the Angel of the North, like kind of parked up and walked up to it.
Yeah.
I've driven past it like loads of times. I can't quite believe how big it is. Like you see it on the water, but you're driving past at 50 mile an hour, 60 mile, whatever, and it looks big, but when you get to it,
It's
wow, what a
something,
structure that is.
It is something. Oh, that one takes off from outside the off stump into the hands of Brooke Guest. It's left alone by Singh end of the over, 70 for 3. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it is controversial or not, but I think you either like it or you don't like it. It's a fascinating thing. And Anthony Gormley certainly deals in very large sculptures. Shoaib Bashir's on again. He has had a drink this time, Mohamed Abbas. He's having a drink before every over. And a chat.
But no massage.
He's got a big smile on his face. Shoaib Bashir always has a big smile on his face. The happiest cricketer I think I've ever met. He's just loving being at Derbyshire, which is really good to see because he's had a relatively tricky time over the course of the winter, but he's loving it. This is the first game he hasn't played.
Here's Abbas around the wicket to Marcus Harris. Gets plenty of yelps from behind as the ball runs up his pad and drops away into the onside. Yes, 3 slip catches. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Fine leg. Abbas. Sets off again around the wicket to the left-hander, Harris left. And through to Brooke Guest. There's no run.
No near as much sunshine today as there really.
No.
Very pleasant day for watching cricket, I would have thought, out there on the chairs that surround the boundary.
Yeah, just enough cloud cover to occasional kind of burst of sunshine, but just enough cloud cover to make it quite a nice
Still
day.
get burnt though. You can still get burnt in this kind of weather.
Some cream on. Abbas moves in again, balls. Harris defends. Deflects it to mid-on where Lewis Rees fields, and there's no run. Trail by 133, Lancashire.
I think Derbyshire are going to wheel Ben Aitchison out tonight. After his 75. Spoken to him as much this season about his batting as about his bowling. Should be able to give us an insight into the pitch.
Dahl balls and Harris on the Abbas balls and Harris on the drive. It's off the inside edge of the bat down towards deep backward square leg. Come back for two. Not been many runs scored off Mo Abbas in the last 3 or 4 overs, and there's a rare 2 just to ease a little bit of the pressure that Abbas has cranked up from this pavilion end.
He's now conceded 5 runs since tea.
Blimey, right, yeah. And what over is this for him?
It's the 4th over since tea.
4th over from the centre,
Yeah.
right.
Aitchison 10 runs in his 4 overs since tea.
He's only gone for 18 in total, hasn't he? I think? Oh no, it's 20 now.
20.
Abbas in balls, left again by Harris. It's a good contest, this. I mean, Mo Abbas fancies his chances here, doesn't he? He's already seen one that was left by a Harris, which just skirted past his off stump, and then he's had a couple of kind of muted LBW appeals. He's got the 3 slip catches in place. He senses an opportunity, Mohammed Abbas. Keeper standing up again now, just to try to further compound that sense of pressure that's being built up. Abbas to Harris, clipped down to fine leg, single for Harris. And that completes the over as well. So 73 for 3. Both Harris on 16 and Harry Singh's on 2. Abbas collects his jumper and his cap and wonders how on earth he's not managed to find his first wicket of this innings. He has bowled very, very nicely, but the others have benefited. I think perhaps Rory Hayden benefited quite a bit from a very good 7 over spell from Mo Abbas at the start of this innings, and then he was replaced, and Hayden comes in and takes 2 wickets.
Mickey Arthur's spoken about a few times this season when Mohammed Abbas hasn't taken the wickets but has been bowling really tidily. As Aitchison is in to bowl to Harris, who pushes this up to mid-on, saying that bowlers at the other end and all the other bowlers around him have profited from them. Ben Aitchison, who has bowled beautifully this season and has been unlucky on more than one occasion, picked up the 30-odd wickets so far, 36 I think now. And bowlers tend to work in pairs, don't they? As Aitchison is in and Harris defends. We spotted the gentleman in the posh area with the bright red bowler hat. He might have to stand up. He's just behind Jason Fage, who's got the stripy shirt on.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
Looks like one of the Thompson twins out of Hergé's Adventures of Tintin. They always had black bowler hats, the Thompson twins. I think there were 3 of them. This one is left alone by Harris to go through to the keeper. It is a stunning piece of headwear.
Yeah, it's great, that, isn't it? I saw it a little bit earlier on. I know what you mean.
When he left his seat at tea time and went into the thing, he had his bag on the seat and he put his bowler hat on top of the bag. Brilliant. Absolutely
Touch
brilliant.
of class. Haven't you?
Yeah.
That's where we're going wrong.
Well, I don't think I've ever worn a bowler hat. I'm fairly certain I haven't. I'd be surprised if I had. Troy Cooley's back. Nothing to do with the hat. In comes Aitchison. That one is squaring Harris up again. It goes out to Harry Kane at cover when he was trying to clip it into the leg side. This is really good stuff from Derbyshire. 73 for 3 Lancashire. Derbyshire well on top, but were frustrated last season by a couple of Australians on this ground.
Yes, a slightly different approach on that occasion, wasn't it? A different context. And
that second innings was brutal. Aitchison bowls, strikes the pad. Is the finger going to go up? No. He tried to flick it away into the leg side. Ball went off his pad into the off. Right arm over to left-hander. We know the ball's doing stuff, but it has to do quite a lot to pitch in line and then go on to hit the stumps. He fancies his chances slightly more if he was bowling round the wicket, but he tends not to. Just try and work out how we're going to divvy up this evening session. Freddie's itching to get back. At least I hope that's why he's itching. Here comes Aitchison turned into the leg side. And Harris will pick up a single out towards Lewis Rees. Single taken, 74 for 317 to Harris. 2 to Singh. No evidence at all, really, of the potential T20 pitch out there. So they've got 7 days to get it ready. I don't think it's the one further to the left, because that would be too close. It'd have to be fairly central. I can't remember it. They have sort of a T20 pitch and a championship pitch, so they generally play on the same surfaces. Speaking of one of the, I think it was Lewis Rees, talking to him before play yesterday, and he played a club match here, plays for Duffield in the Derbyshire County Premier League when he's not playing for Derbyshire, which he hasn't been in the T20. And he said he played on the T20 pitch a couple of weeks ago. It was bouncy. That was his verdict, I think.
could be fun then. Well, it's a good week for weather, isn't it, to get the pitch nice and prepared.
Yeah.
It's a hot, dry week coming up.
Got the leg slipping again here from Mohamed Abbas now.
I do like it how Bashir again's gone out with a drink. It's one little private personal service here coming out. I quite like it. Comes out, gives him a drink, has a natter, takes his jumper. Bashir goes and sits back over the boundary rope, and Abbas sets off for another over. Balls to Harris, that'll be 4. Leans into it and punches the ball away through mid-on, down to towards where Bashir is perched over the boundary rope. It's a slight release of the tension. It's a rare boundary in the last few overs at least for Lancashire. Harris moves on to 21. Abbas bowls. And, Harris trying to flick it out towards the leg side. Just tickles down to short, fine leg. There's no addition to the Lancashire score. Wandering back to his mark, Mohamed Abbas, waiting for Lewis Rees to complete the polishing work. Lobs the ball back to Abbas. Keeper standing up, leg slip and a couple of slip catches, a fine leg and a deep square leg. His right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Harris. That's clipped away towards the leg side for a boundary. Now Harris is having a wave towards the Lancashire balcony. And they're to our left-hand side. 79 for 3. Norris moves on to 22. There'll be a change of approach here for Abbas because he's now got Harry Singh on strike. He's bowled quite a lot to Marcus Harris in this evening session, but he's got right-hander Singh on strike. He's going to come over the wicket to Harry Singh. Sets off again from the pavilion end. Singh is beaten. Through it goes to Brooke Guest.
Started the Chesterfield drag racing tournament slightly earlier than normal.
Oh, it's very loud that, wasn't it?
Incredible.
It's quite a small road, isn't it, behind this?
Yeah.
Seems a bit
And it has
daft.
traffic calming humps, whatever they're called. Used to be called sleeping policemen, didn't they? But I'm not sure they call that anymore.
79 for 3. Abbas to Singh. He's up asking for the LBW. Got a bit more behind that, didn't it? That had the keeper up and it had a couple of slip catches up and then the bowler went up as well. There's a bit more kind of oomph behind that
Big tree up the long run.
LBW appeal from Mohammed Abbas. 79 for 3.
Lancashire coaching staff and players
Stephen Croft having a wander.
realise that there's a microphone just up there, so I've just pointed to it so Keaton doesn't say anything inappropriate. Well, you can if you want.
Here is Abbas. And balls. And Singh off the back foot, just jabbed it away into the onside. And off the over, is it? Yes, it is. 79 for 3 at the end of the over. Trailing still by 124 runs. If we got left today, is that 20?
Yes, I'm going to have to try and work this out now. How do we squeeze Freddie in now? Do you want me to?
Well, I've got a 5:30 to do.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to?
What time is it now?
20 past.
Yeah, Freddie comes on at 5:30. He's happy with that. And then we'll work it out. We'll work it out. I mean, it depends on the match situation and all sorts, doesn't it, really? But good shout. Greg's been on.
Hello, Greg.
Regular contributor.
Never quite sure from the tone of your voice whether this is a good regular contributor or one that always kind of throws in a slightly dicey question or something like that.
No,
good.
Greg's tried a joke, and I'm
Okay.
not willing to read it
No,
out.
fair enough.
It's a good joke, Greg, but I'm not sure. This is quite funny. I'll let you read it. And there's Dal into the attack. He's just gone through his practice run-in, which quite often fools everybody. Yeah, I can't read that, can I?
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, I don't think so.
Give that a swerve.
Come on, Greg. You're better than that.
But is he really?
No, probably not. No, it's not like the regulars. Come on, Nudge, when you're ready, son. It's 5:30 nearly, and we've still got 22 overs to go, so that's heading towards 7 o'clock with no spin, I would have thought. In comes Dal and balls left alone by Harris outside the off stump. Griff just posted a picture of our camera crew having their lunch, leaning on the advertising board just in front of us. It's the only time they ever eat is when they come to the cricket. Well, not the only time they ever eat. The only time they ever eat proper food. The rest of the time it's toast and beans, I think. Bit of rice. I know Freddie's good at cooking rice, although he did burn some earlier this year.
Good effort, that.
Yeah, this one's left alone by Harris.
You completely forget about it or something like that. That's how it worked. Forgot that the rice was on.
He was probably doing something on a podcast somewhere, left the rice on, and because I don't know if he mentioned this, but he's quite busy. Freddie. Arsenal women.
Oh, he's got lots of roles.
Yeah.
Keep him busy.
Called in as an expert. Harris drives up towards Mohammed Abbas. No run, 79 for 3. And I know everybody's fascinated by Blackwell. Probably I'm more fascinated than most, but they're chasing 126 to beat Lostock. The North West Cricket League is that one doesn't bounce at all. It was a fair way outside the off stump, but it just didn't bounce. Harris was able to leave it alone. The 72 for 2, I think. Yeah. Govindu Kulasekara has just been run out, the overseas pro from Sri Lanka. Fletcher Jr.'s nowhere near getting the bat at the moment, which is probably for the best. There's Dal in and bowls. That one is off an edge, down towards third man, and it beats the attempted dive of Martin Anderson and goes for 4. And Harris moves on to 26, 83 for 3. Derbyshire can't really have any complaints because they've scored a fair number of runs in that first innings, down to third man off an edge or down to fine leg for buys. Get a few free runs.
29 runs down to third man and 21 to fine leg.
Quite a high percentage, isn't it? Either inside edges or outside edges. I think we've been invaded by Martians. That one is driven by Harris up to Mohammed Abbas at mid-off. The over comes to under 83 for 3. I've never heard noises like it.
Can we work out what it might be?
Absolutely. It sounded like a train coming to a halt, but I think we're a reasonable distance from the station here, aren't we? Oh, here we go. Drinks being brought on. Mohammed Abbas is being taken off, though, but he'll have a drink in it when Rory Hayden's back.
He deserves it. It's a good spell, though, isn't he?
5 overs for 11. 12 overs for 26 in total. Did get 3 wickets in the first innings. And he's having a longer drink this time from Shoaib Bashir.
Must be nice for Rory Hayden, too, to have Abbas who's at mid-off now.
He's talking about training with him. He said it's almost unreal, isn't it? Having signed last season, first professional contract at 23.
Here he comes, Rory Hayden, changing for the first time since the tea break from this pavilion. A run for Singh down to third man for a single. But if the evening starts as the afternoon did, it was Mohammed Abbas who didn't really do anything wrong, barely went for a run, was threatening all the way through, but didn't get a wicket, and then they changed. Rory Hayden came in to replace him and popped up with 2 wickets, brought the partnership between Jennings and Jones, and dismissed both openers. Lancashire lost 3 quick wickets, having been 45 without loss. He's around the wicket to the left-hander Harris. A little inside edge from Harris. Ball deflects away into the offside. Comes down the pitch for a further closer inspection. 84 for 3, Lancashire. I'll leave you to it.
Scott. People in the Northwest need to know what's happening. Here is Hayden in and bowls. That's driven very nicely by Harris out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. It did look momentarily as though Matthew Montgomery was going to get close to the ball, but ultimately he didn't. And it scored, moves on to 88 for 3, 30 now to Malchus Harris, and the deficit down to 115. Fred's back.
Get no right of reply when I'm sat over there.
Oh no, we've moved on, Fred. In comes Hayden bowls. That's driven in the air, but back down the ground. That's 4 more. It was just to the onside of the stumps at the non-strikers end. It was in the air for a very long time, but back-to-back boundaries for Harris, who moves to 34. It's 92 for 3. What do you need to reply to?
Can't remember now.
Not being busy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't stand up in court, so next.
Different meanings of the word busy.
You know what I mean. You're always busy.
I was relaxing a bit now. End of the football season.
Hayden's in. So beating him outside edge. He went to drive again, possibly through extra cover. Didn't miss the bat by much. Ball's whipped off by Brooke Guest. I would never describe you as busy in the other way.
Remember Marcus Harris a couple of years ago scoring a double century at Derby for Leicestershire? So that bodes well. But I did say that at Old Trafford, when me and Luke had a day at Old Trafford for Lancashire, Derbyshire, and he got out the next ball.
There's Hayden. Oh, and he gets struck amidships. Almost worked. Good effort. The ball dribbles out to square on the offside. Well, it was 2 Australians. That's the end of the over, incidentally. 92 for 3. 2 Australians, Ashton Turner and Chris Green, who got centuries last season here for Lancashire, a very big win in the county championship against Derbyshire, and they one game in between all those T20 matches. Of course, there were 2 more T20s, weren't there, last season than there are this season. Lots of pictures of Wayne Madsen in the brochure, but largely because there's a big article about him by David.
It's got
Griffin.
bigger, this brochure. And there's Dave Fletcher from Radio Derby asks Anira Donald how much he enjoyed setting up Derbyshire's victory.
I'm not sure.
You're looking very stern.
Well, you've got to, haven't you? It's
Interrogating
it's
him.
a serious business. I'm fairly certain that isn't the question I asked.
There's an incorrect apostrophe there. We'll move on.
Is
from
there?
that. Yeah. After crowds.
No.
Here's Dahl. Defended into the offside by Singh. They'll come through for a single. I just notice these things.
No, so do I. I never read the brochure, though. No, it's a lovely publication.
Yeah.
It's free, but they do like donations, the Friends of Queen's Park. So if you pick up a brochure,
I think everyone has one because they were doing very well going around yesterday. Paul was going around, gave me one when I was on the camera over that side, but he was literally going to every single chair, making sure people took a brochure, and they were well received.
he normally gives us a whole bunch to take around the remaining T20 matches as well in a campaign.
Around the wicket. Oh, it's beaten the off stump. Guest hasn't taken it cleanly, so they'll come through for a bye. Been a little mix. They've mainly come round the wicket to Harris. Of course, some problems coming over as well. That was very, very close. And even the quiet periods in the game, Lancashire cannot settle at all.
That one ricocheted an absolute mile off Brooke Guest's pads. Remarkable. 109 the deficit.
Slip in a gully. Dahl bowls that. Keeps a little low. Defended by Harry Singh. Harry Singh, born in Blackburn. 22 years of age. His dad played for a number of English county sides and played for India in 2 one-day internationals in the 80s. All information that I've just got in front of me. Full again from Dahl, driven to mid-off.
Well, I would like to just tell everybody that the Lancashire second innings is now officially longer than the first innings. 39 and a half overs first time around. Getting close to 40 now in this second innings. Just 3 down, doing what they did at Blackpool last week and batting far better second time around than they did in the first innings, but it wasn't enough on that occasion.
Dahl to Singh. Defends very solidly. England 150 for 4. Need 313 to win. James Rue and Joe Root at the crease. Root at 60. And there's a peculiar video of Ben Stokes running into bowl, and he essentially runs into bowl from the boundary, where I don't know why he's at the boundary. It's a turn sort of from long on, runs all the way around and just goes into his bowling stride and then bowls, and it's solidly defended. And as Ben Stokes does, he acts like it would have been out. So this is left alone by Singh, and yeah, there's a good video of him getting out to Harry Conway as well. He squats down on his haunches to a ball that he just missed.
Perhaps he was mimicking Harry Conway. He's a real character, isn't he? He was great.
As soon as I saw Conway bowled Stokes in the 90s, I thought, I'm going to have to find the clip of that. So Conway enjoyed it.
So just got earlier, Conway and Bashir had a terrific contest between each other at Derby, both bowling to each other and batting against each other. It was great.
Here's some music.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is. It is bizarre though. But if you take your headphones off, you can't really hear it. So it's clearly in the town centre. Rory Hayden, sort of music. That one bounces alarmingly and is well taken by Brooke Guest. Whips off the bails.
Was a guitarist in the pub we were in last night, but didn't serve. Everyone was out in the garden, and the World Cup was on, so I don't think the guitarist was being paid much attention.
No, I was doing a bit of Barry Manilow when I went to the bar. It's never necessarily a good thing. As it comes, Hayden once again bowls to Harris, who goes for the attempted drive, and it's nicely taken by Guest behind the stumps. Sharpish delivery there. He can generate a bit of pace, can Rory Hayden. I probably wouldn't call him medium pace to his face.
I should say as well that Denby Cricket Club tomorrow, not far from here, Derbyshire women against Northamptonshire in the T20 County Cup, the knockout competition. Who knows, could be done by then. People, if you're travelling back to Derby, can stop in T20 match.
His delivery again has beaten Harris. Terrific over from Rory Hayden. Yeah, absolutely.
Hayden coming on for a bat has worked really well, because without the nicknames, there are still those similarities. They just bowl line and length, top of off stump, nibble the ball around. And Hayden's got Mohamed Abbas there offering advice if he needs it.
Looks like he's enjoying himself up there, Rory Hayden, at the moment. That shock of blonde hair. Ish. As he comes in and bowls to Harris, who does drive this time. He gets it off the inside half of the bat. And it's Mohamed Abbas who'll do the fielding. Harris will move on to 35.95 for 3. 19 overs left, including this one. And there was a clatter of wickets just before tea, really, when Lancashire went from 45 without loss to 54 for 3. It's cooling down now. What's going on?
Nearly jumper time, or we're all right for a bit?
I thought so. No wickets since tea, as Hayden is in to bowl to Singh, and he defends this one up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. Derbyshire's bowlers are bowling so patiently that the current run rate is 2.3 and over, which suggests that we'll probably get about 40 runs before the close of play, and there'll still be a fair old distance behind when we return in the morning. Assuming they don't take 7 wickets in 19 overs, but they really shouldn't. Hayden is in. Back goes Singh and pushes it straight back to Hayden, who picks the ball up, tosses it away to Anuj Dal. 95 for 3 at the end of the over. 35 to Harris. And that's off 62 balls, 61 balls, something like that. Harry Singh has got 4 off 47. He's being particularly watchful, which is exactly the way he should be going about it here. Batted fair old length of time in the first innings as well. Harry Singh.
95 for 3, they trail by 108. Harris misses the cut. Guest, his left hand is stinging. And there will be sore tonight, I'd imagine, up to the stumps all day.
I did that kind of thing that I do when I put my back out. That's what he done to start with.
Martin Anderson bowled just one over. One of the most under-bowled men in county cricket. As I was telling Scott about earlier, the 5-4 at Grace Road. And then Aaron Donald said, yeah, we might have to bowl him a bit more.
Having not bowled in the first match.
Aitchison in it, catching mid-wicket, driving his Harris, doesn't time it. Fielded at cover.
For anybody who hasn't seen the catch yet, get yourself on social media and see a one-handed return catch when he was bowling as part of that 5-wicket haul. Absolutely astonishing. The player of the month, wasn't he, for May?
Yeah, there was a good video that Derbyshire put out of Anish Dal presenting him with the award, and then there's a couple of chants for speech,
Really?
which they all know, of course, Martin Anderson was never going to do.
He tried to escape that night, actually. I saw you boys and girls walking past, and then Martin had been speaking to TV, and he tried to sneak off round the back, and I'm live with a radio mic, so I had to sort of hide it away and go, beckon him over. And it was almost, what, you want to speak to me? Well, yes. He was excellent.
Dal to Harris, very full toss in the end. Harris just drives this out sensibly to Jewell on the point boundary, his fellow Australian.
What's Jewell doing out there?
Been some changes to the cordon. Just thinking of Harris, has he played for Melbourne Renegades, that's it. Perth Scorchers, Renegades, Scorchers and Renegades again. So we'll have played against Caleb Jewell in.
Jewell's at the Renegades now.
Yes,
isn't
he's moved, yeah.
he only played one game last season though in the Big Bash. Having won the competition with Hobart the season before.
Dal then to Singh. Snaps that out to Kame in the covers. No run.
Derbyshire ready with a drink again. Where is Mohammed Abbas? It's like they don't want to be separated.
Was enjoyable when Bashir finally got onto the field as a substitute earlier and immediately threw a ball that just missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. He was very excited for about 10 minutes and then they took him off as soon as they could. Defended into the onside by Singh. End of the over, 96 for 3. They trailed by 107 Lancashire. Evening session on day 2 between Lancashire and Derbyshire at Queen's Park here in Chesterfield.
Now the physio's coming on, I think, to have a look at Brooke Guest's hand. In fact, he's taken a couple of tablets, anti-inflammatories presumably, and the drink was for him as well. Bashir gives him a drink and a pat on the back. He then gives Ben Aitchison a low 5. Points to Martin Anderson. He's absolutely exceptional value. His Shoaib Bashir, been a great addition to Derbyshire County Cricket Club this season. As is this man, Rory Hayden, on his way in from the pavilion end to bowl to Harris, who leaves that one alone. Good leave. Taken behind the stumps by Brooke Guest.
You're right, it's a good pace, Rory Hayden. Some zip off the surface.
I think it's too quick for me.
England Women's Scotland to come in the Women's World Cup. Pakistan are going to lose to Bangladesh, it looks like. Australia thrashed the Netherlands.
Pakistan have been poor, haven't they? Where's the England game?
Headingley.
Ah.
So there should be some good support from Scotland as well. Done well.
It's me, Rory Hayden, bowls to Harris. That one's turned into the leg side, fielded by Abbas.
Yeah, and then Netherlands, Sweden in a minute in the Football World Cup. It should be all right. And Germany, Ivory Coast.
It's all going on, isn't it?
Yeah. If you want to stay up, you can have Ecuador, Curacao at 1, Tunisia versus Japan at 5. Neither of those particularly appealing, but
I know Japan are quite a good side,
Yeah.
aren't they?
maybe one of the dark horses.
Another one. In goes Hayden, bowls driven straight to Mohammed Abbas.
48 teams, you can have a...
Well, it was
Far
back
too
along his
many.
feet. Oh yeah, no question about it. Just to get an extra round in.
Yeah, it's brought the quality down.
I don't mind. It's quite nice to see some of these countries who've never really stood much of a chance of getting into a World Cup being at a World Cup. Cape Verde did all right against Cabo Verde, whatever you call them. As it comes Hayden, and that one is driven and it's edged. Got a hand to it there, did Wayne Madsen. Diving to his right at first slip, couldn't hold on though. It's a life for Harris on 36. It was a good effort by Wayne Madsen.
Similar to the Aitchison drop earlier. Very similar, one hand sort of diving across. Would have been a very good catch, but an opportunity missed. The first opportunity really of this session. Well, it's gone down as a bye.
Has it? Oh, well, I'll cross that out then.
Yeah.
So it's not a drop.
Trust the umpire.
Really? This one is defended. Freddie's going to investigate further. It must have. It must have come off.
Guessed, yeah.
Well, guessed then, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it did.
Fair enough. I've crossed it out.
Hayden was he's very calm usually, but
Yeah.
he didn't get excited.
The previous one was dropped off his bowling. Jones, when he was on 20, cost them 9. Not bad in the grand scheme of things. That was before the wickets started to fall as well. Hayden picking up 2 of them, 3 to go so far. He's in now and bowls to Singh, who turns this into the onside. Harry Kane, Warfield.
So evening planned, same as yesterday?
I'd have thought so. Yeah. We haven't really been able to make plans because we didn't know how long the game was going to last, but Lancashire, I'd be surprised if they didn't take it into a third day now. Still a fair old distance behind, aren't they? 106 runs, but only 3 down, so battling effort from them at 97 for 3.
Livingston, Moores, Balderson, Coughlin, Stanley and Anderson to come. Liam Livingston, of course, a rarity for him to be playing a red ball game. This is left alone by Harris, upside off stump, and then 17-year-old Moores. Balderson scored 37 in Lancashire's first innings, and then very much into the tail.
Does it make you feel old seeing a 17-year-old playing county cricket, Fred?
I do, yeah. When you look at the year they were born, actually. But
Tell me
and you're right, he looks younger than he is.
Yeah, he does look
Joe
very
Moores.
young, doesn't he? Yeah, I feel young next to all of them.
Dahl full down the leg side, a rare error from him, and he throws his head back as they come through for a bite.
Footmarks. That's what it was.
Yes.
At first I thought he was holding his ankle, which is always a concern. He hasn't really moved much. Are we going to need the tamper?
Yeah.
Oh, we are. Excellent. Here we go then. First tamper of the day. Get ready for a sprint. He came over. The member of the ground staff who tampered it will appear fairly shortly.
Hopefully.
Came up to me this morning and said, very amusing. The lad said, here he comes. So, is it? Yes, there he goes. He's been the star of the show. I wish I knew his name.
I'm sure in Australia in the Ashes they started racing, some of the ground staff to racing between them. And they had to bring things out.
So the 2 batters are going to have a drink. The Derbyshire players are all gathering round. Martin Anderson has gone off to put his bowling boots on. England 160 for 4. Still need 303 to win that one.
Surrey in trouble, aren't they? It's Glamorgan.
Following on, 105 all out, following on 10 without loss, still 243 behind. That's excellent for Glamorgan. Sussex, who topped the table briefly at the end of the last round of matches. I've got Hampshire 172 for 7 in their second innings. That's a lead of 204 runs in the second division where the real action is. Durham 242 for 5. They're still 208 behind Northamptonshire Chesterfield Street, Worcestershire 198 for 4. Trailing Gloucestershire now by 91. And Middlesex have recovered somewhat. They're 250 for 6. They're trailing Kent by 166 at Canterbury. Martin Anderson returns to the field. The Tampa man. Let's get in a round of applause today. That's his third appearance of the match. First of the day. Very happy. Very pleased with himself as well. A big smile on his face. I won't get on with the rest of the game. It's probably slightly more important. And now Dal, who I wasn't concentrating. I don't know which side he tamped because it was.
I was more fixated on him running out and running back. Darl Bowles turns away. So it was it's ruined the game. That.
Are you sure it's
ruined the momentum? I think I've done that end for most of the day.
Okay. Really? Yeah, no, I did Rory Hayden, didn't I? You're right. But he was coming around the wicket.
Yeah.
And that's where he had trouble with his front foot.
So if he has some trouble now on this side, he'll have to come on again.
Magnificent. Might see the Tampa man again.
Dahl, ball's full, gets away with it, driven to mid-off.
Unless we missed him tamping both sides.
Which would make sense.
Might as well while he's there. The roving camera has roved 1.5 foot. It's right next to us.
So it started the morning.
Which was a concern for the battery levels.
Dahl again. Oh, left alone by Singh. Jizan and Madsen have hands on their head.
Fitzy, the strength and conditioning coach, has got a banana and one of those energy bars.
See, if you follow his diet, you'll be running marathons.
Oh no, he's giving it to Shoaib Bashir. So he's not actually having
he does not need an energy bar, Shoaib
No, he
Bashir.
doesn't. No. Can't drink orange juice, certainly. He shouldn't be allowed to. Sitting there with a big grin on his face, as he always does, away to our left. Big Pot's just behind him.
Big drive through the covers, lovely shot. Harry Singh brings up the Lancashire 100 in this second innings. 102 for 3 after 44 overs. Well, 43. No, 44. There we go. It's just flicked over. Lovely shot from Singh.
How many overs, Fred?
44.
Excellent, thank you very much. It's a tricky scoreboard to navigate, to be fair. Moves at different paces throughout the day, which is never up. Another drink taken out there by Shoaib Bashir for Mohammed Abbas, and the banana is for Mohammed Abbas as well.
Gets a little pat on the back.
Oh yeah. Well, he had a full neck massage before from Bash.
Wonder if it's Abbas turns up and Shoaib Bashir pops out and Abbas just thinks, for goodness sake, I need a bit of quiet time.
You're not going to get any with Shoaib around. Is Rory Hayden bowling around the wicket to Harris, who defends that one. Into the ground and back towards the young Derbyshire medium quick.
It is nice of Bashir because I feel like there's so much worry about him from everyone who's thinking, he's been messed around over the winter, how's he doing? That would have really affected him. And then when you actually see him here, it's just, he's clearly doing really well and enjoying himself, and he has that temperament where it just doesn't get to him, and almost there's all this fuss over him, and he just sort of just gets on with it and keeps a smile on his face.
He's very quickly become very popular. As Hayden is in, that one's turned up towards mid-on. Abbas goes around to do the fielding. Yeah, no, he's a good lad. So I'm at the back of the pavilion at Lord's. I just went down to ask him if I could speak to him the following day about being selected in the first Test squad. And I was more than happy to wait because he was talking to anybody and everybody who wanted to talk to him, have selfies taken with him. Absolutely brilliant. I think there's a lot of goodwill towards him. As Harris waits for Hayden, and he leaves that one alone eventually. The ball hammers into Brooke Guest's midriff, I think. Ricochets away into the leg side.
And what has been frustrating, some of the discourse around why is Bashir still in the England squad, etc., when he's not done anything. You can tell who's watched Derbyshire and at least checked the scorecards, because he has done well. He's picked up wickets. not just sort of the caught in the deep, but he's come in, he's been brought in early in innings, he's been turning the ball.
Economical as well.
Yeah,
which is
wickets
one
are
of the
good.
things that.
Bowled very few bad balls.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Hayden bowls, that's defended by Harris. Straight back to the bowler.
So yeah, I think some of the discussion around him is a little bit unresearched, to put it politely.
It's slightly disingenuous, really. There's a narrative, isn't there?
Yes.
And it's quite a lazy narrative, quite frankly. I know he's highly thought of. Ben Stokes loves him. And of course, it was Ben Stokes' absence that forced him out of the team, really. As Hayden's in, that's driven and nicely stopped by Harry Kane, filling in the covers. Martin Anderson windmilling his arms, warming up.
Been really good in the field, Harry Kane.
He's got that new cap on.
Yeah, Singh is 8 of 55, been very watchful. Last boundary doubled his score. But trying to do a job. If these two can still be there at the end of the day, then it'll be a job well done. Still plenty of work to do.
Hayden into bowl to Harris, clips that into the leg side nicely. Around the boundary goes down. It'll just be a single. Harris moves to 37, 103 for 3. And that's the end of the over as well. So he pinches the strike. And Singh has 14 overs to go this evening. So less than an hour now, which is good news.
To bowl from the lake end, Martin Anderson.
And as expected, Martin Anderson to bowl his second over of the match. Did he bowl one?
Yes, 1 over for 4. At some point today.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's quite. Could have
Stuck
been.
in the memory.
He didn't bowl in the first innings, just the 4 bowlers used in the first innings.
Interesting, Guest is back to Anderson as well, because certainly in white ball cricket he doesn't really try to bowl quickly. He's got the variations, he's accurate, but the keeper's been up for most of the day. Anderson bowls, edged by Harris through the slips. Just 2 of them though, 1 slip and 1 gully, and that's gone away for 4. Anderson gets Harris playing immediately. I just wonder how long before Guest just continues up. But nice start for Anderson. Moral victory, as they'd say.
Love a moral victory. There should be a column.
They trail now by 96, Lancashire. Double figures. Anderson around the wicket to Harris. Big appeal for LBW. Looked high. Anderson now just hand on his head.
You can't quite believe it, can he? Martin Anderson. Umpire Pepperell completely unmoved by the appeals from both the bowler and from behind the stumps.
Yeah, little high and maybe leg side.
Apart from that, though. Worth shouting.
All going off in the next
Yeah.
section. Here's Anderson, defended by Harris. Griff, one of his many stories.
We're all right, though, because if we don't catch it now, we'll catch it tomorrow or the day before, or the day after, rather.
We might well have caught it the day before, to be fair. You do hear the odd repeat.
Yeah, you do. He retold a story last night, absolutely magnificent story.
Some were good, some were bad from across the table.
Yeah, can let himself down a little bit, but
Anderson full, beats the bat of Harris. A little bit of bounce there for the gloves of Guest. Just wonder if Derbyshire might think about getting another slip in, because for this session they've had Madsen and then at first slip and Aitchison at gully. Fielders out on the boundary. It might be worth reinforcing the slip cordon. They're 96 runs in front. You know, they're in charge of this game. Try and put the pressure on before the close of play. Leg side boundaries, a deep mid wicket and a long leg. Hayden, long leg, Montgomery, mid-wicket. There we go, they're reinforcing the slips.
There you go.
If this catch is taken now, here's Anderson, get driven down the ground. Anderson left alone by Harris. And Manson is obviously in earshot. Not that you want to listen to me.
Well, they're all in earshot. Always a worry that.
Jewel now at gully. There's a man on the point boundary as well.
We were even closer to the Lancashire boys last season.
It's all right when they're winning, I suppose, but probably good they're a bit further away in this game.
There's not many there now.
Anderson turned away to Matthew Montgomery, coming in from the mid-wicket boundary. Last time Derbyshire listened to my suggestion, it was Amrit Basra coming in a little earlier against Essex in the One Day Cup, and Simon Harbour bowled him within 3 balls for 1.
Yeah.
So, within good reason to keep us on mute if the stream is being played somewhere.
Every reason to keep us on mute if the stream's being played somewhere. William Porterfield just walked past us, the Lancashire batting coach who Scott Reed spoke to yesterday evening. Former Ireland international, of course.
108 for 3, they trail by 95, Lancashire.
And Rory Hayden, 4 overs for 11 in this current spell, 2 for 28 in total in the Lancashire second innings. He's on his way around the wicket to bowl to Marcus Harris, who cracks this one away down to backward point. Nicely fielded by Matthew Montgomery. And they go through for a single. Just 13 overs, including this one, left in the day's play. 2 minutes past 6 on a very pleasant Saturday evening. We can safely say we'll be back tomorrow morning at 11. As Hayden goes in to bowl to Singh, who goes back and pushes the ball up towards a very straight mid-on. And it's fielded by Lewis Rees.
14 tests for Marcus Harris. Last one in 2021. Average 25. His first class average 39. High score 250 not out. Well, that would change this game.
That would change the complexion of this game quite considerably. Only another 207 to go. Hayden in and bowls to Singh, who edges it just to the right and possibly in front of Ben Aitchison at second slip, and it races away down to the third man boundary for 4.
That's why the second slip's in there. It's coming.
Counts himself a little unlucky as the big extractor fan comes on behind us. It makes a heck of a row. It's like an aircraft taking off. Lovely little setup here at Chesterfield. And Hayden's on his way in once again, having got the edge of the Singh that last time, and he's bowled him, didn't play a shot. Ball crashes into the stumps and Hayden has a third. No shot played, that is quite remarkable. 113 for 4 now, Lancashire. And Singh's lengthy vigil comes to an end. What was he thinking of?
To be fair, Fletch, that has nipped back in quite a way. But there are 2 types of leave. Just having a look again, it has nipped back in. It's a beauty from Rory Hayden. And that might just open things up a little bit for Derbyshire in this evening session. Still 13 overs remaining, but a third wicket for Rory Hayden, 3 for 33. That is probably the best ball he's bowled. Singh's long stay is over, 12 of 58, and Liam Livingston, often the aggressor, will be a watchful role here, former England man, as he comes to join Marcus Harris.
Not a good leave. They're still 19 runs behind Lancashire, and Livingston might either be exactly the right man for the job or entirely the wrong man for the job. We'll wait and find out in the next couple of hours, I think. didn't have much joy in the first innings. He was out for a duck, I think. Fairly sure. Freddie will tell me.
Yeah.
6-baller. It's all
8.
Oh, very
close.
close.
That was close. So 13 overs, including this one, and Rory Hayden, who's already got a couple of fifers this season, both of them in the same game down at Canterbury. He now has 3 wickets, 3 of the 4 to fall today, 3 for 33, as Freddie said. And Liam Livingston, how's he going to approach this? Those two, did they put on 49? In comes Hayden and bowls to Livingston, who just defends this out into the offside, which filled by Arnold Dell. I think they did, you know. So like partnerships. No, wrong innings. Full.
Netherlands have gone 1-0 up.
50,
Sweden.
59, that's disappointing. The second half century stand of the match for Lancashire.
Because he has played Test cricket, Liam Livingston, that England tour of Pakistan a couple of years ago.
He waits now. Hayden bowls too many goes for a very aggressive looking drive. It bounces off Brooke Guest and dribbles into the slip cord when it's fielded by Martin Anderson, who's going to continue. Another successful over then for Rory Hayden, who now has 3 wickets in the match. And it's time for a Lancashire perspective from Scott Reed.
Yeah, Liam Livingston, well, just 1 Test match. I thought he played a couple more on that tour of Pakistan. 2 innings, 16 runs and a high score of 9, so that perhaps explains why it was just the 1 Test match. He didn't actually bowl in that game either. Livingston probably picked for the all-round capabilities, more of a white ball player, of course, as Harris defends from Martin Anderson. Nicknamed Pasty because of a food-related incident in his Middlesex days, where he brought one to training and was never heard the end of it. Essentially,
Is that where it came from?
yes.
Because
I did ask him last year
okay,
here
right.
actually.
Because Fletch wasn't aware of where the origins of the nickname was from.
Let's just turn around as Harris is beaten. We're talking about Martin Anderson's nickname, Pasty. So I think he was late for a Middlesex training session, stopped at a services, bought a Cornish pasty, and I think he was still eating it when he turned up, and that's where it came from. I asked him last year because I was also confused. There's nothing in the name. I'll have to double check with him.
So that's carried on from
From another club.
Good effort.
So I don't know how the news got passed up, because I don't think Derbyshire signed anyone else from Middlesex, unless he just told them. Inside edge from Harris, come through for a single. How do you see Liam Livingston going about this then? 12 overs to go after this one, including this one.
Well, I'm sure he'll try and find a way that works for him. I mean, fair play to Singh and to Harris in that partnership. I mean, they tried to guts it out, didn't they? It was proper head down job from Singh, and tried to get through it and tried to build something and stabilise. Lost 3 quick wickets and did pretty well there. Harry Singh and Marcus Harris.
2 slips in the gully. Liam Livingston leaves this alone.
So yeah, top marks to those two in a pretty difficult situation that Lancashire find themselves in. I mean, they're so far behind in the game, and then those 3 quick wickets after a solid start. 12 off 58 deliveries. He batted for 90 minutes for his 12, Harry Singh.
Anderson to Livingston leaves again. I suppose it's one of those days as well where if Lancashire could have finished Derbyshire off quite quickly in the morning, then they go out and it's an easier task. But that morning session and then Aitchison's antics just after it as well, that really piled the pressure on. Derbyshire made 364. Their overnight score was 197 for 5. So I suppose the responsibility in some way lies in the bowling as well today. It's given them a real mountain to climb. evening sunshine now as Livingston drives. Maybe not quite where he intended. A thickish drive away to backward point for 4 runs in front of those nets. And it's thrown very gently back by a spectator to Matthew Montgomery. So Livingston off the mark, 118 for 4.
I agree. I think there's these question marks obviously over how Lancashire's first innings panned out, but it was pretty tricky on the first day, as Will Porterfield described to me in the interview last night. But the standard, the level and consistency of the bowling by Derbyshire has been really, really impressive. They've barely had a spell where they've allowed Lancashire to riddle free, really. I mean, even that partnership, which Singh and Harris kind of managed to battle out and to try and get some stability there, it wasn't an origin of free-flowing runs as Hayden's into Harris off the front foot in defence. It was about just batting time, wasn't it? Trying to see through deliveries and try and build something slowly and tire the bowlers out. And so they've been excellent. They've been comprehensively the better side in the match, Derbyshire, to date.
Yeah, and credit to Mickey Arthur, because those 2 changes, Nick Potts has been doing well of late. He's been scoring some runs as well, but he's probably the quickest member of this attack. But they elected to bring Anuj Dal back in.
Rory Hayden to Marcus Harris. That's eased out towards the leg side for a single to Harris. He moves on to 45, 119 for 4.
And then Rory Hayden as well, and both of those have proven to be really good decisions. I think every time Derbyshire, well, it's the first time they've left Shoaib Bashir out, but whenever they do, they know it's going to attract headlines almost, but was easily the right decision this time. And Dahl is just one of those. I said to Fletch yesterday or earlier today, when he gets a good spell going, he can be unplayable. When the pitch is nipping around, he's so hard to get away.
Hayden comes over the wicket to Livingston. Runs that through the offside for a single. So pretty all-round. Decent bowling attack.
Yeah, that's no Zach Chappell.
Yeah.
And Harry Moore is the long-term injury. Pat Brown is working his way back. Obviously more of a T20 player, but certainly Derbyshire's squad depth is something Mickey Arthur's been really pleased with this year. It's been more of almost the mentality he's been critical of almost knowing what Derbyshire's side will turn up at times.
Hayden to Harris, it's full, and Harris drives through extra cover. Matthew Montgomery sweeping round on the boundary to field. 1 for Harris, he moves to 46 now, and 21 for 4. And this lad's been a find, hasn't he, Rory Hayden? He's up to 20 wickets now, hasn't he, already? He's played 3 or 4 games this season.
Yeah, it was a one-day cup find, and I guess for all how that tournament has changed, it's created the opportunities for those young players. Hayden, Amrit Basra was another one, Joe Hawkins.
He's got one through Livingston there, where he's playing on the front foot and past the edge of the bat, past the stumps, into the keeper's gloves. He then flicks off the bails. But it beat everything. He went up for it because it was a good ball.
Yeah, Hayden's debut in the One Day Cup was at Cheltenham School, and he was excellent. He was wicketless, but every ball was just top of off stump. He gave very little away and improved as the tournament went on, and made his first-class debut at Lord's, which isn't a bad place to do it, and has only gone on and improved this year. But yeah, Staffordshire from Stoke. Staffordshire and Derbyshire, of course, geographically very close, but there's been a big cricket link between the two.
Livingston defends to the offside for no run. End of the over, just 3 coming off it, 121 for 4. Lancashire's trailing still by 82, sorry, 21 for 4, yeah, Lancashire 82 behind.
Nick Potts, another one from Staffordshire. Yeah. Griff could tell you all the former Derbyshire greats who came from there first, but yeah, it was helpful for Derbyshire in terms of unearthing a couple of talents. Amrit Basra played in the One Day Cup. He'd been playing for Derbyshire's second 11 and Saka, and he also earned a pro contract as well. More of a white ball player. Hasn't quite hit form in the Blast, but did create some opportunities, the 50 overs last year. Sanderson coming in to Harris, full delivery. Has that been dropped at second slip? Ben Aitchison is lying on the ground. He's dropped one today already. Let's have a look. It's Harris as well, that set batter. Aitchison's only just picking himself back up. You won't see it from that angle.
No, watching it live, I think it was a chance, but lifeline for Harris.
Yeah, he was on 46. Anderson has bowled well, only his 4th over of the innings. Now bowling to Livingston, who leaves this one as well. Being very watchful.
It's a tough chance, isn't it? So it's gone at it pretty hard as Harris, so it's gone quickly off the bat. It's gone to the left of Ben Aitchison, second slip.
Still a very pleasant, warm day at Queen's Park. Sanderson is in, full delivery. Livingston just jumps it out to Kame in the covers. Almost perfect conditions now. Early evening, 10 overs. 9 after this, left in the day. Some cloud in the sky. Still a good crowd, thinned a tiny bit, but most people still in. More cricket to come as well. Tuesday, a 50-over game between the Blaze and Yorkshire. Got Derbyshire women a week today, as Livingston has a swish outside off stump, misses the ball. Taken my guest. A week today, Derbyshire women against Gloucestershire women, with potentially Melissa Story part of that Gloucestershire side. So good to see a commentator in action. And then, of course, the sold-out game between Derbyshire Falcons and Yorkshire in the men's T20 Blast. That's a week tomorrow. Anderson coming in, full delivery, beautiful drive. Lovely shot from Liam Livingston. Textbook cover drive. 4 runs, he moves on to 9, 126 for 4.
Well, that was a nice shot, wasn't it? A lovely shot from Livingston. Held the pose too, didn't he? Hammered away through extra cover.
Anderson maybe just shaping the ball away, and Livingston hit with that into the feet of some of those spectators. Anderson coming in, Guest is still back, driven again uppishly this time away to Montgomery on the point boundary, just a single. End of the over, 127 for 4. 76 runs, Lancashire trail by. Derbyshire would love one more inroad before the close of play, and then looking at really wrapping things up tomorrow morning.
Yes, yeah. They've chipped away as ever, as they have done throughout the match, Derbyshire. Bit of more stubborn resistance from Lancashire second time round, but they'd love Harris, wouldn't they, before the close of play, and they'll feel as though that things can get wrapped up reasonably quickly. They're still trailing in the match, Lancashire. 80 behind.
Yeah, Marcus Harris, 214 of 303 for Leicestershire against Derbyshire in a draw in 2024 in Derby. So, fond memories.
Yes, got a century for Lancashire against Derbyshire as well earlier this season. It'll be Rory Hayden. He's going to battle on from this pavilion end. Over number 7 for him, 6 overs, 1 for 19 in this spell. Livingston keeps the ball out, ends up down on his knees.
Well, it looked like it was back of a length, didn't it? And then it's turned into a full delivery where it's ended up. Livingston's done well to keep it out.
It did not get up, did it?
And nip back in as well.
Yeah. He's done well, that. Bat on ball. Tucks it away to the onside. Ends up on his knees. On 27 for 4. It's left. Through to Brooke Guest.
Derbyshire is on the field. I could hear him before even seeing him.
Everyone needs a nice chirpy.
Yes,
field,
you
don't
need
they?
one.
Yeah. Back end of a hot day. Into another burst before the close of play. He's a backward point, sure, Bashir. And it's Hayden. The Derbyshire. And Livingston the front foot. Ball comes back and catches him somewhere on the thigh. He's crouching down now, walking away towards square leg and just stretching his legs out. Bouncing up and down on his down on his knees. Don't get too many of those in T20 cricket. He did say when I spoke to him before his return to first-class cricket how much he was looking forward to playing red ball cricket again. As Hayden's in balls, that's flicked in the air, but safe enough down to fine leg for a single. 128 for 4. Did admit that he might not say that if he's 2 balls in and 1 nips back and traps him in front early on.
Yeah, he's given a couple of interviews recently about his treatment by England, hasn't he, and how things ended. Rightfully perhaps called out how communication perhaps could have been better.
It appeared to be kind of non-existent, didn't it?
Yeah, I think Rob Key said something along the lines of, I've got more important things to do.
It's Hayden on the wicket to Harris, who drives down the ground. Yes, no run, 128 for 4.
Caleb Jewell off the field is wandering round now in front of the advertising boards.
At least we worked out who's currently off for Bashir.
That must be him, Jewell. Who's been in the slips and then on the boundary in the shade.
Hayden into Harris. Be a single out to square leg. A couple of fielders out on that leg side boundary in the shade below the trees. One at deep square leg. Harris takes 1 run, adding to his total. Moves on to 48 and the score now to 129 for 4.
Griff's pacing around. He's thinking about the beer later, I'd imagine. Getting to that stage. 8 overs remaining. Will you be joining them again?
I think so.
Oh.
If they'll have me.
That's a nod.
It's a nod.
You'll
Yeah,
take that.
I'll take
That's
that.
very kind from Griff to get a nod. Fletch called me perfectly adequate yesterday. I might write that on a plaque. And we got a handshake. Left alone by Harris. The bowling of Anderson. It's a little hot and sweaty out there. No. David Griffin, provider of an excellent stat on Wayne Madsen yesterday. Highest run scorer for one county in the 21st century.
Yeah, that was a good start.
Surpassing James Hildreth for Somerset. Anderson around the wicket, defended by Harris. Come through for a quick single. Anderson does the fielding. Well, he leaves it for Lewis Rees in the end of his own bowling. Wonder if we'll see Mohammed Abbas before the close of play.
Is that him on his back, limbering up there? See, where's he? It's mid on, isn't he? He's doing a few elaborate stretches.
Zach Chappell usually does those very elaborately. Anderson, Livingston defends. 11 not out.
Well, he's done well to be wicketless, Abbas, from this innings. I mean, he's bowled really well, but I said to Fletcher before, you wonder whether kind of Rory Hayden nicked a couple of his wickets, because Hayden replaced him and almost instantly got the breakthrough to open up the opening pair. Got rid of Keaton Jennings.
Flicked away by Livingston. Probably 2 there if they wanted it, but Harris comes on strike.
And then he got rid of Michael Jones as well. So he's yeah, it's a bit not to get a wicket. He's bowled really well. I mean, his figures are pretty mean, aren't they? He's barely given a run away, and he just set the bar really. I think for everybody else to follow.
Yeah, gone at 2.17 runs per over. All the economies are good. Anderson more expensive, but only bowled 4.5 overs. Balls now to Harris, defends on the offside. Ben Aitchison actually the best economy.
Well, he's limbering up too at second slip, doing a few stretches. Maybe a double change. Well, Hayden's bowled 7 on the spin, hasn't he? 1 for 21. Anderson's only into his 4th.
He looks a little bit tired now, Hayden. He's waving to a couple of people in the crowd over by the trees. I'm sure they'll just be complimenting him. Full delivery from Anderson, clipped away the pads by Marcus Harris, and that brings up 50. Battling innings from the Australian. 7 fours. Been out there for over 2 hours, 96 deliveries, and a crucial innings to keep Lancashire in this game.
Battling is the perfect description for us. Exactly what it's been, hasn't it? It's been a battle, but he really has stuck it out. This is what Derbyshire managed to do in their first innings. They managed to get partnerships, managed to get players to battle, to find a way to get through it. Maybe a touch of good fortune along the way, but that's all right. You need that. So 50 here to go with his 91 not out in the game last week against Kent in Blackpool. That's his 3rd 50 of the season. 2 centuries as well in this campaign. Harris back for his 2nd season with Lancashire. He was joined Lancashire last year, finished with 1,000 runs last season in his first season. It will be Mohammed Abbas, who's back on the prowl for a wicket. Forward goes Harris.
He almost kicks his feet together, doesn't he, when he is running through after completing his action. There's a nice little hop, one leg to the other.
Has he not perhaps had the... I mean, I know he's not played every game, has he, Abbas, but maybe not quite the return in terms of wickets that he would have been, or maybe Derbyshire would have been hoping for, but this game an example of kind of the level he can set. Abbas balls to Harris as defended, no run.
Yeah, a touch expensive early in the season, but this is the sort of pitch where you really expect, this from him. I think the win over Northampton, I remember the evening session on day 2 or 3, he was really good at just keeping them quiet, and as you say, it creates opportunities for other bowlers. Rory Hayden's got some similar skills without bigging him up too much, but there's similar sort of lines and lengths, and the fact that Derbyshire were able to take Abbas off, bring Hayden on, and was able to do a very similar job.
Abbas moves in, balls to Harris. That just shapes away from the left-hander through to Brooke Guest, and there's no run.
It was a real statement signing, Mohammed Abbas, and then bringing in Shoaib Bashir as well. Sign of Derbyshire's intentions.
Just missing out last season on promotion, wasn't it? Derbyshire not too far behind, really. In 3rd.
Yeah, it's just a couple of turning draws into wins. I think there were a couple of run chases where they fell behind, ended up batting out for draws. I think Glamorgan away was one, Gloucestershire away was another. Where if they had turned one of those into a win, that could have been enough. They ended the season really well.
Abbas balls, and Harris on the front foot again. Just drops into the offside, no run.
I think Potts thought that was straight over Wayne Madson's head, throwing the ball into the slip cordon. Madson had to jump and take a good catch.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can, in terms of draws, I'm not sure you can draw yourself out of Division 2. You can probably draw yourself to safety in Division 1, but I'm not sure that draws are going to get you out of Division 2.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough wins last year.
And pass to Harris. Leans into it and defends again. What is happening elsewhere in Division 2 today? Durham against Northamptonshire is first against second. Durham 273 for 7. Ben Stokes was out for 95 in that game. Durham trailed Northamptonshire by 170 6 runs. They're enjoying a good couple of days, the Northants boys up in Durham. Middlesex are batting in their first innings against Kent. Harris leads that delivery. End of the first over, back into the attack for Mohammed Abbas. He starts with a maiden. It's 132 for 4 here. So Middlesex 285 for 6. A replying to a Kent score of 416. So Middlesex trail Kent by 130 runs, and it's reached the close of play in the Worcestershire-Gloucestershire game. Worcestershire 210 for 5 in their first innings. That's in reply to Gloucestershire's 289 all out.
Fletcher's ready. I'll do one more. Have you keep him on his toes? He's off for a walk now.
He's got to stretch up, hasn't he? Can't just come back in cold. He needs a...
I want him to do some of those Mohammed Abbas stretches lying on the floor. Ben Aitchison is back on.
Absolutely. Got to limber up here as the great man.
Yeah, it was 3 wins, 2 defeats, 9 draws in Division 2 for Derbyshire last year as Livingston defends with a straight bat, whereas Glamorgan won 5 games, Leicestershire won 7. So Derbyshire only 5 points. So Glamorgan won 2 more games, but they only had 5 points more than Derbyshire. Leicestershire walked the division.
You look at Hampshire in Division 1, they drew 9 times and stayed up.
Yeah.
Draws are all right. If you can draw most of your games in Division 1, you'll stay up. But you probably won't get up in Division 2.
Left alone by Livingston. Derbyshire did have the top wicket taker of Division 2 last year. Lewis Rees, 50 wickets. Wayne Madsen, third highest run scorer, 1,158. Caleb Jewell scored 1,000 runs for the summer as well in his debut season.
That's going to be big this year, isn't it? Lewis Rees has 50 wickets. I mean, there's 3 or 4 already into the high 30s this season.
Aitchison beats the bat of Livingston. Oh, is there an edge? There is an edge. Aitchison gets Livingston in the evening session, not long to go before the close. Lovely delivery from the former Lancashire man, and Liam Livingston with another low score, 132 for 5.
Mentioned about how they'd love one more before the close of play. I'm sure they'd loved Harris before the close of play, but they'll take Livingston. Routine stuff behind the stumps for Brooke Guest.
The Lancashire combination, former Lancashire combination, getting Livingston.
Sent down to night watchman. So Mitchell Stanley comes out as a night watchman for Lancashire. Livingston departs. And the bowling changes working nicely here, aren't they, again for Derbyshire. I mentioned that Rory Hayden that coming on for a bast this afternoon, gets a double breakthrough. Aitchison comes into the attack. Third ball of his spell, gets a wicket.
Gorgeous delivery as well. Just turn Livingston around a little bit. Guess taking a simple catch, and the night watchman in with 5.5 overs remaining. Mitchell Stanley, what are your expectations here?
I don't know.
What did he make in the first?
He had a bit of a swing, didn't he?
18, yeah.
He had a bit of a swing in the first innings.
To Paul Coughlin. Aitchison, 3 balls left in the over before Dave Fletcher will return.
Is he limbered up all right?
Yeah, I think so. Good. 4 slips now. That number has increased. Defended nicely under his eyes by Mitchell Stanley. He's had a good day with the ball.
He has, yeah.
5 for 80. And 20 overs exactly.
Interesting decisions, like night watchman at this stage, but I don't know.
Yeah, Joe Moores, the young wicket-keeper, perhaps almost keeping him fresh for tomorrow was in mind as that nearly drops off the glove of Stanley, I think, and onto the stumps. Rolls out to short leg. Anuj Dal walks in, picks the ball up. Could have just dropped onto the bails. You got an update, Scott? Aitchison walking back. which is going to be coming on shortly. Aitchison over the wicket to Stanley, defends nicely. He's going to take a run, probably a couple if they want it, but he just takes the single, and the night watcher stays on strike. There are 5 overs left in the day, and Scott, are you staying on? Yes, you are. Excellent. Need to visit the facilities. So,
Oh, really?
well, I'm not ending the evening on that note.
Excellent,
Thank you very much to both of you for having me. An enjoyable day of cricket, and I'll leave you with Dave Fletcher and Scott Reed.
Now we've had a lovely day. This wasn't it, but we've had a lovely day. Yeah. Thank you, Fred. Excellent work. Fred will be back tomorrow pushing buttons. So he won't be able to join us, but he'll be in the vicinity. Which is, I think it's good news. I'm not sure.
It's a great sign-off, that, wasn't it? I need to use the facilities.
Yeah.
It's a top sign-off, wasn't it?
Could become a catchphrase.
Thanks for coming, Freddie. Need to use the facilities.
Where's my washboard? There's Mohammed Abbas from the pavilion end. Oh, past the edge of Mitchell Stanley's bat. You surprised they've sent?
A bit, but
Is
I don't know.
is there a point?
What, in anything? In general? I don't know. I don't know.
In fairness,
I don't really
what
know.
I would say is that when Derbyshire sent both Nick Potts and Ben Aitchison out at Lords, they only protected 2 batters. Now, Stanley is going to protect Harris if he can, and Moores
And Balderson, yeah. I mean,
and Balderson.
yeah,
So you know, there's a bit of batting there to get. Get a lead of 100. I'm not. This is purely hypothetical, of course, as a Bass is in. Stanley defends it. You get a lead of 150.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to
think like that.
You have, yeah. You've got
You
to
can't just
believe
chuck
that
it
it's
in, can you?
Absolutely not, of course not. So you've got to believe that, yeah, completely, that if they can try and get level and get in front, then they could try and make it tricky. Yeah,
They're a fair way behind
you have to believe
at
that.
the moment, on 70 runs behind at the moment. But
I did wonder whether they might send Balderson out actually ahead of Livingston.
yeah, Bass bowls. That's down the leg side, taken by a tumbling guest.
Just a slight little tweak to the batting lineup. I'm almost reluctant to say it because Balderson's been so up and down and through no fault of his own, just because of the nature of team selection. But I just wonder whether you try and see Balderson out. He's played far more first-class cricket in the last few years than Liam Livingston. Try and see if you can get to the close of play. You keep your big hitters back if you try and get in front tomorrow, that type of thing. But
Stanley waits, pushes this one up to mid-on. It's fielded by a reset. Of course, I'm ignoring, and I didn't mean to, Paul Coghlan, who scored a few runs in the first innings as well, and can hit the ball an awful long way when he's when he's on it.
yeah,
He's a good bat. So he's protecting 3 or 4 batters there. Is Mitch Stanley? If he can have as much of the strikers as he can in the remaining overs, so it makes sense.
And you say you can't just chuck it in, can you? You've got to think you can still try and get yourself into a position to cause Derbyshire problems.
The Bass to Stanley, who pushes this out to backward point, where it's fielded by Anuj Dowell. Close to looking for a single now. In fact, as close as you can get, because this is the final ball. Mohammed Abbas is over. Yet to concede a run. They'll be looking for a single. Derbyshire will be very keen. Although it's Marcus Harris that'll be bowling out, so it won't help them in any way. He batted really nicely for his half-century. Been out there for 102 deliveries now. Marcus Harris. As Abbas is in, and that goes past the edge. There was no intention of trying to get a single there. So he's not going to protect Harris at the start of the next over, which will have 4 left in the day's play. Another terrific day here at Queen's Park. The crowd has thinned out a bit now, as inevitably it will do at 20-7 on a Saturday evening. And people have got lives and things to do.
No, it's been a good crowd, hasn't it? It's been a very nice festival feel to it.
Meeting in the same gym this evening for a bit of
I think
post-day's exercise.
rumours are circulating that could be a bit of a team gym session, yeah.
Excellent. Look forward to that.
I find it hard work in the gym, so
Yeah,
I'm not looking forward to it, really.
I am.
1, 3, 3 for 5, so 4 to go. Harris is on 50. And they'll add to it here as he flicks this one away through the leg side. At which point, coming back for 2. He wants Stanley to try and face the bulk of the remaining deliveries, if possible. 51 to Marcus Harris. 134 for 5. Brings up big Mitchell Stanley on strike. Did have a bit of fun earlier on, didn't he, with the bat? A bit of a swing. Not quite in the Ben Aitchison category, but then again, don't often come across those kind of cameos, do you, in those knocks? It's off the inner half of the bat. Go down towards the 5-leg boundary.
Sent back by Harris. Fancied a single there.
He did, didn't he? Set off straight away.
Rory Hayden gets applause for fielding it, but he could have taken until it goes dark before picking that ball up, and they wouldn't have run. Those 75
He
runs
was, yeah.
scored by Ben Aitchison are effectively the difference between the sides at the moment now. So Matthew Montgomery initially was the difference between the sides, and then that late cameo from Aitchison.
It was pretty brutal batting, wasn't it? He's in and bowling. Left by Stanley. And through to wicketkeeper Brooke. Yes, 75 off 74 deliveries. 10 4s and 2 6s.
Including one particularly damaging one.
Well, I went across at T. There's Aitchison's in and bowls to Stanley. It's defended. So the spectator that was thankfully not harmed
Good.
by a Ben Aitchison
In the filming of this 6.
In the filming of this, it was a bruised thumb.
Oh,
A bruised thumb.
tried to stop it then, did he?
He did. It bounced in front. Well, it's quite a heroic story, actually.
really?
Yeah. So Aitchison comes in and bowls again. Turns Stanley round and through to the keeper. So he was kind of going across to protect someone. The ball bounced just in front. And it was coming up at a rapid rate of knocks towards this person who was sat next to him. And he went across to stop it, to make sure he didn't hit that spectator, and in the process bruised his thumb.
Must have been about the slowest dive in history, I'd have thought. Knowing the person who was diving.
130.
Surprised we didn't feel it from here.
134 for 5. Aitchison in balls. Has that got him LBW? It has, and looks like it's kept low. Stanley departs for 1, and Lancashire lose their 6th wicket. And the night watchman's gone. LBW to Ben Aitchison, who has his 3rd. Capping off a good day for him. 1, 3, 4 for 6 now.
Yes, didn't quite fulfil the remit. Unfortunately, Mitch Stanley there. And the young Moores goes out to bat now.
Incoming batter, Joe Moores.
They did keep low. It was nasty. 69 behind still. How many wickets have to be down before they claim the extra half hour, for goodness sake?
Yes, rule it out just yet. Would you probably... It's 7 down, would it?
Yeah.
Maybe was it more 8?
More 8, I think.
Okay.
More 8.
And nip back as well. Kept low and nip back. He's not going to have much chance with that, I don't think. Good stuff from Ben Aitchison. Well, it's your day, isn't it? He's 75 with the bat and now picks up 3 wickets with the ball. Easy game. Easy game for Ben Aitchison today.
wickets in the match as well as the 75 for Aitchison now.
Yeah, it's good return, isn't it?
There's Mohammed Abbas. 3 overs to go. He's into bowl to Harris, who pushes this out into the offside. You heard in the background the new batter is Joe Moores. Balderson, Coghlan and Anderson remain. Three slips, man out on the point boundary. Cone up mid-off, mid-on. Square leg on the boundary and a long leg for Mohammed Abbas, who is in, and that one keeps low, and he does well to keep that out, Harris. You've got to have your wits about you on this pitch.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be batting last and chasing kind of 170, would you?
No, you wouldn't. No. It could take quite a lot for that to be the case in this game. But
No, I didn't mean it in this particular scenario. I just meant, in general, it would have been lovely to see that type of thing,
Yes. Need another 240 from here to make that happen.
Yes.
No, I don't think you'd want to be chasing. I mean, Derbyshire bowled out for 108 at Old Trafford on a fairly blameless pitch, really. As that one is left alone by Harris. Slips making sure he knows it didn't miss the off stump by much, but he looks unperturbed. As long as we get into once we get into the final over, I think we can rule out the extra half hour, especially as there's still 2 days of the game to go.
I mean, do both sides have to agree to it? I don't know. Is it just entirely the umpires'
I think
discretion?
the bowling team's captain can request it,
Right.
and then it's up to the umpires to decide whether they say yes or no. I mean, from here it might only take 4 balls that keep low. As Abbas is in, that one's left alone by Harris to go through to Brooke Guest. 4 deliveries gone in the latest Mohammed Abbas over. And he's yet to concede a run since returning to the bowling attack. 2.4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 0. Looks like he's enjoying himself out there at the moment, Mohammed Abbas. Try and work out why he can't play at Chesterfield every time he turns out for Derbyshire. As he goes in and bowls, Harris manages to squirt that out to backward point. It's fielded by Matthew Montgomery. And there is 1 ball left of the over, and then 2 more overs after that. So potentially 13 deliveries. Rory Hayden's raced out to the boundary because he thought it was the end of the over. And now he's got to go all the way back because it wasn't. I have to admit, it almost fooled me. So Abbas. Has another look at the ball, places it very carefully in his right hand. Bowls to Harris, who's trapped the leg before, as he no. Abbas loves it. Dancing down the pitch backwards with his arms in the air. That's the second time we've seen that in this second innings. And umpire Neil Pratt is entirely unmoved. And it's 134 for 6 with 12 deliveries of the day's play remaining. Neil Pratt clearly wants another night in Chesterfield.
Yeah, a bit high, maybe. He liked it, didn't he?
He loved it.
He did love it.
That's 2 that he's absolutely loved, and neither of them have been given. What he has bowled now is 3 overs, 3 maidens in this current spell that will finish with the final over of the day, I fancy. Voice went up a bit at the end there.
Just emphasising the point.
Don't know what happened. So 134 for 6.
Has Moore's faced a delivery yet?
No.
Okay. He's on strike. It's defended. Back to Ben Aitchison.
Small body of work to look back on for Moores as well, and they're really so difficult to tell how he'll cope with this. He coped with keeping up to Jimmy Anderson pretty well. So you'd expect his temperament will be the same. Anderson is confident, he's still in his training gear. That's well left.
Three slips in a gully, crouched down. Aitchison around the wicket, Moores defending again. Ball bouncing out towards Anish Dal, who's at cover point. And there's no run. 134 for 6, Lancashire. Second innings, trailing by 69 runs.
What we can say for certain is the pitch is going to improve overnight. I don't think.
Here comes Aitchison, balls left this time by Moores. Through to Guest. Wayne Manson's at first slip, Caleb Jewell at second, Matthew Montgomery at third, Martin Anderson's at gully, Dahl at backward point, Abbas is at mid-off. The bowler is Ben Aitchison. This is the fourth delivery of the over. That potentially nipped back. It certainly catches Moores, but not in a manner that's going to go on to see the ball hit the stumps in accordance to the umpire. Yeah, that does come back in, doesn't it? Yeah. Will be just sliding down the leg side. He's bowling around the wicket to Moores, so the angle and then the ball coming back might be enough to think that that's going to sail on down the leg side. And again to Moores, who leaves. Ball tails past the off stump and through to the keeper. One ball left for Ben Aitchison. He's got 3 for 25 to go with his 75 runs earlier today. Pretty good day for Ben Aitchison, and an absolutely terrific day again for Derbyshire, ending it as they started it on top. In comes Aitchison, bowls and runs off the thigh pad of Joe Moores and just drops into the onside. Aitchison will collect his cap, his work for the day, at least with the ball, and indeed, of course, with the bat, is concluded. That's the end of the 58th over of Lancashire's second innings. 134 for 6, trailing by 69 runs, with 1 over to go.
Ben Aitchison now has 38 wickets for the season at 21 and a half.
Nice.
Rory Hayden, who's played half as many games, has got 22 wickets at 21.3. And Anish Dal, who's also played, was playing in his fourth game now, has 8 wickets at 24 and a half. So 3 bowlers who Dal won't feature in any tables of averages because he's only taken 8 wickets. Abbas in and bowls, and that one goes past the edge of Harris's bat. Fairly confident if a wicket falls now, we will be back tomorrow. The regulation will change in September.
Oh yes, yeah.
To say that we will carry on, which makes far more sense.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. But why do you have to wait till September? Because they announced it before
Before the season started.
started.
No idea. No idea at all. Somebody had a meeting somewhere and decided, I know what we'll do. We'll not introduce that until the end of the season. There's Abbas. Balls to Harris down the leg side. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest because he's standing up. And that one was a fair distance down the leg side.
Yeah, it's a lot of that from either Brooke Guest or from Joe Moores. Keeper standing up.
I think the 2 keepers have been terrific.
They have.
Over the course of the 2 days so far, might eke it into 2.5 days. He holds the ball aloft, that's interesting. I wonder if that's a signal. He's on his way in now, Abbas, and bowls, and that one is driven very pleasantly by Harris, out into the offside. They'll get 2 here, as Harry Kame reaches the ball, doesn't put the slide in too late in the day for sliding around. And Lancashire moved to 136 for 6 and 67 runs away from making Derbyshire bat for a second time. Ben Aitchison will be delighted that he's speaking to us tonight, I bet.
Is he a quiet lad?
No. He couldn't be less quiet
Oh, right,
if he
okay.
tried, but
Okay.
batting making 75, bowling. Somebody standing up behind the bowler's arm. What's going on? There is. Harris wants somebody to move. I've no idea where they are. There's a young girl in a pink top, but I don't think it's her. And goes Abbas, bowls to Harris. Bowls across the left-hander, and it misses the off stump as it's left alone. 2 left in the day. Umpire Pratt's now getting exercised by the people. I think they must be on the balcony. Oh, I hope it's not the cameraman up there. I can't see from here. Please let it not be the cameraman. Where the roaming cameras go, it's over there, I think. No, it's not the roaming camera. That's a cow corner. As Abbas comes into bowl to Harris. That one's clipped away nicely. Down to fine leg. Is it going to go all the way to the boundary for 4? It is. And Lancashire moved to 140 for 6. 57 to Harris. Who is showing a bit of defiance here. Mohamed Abbas conceded a run in this spell, but has now conceded 6 in this over. And this is the final ball of the day. Harris on 57. Moores, having faced 6 deliveries, will be back tomorrow morning no matter what, unless he's run out. As Abbas is in, bowls to Harris, who struck on the pad, no appeal from Abbas. And that is the end of the day's play. No extra half hour. The ground staff were just waiting to see if it was going to be taken, but no, it isn't. And at the close, Lancashire 140 for 6 with Harris on 57 and Moores yet to get off the mark. Terrific day for Ben Aitchison, as Scott was saying, 3 for 25, as well as the 75 runs that he scored. 20 odd of those coming off the last 7 or 8 balls that he faced. It was some brutal hitting. And 2 wickets for Rory, 3 wickets, I beg your pardon, for Rory Hayden as well, as the 2 batters leave the field to the applause of their teammates in the pavilion. Wayne Madsen will lead off the Derbyshire team. I would imagine that Rory Hayden and Ben Aitchison will be pushed to the front as they leave the field. And we will return tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock for the 3rd and potentially final day of this county championship match here at Queen's Park, with Derbyshire still firmly in control. Lancashire 140 for 6, needing a further 63 runs to make Derbyshire back for a second time.